Chapter 1631 A Lin Ming Strikes Back. Chapter 1631 A Lin Ming Strikes Back. 1. 21 billion was only 10 million higher than Duke Fullmoon's bid. It seemed as if Lin Ming was making it clear that he was going to challenge Duke Fullmoon. Just what qualifications does this brat have to oppose me? Duke Fullmoon frowned. He thought that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to compete with him, but Lin Ming actually shouted out such a price. He shouldn't have many points left. If he shouts out this bid, then he must have placed himself in great debt. He wants to borrow money to compete. Does he really think he can defeat me? Duke Fullmoon didn't place Lin Ming's bid in his heart because he didn't consider Lin Ming to be a worthy opponent. If Lin Ming hadn't bought the nameless ancient pill, then he might not have been in trouble, but currently he was only a little grasshopper, able to hop a few times before being crushed. He is just an idiot slapping himself in the face. My Duke should find it easy to clean the likes of him up. There won't be chances for him to cause a commotion any longer. Junior apprentice Sister Ching giggled as she wrapped herself around Duke Fullmoon's neck. Duke Fullmoon laughed. He called out, 25 billion. However, just as Duke Fullmoon's voice fell from the ordinary rooms, Lin Ming once again called out, 26 billion. Lin Ming's voice was calm and steady, as if he didn't even care about these points. Duke Fullmoon's complexion immediately darkened. He stood up, his gaze blazing as he stared at Lin Ming's direction. His eyes seemed as if they could pierce through the isolating array formations around Lin Ming's room and kill everyone within. 3 billion. At this time, another person put in a bid. This person was not Lin Ming, nor were they Duke Fullmoon. Rather, they also came from the VIP suite. This voice was deep and sonorous, accompanied with a profound aura. They were clearly also a master. There were many world kings and great world kings present that used the spear. They would absolutely desire this Empyrean spirit treasure level divine spear. Duke Fullmoon fell silent, not immediately responding. It seemed as if he were waiting for Lin Ming to shout out another bid. He knew that Lin Ming was also a martial artist that used a spear. He would definitely be persistent in bidding on this one. After waiting for some time, and without Lin Ming shouting out a bid, Song-Won began to count down. This caused Duke Fullmoon's eyes to twitch with rage. With this, it was clear that Lin Ming was targeting him. 35 billion. Duke Fullmoon shouted out. And at this time, just as he thought, Lin Ming immediately followed up, 36 billion. Lin Ming's voice remained tranquil, completely disregarding Duke Fullmoon's rising anger. The two men stood in sharp contention. This is impossible. Where would he come up with so many points from? Shadow Overflow wrinkled his eyebrows. According to the information he obtained, Lin Ming had between 1 to 2 billion points. After buying the nameless ancient pill, he should have 700 to 800 million points left. Even if he borrowed some points, it would have been incredible if he could borrow 300 to 500 million points, so how could he shout out this sky-high bid of almost 4 billion points? He might be deliberately duping me so that I will have to pay a higher price. In Duke Fullmoon's opinion, Lin Ming would want this violet gold spear even in his dreams. But since he couldn't afford it, this brat would simply take the opportunity to con him. Before, Duke Fullmoon had purposefully made it clear he wanted to scam Lin Ming, and now Lin Ming was doing it in return. Duke, what will you do? Will you give up? Do you want Lin Ming to fall into his own trap and lose the qualifications to the auction and be punished by the Divine Runic Masters Guild? No. I must win this spear no matter what. And this Lin Ming is someone extremely valued by the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Even if they punish him, it won't be anything too serious. Duke Fullmoon stood up, irritated. He paced back and forth in his VIP suite. What he always lacked was a good spear. Today, no matter how expensive this violet gold spear was, Duke Fullmoon still had to buy it. This was because after another 20-some years, the final trial would begin. Within the entire Azura Road, the final trial was the most valuable mystic realm, the one that held the most and greatest treasures. It was singularly unique without any other comparison. Duke Fullmoon would definitely not miss out on this chance. However, even Divine Void Divine Kingdom had a limited quota of people they could bring to the final trial. Within Divine Void Divine Kingdom, Duke Fullmoon was only a duke subordinate to the Nine Nether Province. He was considered an excellent talent in the Nine Nether Province, but when placed within the entire Divine Void Divine Kingdom, he wasn't the best. This was because Divine Void Divine Kingdom was far too large, and there were geniuses pouring out from everywhere. It was difficult to blossom in splendor with so much competition. With Duke Fullmoon's current comprehensive abilities, he only grasped a 30% chance of standing out. But with this violet gold spear, his chances could rise to 60 to 70%. Thus, this bidding war was one that Duke Fullmoon could only win. He could not be defeated here. At this time, that third person who bid 1.3 billion suddenly shouted out a higher price. 1.4 billion. This person was able to smell the thick explosive atmosphere between Lin Ming and Duke Fullmoon. He was also eager to see Lin Ming and Duke Fullmoon wrestle each other to the ground. Good. Very good. One after another you want to compete with me, then show me just how long you can compete for. 1.6 billion. Duke Fullmoon cried out, suddenly increasing the bid by 200 million. 1.6 billion was the ideal bid in Duke Fullmoon's mind. In his estimation, this spear should not surpass that price. Hearing this bid blow up out from nowhere, many people were left dumbfounded. It had to be known that in a bid for an Empyrean spirit treasure, nearly all bidders were world kings, great world kings, or half-step Empyreans at the limit. Empyrean-level supreme elders simply wouldn't participate in a bidding war for an Empyrean spirit treasure. They had their own Empyrean spirit treasures, ones that were far more useful than Empyrean spirit treasures cultivated by others. At 1.6 billion points, that was a price more than enough to force a world king to shrink back. Even for great world kings, only relatively wealthy ones amongst them could put forth such a high bid. For a time, the entire arena was left quiet and peaceful. It seemed that no one was willing to shout out another price. When it concerned such a tremendous amount of money, even Duke Fullmoon found it hard to remain calm. He picked up the glass of wine from the table and slowly sipped it, finally calming his nerves this way. He had to buy this spear no matter the cost. What he feared now was someone increasing the price further. 1.6 billion, is there a higher bid? Songwon shouted out. No one replied, but Songwon seemed to possess a great capacity for patience. He shouted out again and again, each shout causing Duke Fullmoon to have the desire to rush out and punch him in the face. 1.6 billion, going once. Songwon finally began the final countdown. 1.6 billion, going twice. Songwon deliberately drew out his words, hoping for a higher bid to appear. And at this time, a calm voice echoed out from Lin Ming's room. 1.61 billion. This bid was faint and indifferent. It was as if Lin Ming wasn't bidding a price, but rather speaking a random number. What? The glass was crushed to nothing in Duke Fullmoon's hand. The bright red wine splashed onto the floor like blood. He thought that a bid of 1.6 billion was the limit, and even that the world king who joined in on the bidding had quieted down, not daring to bid another price. But Lin Ming had randomly shouted out 1.61 billion with no pause at all, as if points were nothing but dirt to him. Duke Fullmoon was livid with rage. He pulled open the doors to the VIP suite and rushed outwards. All VIP suites floated high in the air of the arena sky. After rushing out, Duke Fullmoon floated above everyone's heads. For a time, everyone looked at Duke Fullmoon, not sure why he had come out. Duke Fullmoon's complexion was deep and grim. He used hateful eyes to glare in Lin Ming's direction. Then, he slowly said, "I suspect you are lying." There is no way you have so many points." With these words, the entire arena broke into an uproar. Duke Fullmoon was not a weakling who was easy to deal with. He knew that Lin Ming wanted to buy this violet gold spear but couldn't afford it. As for himself, he needed this spear and it was impossible for him to give up. Thus, he deliberately aimed at Lin Ming. As Duke Fullmoon spoke, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Ming and the room he was in. In the auction for the nameless ancient pill, you already spent 1 billion points, but now you even called out an additional one. 6 billion points. Do you really have 6 billion points? If so, then bring them out so we can all take a good look. Duke Fullmoon was aggressive and menacing. In the private room, Xiao Maxian was a bit anxious. "Lin Ming, what do we do now? This fly isn't easy to trick. We only have a little more than 9 billion points, that's far short of 6 billion. Lin Ming frowned and then stood up. And at this time, Duke Fullmoon laughed out loud. "I know you don't have that many points. According to what I know, the person in that booth is part of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. I even suspect that he is a bid manipulator." Chapter 1632, Insane? Chapter 1632, Insane. In order to take revenge against Lin Ming, Duke Fullmoon was willing to do anything. Although he didn't specifically state who he was being a proxy bid manipulator for, the meaning behind his words was clear enough. These actions were done so that the Divine Runic Masters Guild wouldn't favor Lin Ming and protect him. After all, making a request to investigate the wealth of a person was impolite. That was their personal privacy and Lin Ming had the right to refuse. Now that Duke Fullmoon suddenly threw out these words, everyone began to ramble on in chaos. Bid manipulator. This was an extremely sensitive term to an auction house. Now that Duke Fullmoon said it loudly to everyone in the arena, how could there not be a massive uproar? On the auction stage, Song Wen's face immediately darkened. Although he could throw out Duke Fullmoon using the excuse that he was disturbing the auction, this action would inevitably influence the auction itself. The audience would think that the Divine Runic Masters Guild was doing this from a guilty conscience. This placed Song Wen in a conundrum. The reason Song Wen fell into this embarrassing situation due to Duke Fullmoon's words was because the profession of a bid manipulator was far too common in auctions. One could even call it a hidden rule. A bid manipulator's job was to stir up the atmosphere, raising the price and causing bidders to go crazy. They would up the bid on items, making bidders take out even more money to win. Even if they made an error in judgment and won over the real bidders, they could still create a false impression of the incident and then create more support for the next auction of that item. This could be considered advertising for the auction house. It only took a tiny commission to bring in a far higher income. With such an easy and cheap method, it wasn't a surprise that auction houses would hire these people. However, the Divine Runic Masters Guild's auction house had existed for hundreds of millions of years. They valued their reputation above all and wouldn't do such heinous things. Even so, once this topic was raised, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Thus, the existence of bid manipulators was a sensitive issue at this auction house. The average person wouldn't dare to make such claims, but Duke Fullmoon had the Divine Void Divine Kingdom standing behind him. Divine Void Divine Kingdom was a titan that was even larger than Divine Rune City. It could be called the top Spirita's influence in the Azura Road. Song Wen's complexion was cold. His eyes exuded a thick killing intent as they locked onto Duke Fullmoon. The Divine Runic Masters Guild was indeed weaker than Divine Void Divine Kingdom, but they weren't some soft malleable fruit that would buckle at a touch. They controlled a large number of Divine Runic Masters and had a deep Divine Runic Arts legacy. In this aspect, they were nearly the strongest Divine Runic Master organization within the entire inner Azura Road. Seeing Song Wen's chilling gaze, Duke Fullmoon felt his heart suddenly freeze. Although he knew that Song Wen wasn't his match and the Divine Runic Masters Guild would find it hard to do anything to him, This look still caused Duke Fullmoon to feel weak at the knees. He could also feel that because of that brief moment of rage just now, he had been far too crude in his actions. To mention such a sensitive topic in front of everyone was the same as offending the Divine Runic Masters Guild. He hurriedly said, "Everyone, I apologize for my words just now. I was too hasty with what I said and may have accidentally offended some of you. But, I still hope to verify the source of wealth from the bidder in ordinary room #36. According to what I know, he is less than 100 years old and doesn't seem to have a strong influence supporting him from behind, so I cannot believe that he has 2.6 billion points of wealth." Duke Fullmoon wasn't someone who just easily ate a loss, and he certainly wouldn't be a fool and allow Lin Ming to freely con him. If Lin Ming wanted to trick him, then he also had to be prepared to face a counterattack. In this situation, it was naturally impossible for Lin Ming to quietly remain in his room. Lin Ming opened the door leading outside and stepped into the void as if he were walking on an invisible path, floating high in the sky. Lin Ming's appearance immediately attracted everyone's eyes. "That's the person who won the nameless ancient pill. I didn't think he would be so young." "He's not just young, but his cultivation isn't too high. He's only at the middle Divine Lord realm. How could such a person have the ability to win the bid for the nameless ancient pill and bid another one? 61 billion for the violet gold spear?" According to all common sense, it was impossible for a middle Divine Lord realm martial artist to have 2.6 billion points of wealth. Many people became increasingly skeptical of Lin Ming. Generally, those with status and great wealth would not bother with doing something so dishonorable as being a bid manipulator. The bid manipulators that auction houses searched for would often be people without status, and these people would often hide out in VIP suits so that no one knew who they were. With Lin Ming's age and cultivation, it was inevitable that people would suspect he was one of these people. Facing everyone's skeptical eyes, Lin Ming thought little of it. He only faintly looked at Duke Fullmoon and said, "You seem to know what my total wealth is? Then you should also know I have around 2 billion points?" As Lin Ming spoke, he flicked his fingers and 19 blood-red jade slips flew out from his spatial ring. These jade slips each represented 100 million points, and were especially provided by the Divine Runic Masters Guild. As these red jade slips floated in the sky, many people felt their eyes go red with greed. Many of them had never seen a 100 million point jade slip in their lives. However, at this time, even though Lin Ming took out these jade slips, many people still eyed him suspiciously. If the Divine Runic Masters Guild were to use him as a bid manipulator, then it wouldn't be strange for him to have so many points. Moreover, this was far less than 2.6 billion. Facing this scene, Songwon frowned. He didn't think that there would be such an event midway through the auction. Duke Fullmoon had already torn apart all pretense of politeness with the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Even though he had apologized for his reckless actions, he has still planted a seed of doubt within many people's hearts. And the one they suspected was Lin Ming. To be so young and have such a low cultivation, it was hard for him to convince anyone. If this became serious, then the total profit margin of this auction would be affected. After all, the things sold at Divine Rune City's auction were often 20 to 30% more expensive than the normal transaction price outside. The reason that people came here to compete for treasures was not because it was cheap, but because of the variety of treasures here. There were simply far too many rare and valuable treasures that could be won, many of them surpassingly difficult to find. There was nothing that couldn't be bought, only things that couldn't be afforded. Thus, even bidding at high prices was something everyone was willing to do. However, once a bid manipulator appeared, many people would suspect that they were being played as fools. This would be disastrous for the prestige of Divine Rune City's auction. Songwon was already considering measures for how to properly handle this matter. And at this time, Lin Ming's complexion was calm as he rode the tidal wave of attention. Facing the hundreds of thousands of elites in the auction arena, including the massive number of world kings, great world kings, and even empyreans, Lin Ming still remained as calm and serene as before. This sort of calm could not be faked. 9 billion? That doesn't seem to be enough. Duke Fullmoon had a victorious smile on his face. Although he felt this move of his had been a bit crude and even offended the Divine Runic Masters Guild, the effect was extremely good. He had directly pushed Lin Ming to the opposite side of all bidders, so how could Lin Ming possibly continue competing with him? As for offending the Divine Runic Masters Guild, once Duke Fullmoon returned from the final trial, he might have built his foundation up enough that he would become an Empyrean in the future. At that time, the Divine Runic Masters Guild could do nothing to him. So what if it's not enough? Do you not know that the payment deadline for Divine Rune City's auction is 10 days after the end of the auction itself? At that time I'll have raised enough points, so I'll be able to pay the end amount all the same. Lin Ming said, as if everything was a matter of course. Duke Fullmoon was startled as he heard this, then he laughed. 10 days after the end of the auction is nothing more than a little bit more than a month from now. As a Divine Lord Realm martial artist, do you really think you can raise 700 million points in a bit more than a month? Do you think others are as stupid as you are? The more Duke Fullmoon spoke, the more mocking and reckless his words became. As the audience heard this, all of them were in uproar. They had no idea where this Lin Ming came from, but the more he spoke the more ridiculous and false his words seemed. Such a scene even caused the normally unflinching Song One to feel restless. The situation was slowly spinning out of control. And at this time, Lin Ming chuckled. He said, "It's just raising 700 million points in a month. Just because you cannot do this doesn't mean that no one else can. I thought of selling some things in the auction house a few days from now, but with the current situation I guess I can choose to sell them today." As Lin Ming spoke, he traced his spatial ring and 20 light symbol papers flew into the air. These symbol papers were the improved Heavenly Fire symbol and Heretical God symbol that Lin Ming created. Every divine runic symbol had a Lin character on the bottom right corner. Seeing these 20 divine runic symbols, the entire audience was left befuddled. Just what did this boy mean? Was he saying that these 20 divine runic symbols could be sold for 700 million? He must be joking or something. He is only auctioning those 20 symbol papers? Could those things be worth 700 million points? Lin Ming's symbol papers didn't have a wonderful appearance. The symbol papers he used were top-grade symbol papers. For a divine runic symbol, what decided the value was the runic structure within, not the symbol paper itself. Lin Ming naturally wouldn't choose to use such flashy but needlessly expensive goods. They don't really look like much. Could he have inherited them? Could they be 7th-grade divine runic symbols? Some people suddenly fantasized. Whether it was people or treasures, things couldn't be judged by first glance. If it were 27th-grade divine runic symbols that were drawn up with ridiculously expensive materials, then selling them for 700 million points wouldn't be a problem at all. The price could even surpass that. Some top 7th-grade divine runic symbols could sell for 700 million points. The best 7th-grade divine runic symbols were even higher priced than some Empyrean spirit treasures. However, a divine runic master in the audience shook his head. "You're overthinking things. That is a 5th-grade divine runic symbol. I won't misread those energy fluctuations." The one speaking was a 5th-grade divine runic master. He didn't belong to the Divine Runic Masters Guild, but was a subordinate of a large influence. He was a respected and revered individual. Hearing this 5th-grade Divine Runic Master's words, everyone was stunned. These were only 5th-grade Divine Runic symbols. 25th-grade Divine Runic symbols? This fellow called Lin Ming wanted to sell them for a sky-high price of 700 million points. Was this fellow insane? Chapter 1633 A Promissory Note. Chapter 1633 A Promissory Note. 5th grade Divine Runic Symbols? Are you sure? Someone asked the 5th grade Divine Runic Master, who spoke with astonishment in their voice. Definitely. The Divine Runic Master stared back at the person ill-humoredly. I have already been drawing up 5th grade Divine Runic Symbols for over 5,000 years, so how would I misread them? As the Divine Runic Master spoke, many people saw the Divine Runic Master badge on his chest. Although it wasn't one issued by the Divine Runic Masters Guild, it still clearly identified him as a 5th grade Divine Runic Master. Originally, some people thought that the Divine Runic Symbols Lin Ming took out were some top-level inheritance he found somewhere, but they were actually so low-level. He wants to sell 5th grade Divine Runic Symbols on Divine Rune City's auction stage? Is that boy playing jokes on us? I think he might really be a bid manipulator hired by the Divine Runic Masters Guild. He's probably hired to wildly shout out prices and cause a ruckus to raise bids. This type of person will definitely be jailed by them later. I think that maybe even those 10 blood-red jade slips might be fakes. If one didn't understand the Divine Runic arts, it would be hard to judge whether the jade slips that Lin Ming took out were real or not. These people are really annoying brain-dead dogs. I can't believe they would actually question the legitimacy and value of Big Brother Lin's Divine Runic Symbols. Xiao Maoxin growled from within the ordinary room. However, even though she said this, she was still feeling uneasy. Just what was the value of these 20 Divine Runic Symbols? It was true that Lin Ming's revised Divine Runic Symbols were fierce, but there were still only 20 of them. Towards all these questions and doubts, Lin Ming remained silent. All around him, the Divine Runic Symbols floated up and down, shimmering with a deep brilliance. But this silence caused the audience's suspicions to be even deeper. As these people were increasingly crude with their language, a faintly seductive voice echoed out from within the sea of doubts, seemingly especially noticeable. The lot of you are truly ignorant and unlearned. Have you never heard of the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol before? This magnetic and captivating voice echoed out from a VIP suite. Everyone's gaze followed the voice to see a beautiful figure stand out. Who is that woman? The great majority of people present didn't know of Suya, but they knew that the VIP suite Suya came from was rented by an Empyrean Holy Land. In other words, this woman likely came from an Empyrean Holy Land. She is the Extreme Star Holy Lands Miss Suya. The Extreme Star Holy Lands are at war with the Heaven Strife Holy Lands, and Miss Suya is responsible for managing the acquisition of Divine Runic Symbols at the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Someone who knew Suya explained. Everyone was startled. Suya could be considered as someone with status. For her to speak out now, her words naturally carried a certain weight to them. Suya seemed to not hear the discussions around her. Her eyes remained bright and pure throughout. To her, there was no doubt of Lin Ming's value in her mind, and this was the perfect time to speak out for him. Giving help when needed was always better than attempting flattery later. Seeing Suya stand up for him, Lin Ming faintly smiled and politely nodded towards her in the distance, expressing his thanks. Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol? What is that? Many people were confused. In truth, one couldn't blame them for not knowing. Those that came to Divine Rune City for the auction were either extremely wealthy characters or rulers of their own domains. However, these people were separated by mountains and rivers, and many of them weren't too understanding of the world of Divine Runic Masters. And there were also some people that weren't Spiritas but were of other races. The Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbols were earth-shaking amongst Divine Runic Masters, and particularly in the Divine Runic Masters Guild, but outside martial artists didn't know too much about this. The inner Azura Road was simply far too large. Even those people with a vast degree of experience would find it hard to know that a small divine runic symbol was able to create such a tremendous change in the war between the extreme star Holy Lands and Heaven's Strife Holy Lands. Nirvanic Tribulation Flame Symbol? This woman seems to value it a great deal? Although these people didn't know what the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame Symbol was, if this woman held this divine runic symbol in such high esteem, then it was clearly something extraordinary. Did this youth create this divine runic symbol? As many bidders were whispering their suspicions to each other, Suya opened her mouth and said, "Sir Lin, if you must compete for the violet gold spear, then I can lend you 1 billion points in advance." Although Suya's voice wasn't loud, it still spread through the auction arena like a rolling thunderclap, smashing into everyone's ears. For a time, the noisy auction arena fell silent. Miss Suya was going to lend this young divine runic master 1 billion points. 1 billion points was not a small number. To lend this amount so easily, this proved that Suya clearly trusted this young man named Lin Ming a great deal. She trusted his moral character and trusted in his ability to repay her. Many people didn't know of the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame Symbol that Suya spoke of, and even though there were people present who knew what this divine runic symbol was and began explaining its fierceness to others, these other people still only half believed their words. But now, with Suya directly lending Lin Ming 1 billion points, this was clear proof of how valuable this Nirvanic Tribulation Flame Symbol was. If it wasn't, then there was no way Suya would have lent this tremendous amount of money. At this time, in the VIP suite that Suya was in, a man that looked to be in his 30s had a very ill complexion. "Junior apprentice Sister Suya, please come back in first." This man was Suya's senior apprentice brother, and also someone that the Extreme Star Holy Lands sent to Divine Rune City to bid for items in the auction. With Suya, the two of them were responsible for winning a material called a white birch spirit root. And this material was something directly named by the Palace Master of Extreme Star Heavenly Palace. Just what sort of character was the Extreme Star Heavenly Palace Master? His strength was considered top level even amongst Empyreans, and he was the god of the entire Extreme Star Holy Lands. Normally, just mentioning his name would cause all disciples of the Extreme Star Holy Lands to fall silent. The reason that Suya was able to stand out and have such success in the Extreme Star Holy Lands was in truth partially because the Extreme Star Heavenly Palace Master recognized her ability to communicate and negotiate with others. However, just because the Palace Master recognized Suya's talents didn't mean that she was allowed to arbitrarily make decisions on her own. The current Extreme Star Holy Lands was stretched for resources. Suya and her senior apprentice brother had been given authority to use 2.5 billion points in this auction, and this was the personal wealth of the Extreme Star Heavenly Palace Master. This wealth was for the express purpose of acquiring the white birch spirit root, something that the Palace Master needed to upgrade his vital origin magic weapon. If there were any delays and the Palace Master's enhancement in strength was affected, then Suya and her senior apprentice brother could die 10,000 times without being able to make up for it. Now, Suya lent out 1 billion points in a single breath. This left them with just 1.5 billion points, an amount insufficient to win the white birch spirit root. And according to the rules of the auction, all debts had to be paid in full within 10 days of the auction ending. If Suya were to lend these points to Lin Ming and also simultaneously win the white birch spirit root, that required Lin Ming to pay back the 1 billion points in a short period of time. And Lin Ming himself had a great deal of things he needed to buy. Suya knew that besides the 2 billion points on Lin Ming's body, he really did only have these 20 divine runic symbols. If Lin Ming had other sources of wealth, why would he have a condition of borrowing 800 million points from the Extreme Star Holy Lands for taking on the mission of drawing up Nirvanic Tribulation Flame Symbols? But Suya still lent Lin Ming these billion points because she mistakenly believed that he really wanted to purchase this violet gold spear. After all, Lin Ming was a spear-wielding martial artist, and Suya could approximate that Lin Ming really should trade in the phoenix blood spear he used. Junior apprentice sister, have you gone mad? Suya's senior apprentice brother had an extremely ugly complexion. As he spoke, he was left a bit breathless from anger. Senior apprentice brother, you must trust me just this one time. Although I haven't come into contact with Lin Ming much, I have a clear grasp of his character. He never does anything without certain belief that he can accomplish it. In the past, I underestimated him a few times. I thought he had taken on missions that were impossible for him to complete, but the result was that I ended up black and blue with shame. In the end, I had to ignore the shame I felt to apologize to him. He is the type of man that will always be true to his word. Suya's tone indicated she wasn't worried at all. But, although she seemed calm on the surface, her palms were actually wet with sweat. At this time she had truly made a great gamble. She was betting everything on the hope that Lin Ming could create a miracle with those 20 divine runic symbols. Suya had already thoroughly investigated Lin Ming's background and discovered that he was someone who couldn't even be described as a freakishly monstrous genius. Over 20 years ago, he had only been a talented third-grade divine runic master. But after just a mere 20-some years, he was able to create the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol that not even Shadow Overflow was able to unravel. There was absolutely a secret hidden on Lin Ming's body. However, even though Suya made repeated assurances, her senior apprentice brother turned a deaf ear to all of this. Junior apprentice sister, you have become obsessed with phantoms. I do not agree with you lending out these points. Stepping back, even if Lin Ming could really use those 20 divine runic symbols to earn back the points, Honorable Master will still punish us because we arbitrarily used the points he gave us for buying the white birch spirit root for other purposes. This is a grave crime that you are committing. As Suya's senior apprentice brother was speaking, Lin Ming suddenly smiled. Thank you, Miss Suya, but the auction for this violet gold spear has yet to end, thus the auction of my divine runic symbols must be after the violet gold spear. Mr. Song, do you think you can arrange it for me? Lin Ming said, turning towards Songwon. Songwon narrowed his eyes as he looked at the divine runic symbols in Lin Ming's hand. Although he could feel that there was something extraordinary about them, he thought the entire situation was absurd. Even if he knew about the nirvanic tribulation flame symbols, no matter how heaven-defying Lin Ming's new divine runic symbols were, it was impossible to sell 20 of them for several hundred millions of points. After all, they were only 5th-grade divine runic symbols. Little brother Lin. Songwon had a look of embarrassment on his face. He was afraid that Lin Ming was too overconfident in his abilities and had set the base price for his divine runic symbols too high. If no one were to end up bidding on them, then that would truly be a joke. Lin Ming naturally knew what Songwon was thinking. He smiled and said, Mr. Song, feel relieved that I am not just auctioning these 20 divine runic symbols. I am also auctioning promissory notes for more. I can sell hundreds or even 1,000. Whoever is willing to purchase in advance, whoever pays. As Lin Ming spoke, many bidders almost fell off their chairs. Promissory notes? Purchase in advance? For several 100 million points to only buy a promissory note? Who did he think he was? Only an idiot would buy these. Since this auction first began, no one had ever heard of taking money first to buy a promissory note. Chapter 1634, 1.99 billion. Chapter 1634-01. 99 billion. Lin Ming's repeated requests and conditions caused even Songwon to frown. This was an extremely large transaction, and many people were still unfamiliar with Lin Ming's name. Even in the world of divine runic arts, Lin Ming wasn't a widely known individual. Outside of that, almost no one knew of him. A junior that was less than 100 years old, and who only had a divine lord realm cultivation, actually wanted to sell promissory notes in advance. Just who would believe him? Lin Ming simply didn't have any credibility built up at all. In this situation, who would buy the empty promises of a junior for 700 to 800 million or even a billion points? Suya, did you hear him? He wants to sell a few promissory notes. Do you still believe him? How will he do that? It's possible that the Divine Runic Masters Guild doesn't even allow an auction item, like that on the auction stage, to sell promissory notes for 1 billion points. He is taking us all for fools. Suya's senior apprentice brother felt that Lin Ming had gone crazy. However, Suya tried her best to show a calm expression. So what if it's a promissory note? Did you forget that when Lin Ming requested to borrow 800 million points from the Extreme Star Holy Lands, we still lent him money all the same? That is completely different. We had already obtained the 2000 Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols by then, and we also know who Lin Ming is. Do you think these other influences here know just who Lin Ming is? If points are so easy to obtain, then I might as well write up a promissory note myself and write 10 Empyrean spirit treasures on it and see just who will buy it. After randomly lending 1 billion points, it wasn't a surprise that Suya's senior apprentice brother was so agitated. In fact, Suya's heart was rapidly beating like a drum solo right now. Lin Ming actually dared to sell promissory notes at Divine Rune City's grand auction. This was truly an unprecedented event that would likely not be copied in the future. As Suya was lost in thought, she felt an icy cold gaze land on her, causing her to shiver. She turned to see that the one sending her a chilling gaze was Duke Fullmoon. At this time, Duke Fullmoon's face was grim and cold. As he looked at Suya, the previous hints of appreciation and desire in his eyes had disappeared and were replaced by a gloomy killing intent. If it weren't for Suya appearing from nowhere, Lin Ming wouldn't have had the chance to compete for the violet gold spear with him. Because the auction for the violet gold spear had already started, Lin Ming's auction of his divine runic symbols wouldn't yet begin. It was unknown whether or not it would be carried out. If Lin Ming said that he would sell those divine runic symbols for 1 billion points, who would believe him? Without genuine financial support, Lin Ming wouldn't be able to randomly shout out whatever price he wanted to. Let alone Duke Fullmoon opposing this, not even the Divine Runic Masters Guild would approve. This was a great taboo of the auction house. But it just so happened that at this time Suya offered to lend Lin Ming 1 billion points, allowing him to continue competing. This meant that Duke Fullmoon would have to bleed even more. How could Duke Fullmoon not hate Suya for this? Suya, how ruthless of you! I've treated you so well, and yet you've done this to me. Duke Fullmoon's Arctic sound transmission echoed in Suya's ears. Suya's heart skipped a beat. She quietly responded, I apologize deeply, Duke Fullmoon. I received an extreme star command that ordered me to support Lin Ming with everything I could during this auction. I had no other choice but to comply. Suya's response was quick. She came up with a reason and pushed all responsibility onto the Extreme Star Holy Lands and showed an involuntary expression. Even though Duke Fullmoon had a deep background, he still couldn't do anything to the Extreme Star Holy Lands. Suya's words left Duke Fullmoon in half belief and half doubt. Had Lin Ming's value already risen to such a degree? He silently flew back to his VIP suite. His dire expression scared junior apprentice Sister Qing, making her keep silent without saying a single word. She knew that the current Duke Fullmoon was already enraged to the limit. He could even strike out and kill people at any moment. Like this, the auction for the violet gold spear continued. Suya and Lin Ming both began moving back to their rooms. As Lin Ming was turning around, Suya looked at him with deep and trembling emotion in her eyes, her voice exhausted and enchanting as she said with a sound transmission, Sir Lin, to help you win this violet gold spear I have paid a price in blood. Not only have I offended Duke Fullmoon, but I even must fear the potential punishment of the palace master because I arbitrarily used the funds he gave us to purchase the white birch spirit root. In the future, you must repay me. Although Suya's breathy words seemed suspect, Lin Ming knew that what she said was true. Even Lin Ming thought that Suya had been too reckless in helping him. These 2 prices she had to pay were indeed heavy. However, even though Suya had made such a great bet, the truth was that she didn't know that Lin Ming had no intention of buying the violet gold spear to begin with. He was only doing this to trick Duke Fullmoon. Thinking of this, Lin Ming awkwardly rubbed his nose. He couldn't help but wonder, just what would Suya say once she realized this. However, with a new actor like Suya entering the field, he could continue wildly shouting out any price he wanted. This also meant that Duke Fullmoon would think he absolutely wanted to win this spear. Suya was returning, but her senior apprentice brother didn't intend to yet. Lin Ming saw the increasingly poor complexion of Suya's senior apprentice brother and said, "This friend, there is no need for you to worry about this matter. You only need to pretend as if you are willing to lend me 1,000,000,000 points so no one questions whether I can continue competing for this violet gold spear. If my promissory notes do not sell, then later you do not need to lend me anything. At that time, the Divine Runic Masters Guild will only punish me and not you." Lin Ming's thoughts on the matter were extremely clear. As Suya's senior apprentice brother heard this, he was startled. He looked at Lin Ming with surprise. Indeed, as long as they just made the gesture of lending the points, then it would be fine. Like this, no one would question whether or not Lin Ming had enough points, and the remaining risks would all be taken by him. If Lin Ming wasn't able to pay the points later, then they could simply ignore him. The only loss to them would be a little bit of their reputation. Although Suya's senior apprentice brother didn't believe that Lin Ming's promissory notes could sell at such a ridiculously high price, he didn't doubt Lin Ming's skill. To lose a bit of reputation to win over Lin Ming, that was completely worth it. Thinking of this, he nodded and agreed to lend Lin Ming 1,000,000,000 points. Seeing Suya's senior apprentice brother considering the situation again and again before nodding, Lin Ming felt it somewhat funny. He didn't think that something as minor as this auction for the violet gold spear would actually stir up such a giant commotion. But since the play had already begun, it would be a waste to not bring it to its end. With so many actors joining in on this play, wouldn't it be an insult to their superb performances if he didn't thoroughly damage Duke Fullmoon's finances? Thus, before Lin Ming returned to his private room, he asked the auctioneer Song-won, "Mr. Song, is it my turn to make a bid now?" Song-won was stunned for a moment before nodding. Because of Duke Fullmoon's question just now, the auction for the violet gold spear was temporarily suspended. But now that Sir Lin has borrowed 1,000,000,000 points, you naturally have the qualifications to continue bidding. Great! Lin Ming faintly smiled. He looked towards Duke Fullmoon's direction and said, "Duke Fullmoon, since you increased the bid by 200 million just now, then let me express my gratitude and increase the bid by 200 million again. 8 billion. Lin Ming's voice was light. He spoke as if these 8 billion points were nothing but a drop in the bucket to him. Express his gratitude. He increased the bid by another 200 million. This tone could simply aggravate one to death. If one didn't know of Lin Ming's current situation, they might think he had 10 billion points to spend. In the VIP suites, as Duke Fullmoon heard Lin Ming's voice, his complexion darkened and his lungs nearly exploded with rage. Shouting out a new bid was fine, but Lin Ming had to use such an indifferent tone like he didn't care at all. In this, Duke Fullmoon couldn't compare. It was impossible for him to remain calm at 8 billion points. This was 200 million points higher than his original limit for the violet gold spear. At this time, all of the bidders in the arena looked towards the luxury suite that Duke Fullmoon was situated in. They were waiting to see whether he would increase the bid or give up. Guest number 36 has bid 8 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid a higher price? Songwon asked as per usual, looking through the entire audience. Although he asked everyone, the truth was that his question was only for Duke Fullmoon. His voice was also much more restrained. In truth, there was no need to sound passionate and stir up a frenzy, because Duke Fullmoon's rage had been ignited and he couldn't be any more passionate or frenzied. Duke Fullmoon was so mad his intestines twisted in his stomach. He wished that he could cut up Lin Ming to tiny pieces. And at this time, whether he wanted to or not, it was impossible for Duke Fullmoon to retreat. This was not a question of face or pride, but because he really did need this violet gold spear. 8 billion and 20 million. Duke Fullmoon grit his teeth. Even just adding 10 million caused Duke Fullmoon's heart to drip blood. All of this was thanks to Lin Ming. 82 billion. Is there a higher bid? Songwon looked towards Lin Ming's room. Without missing a beat, Lin Ming said with a devil-may-care attitude, 99 billion. When Lin Ming's new price erupted, let alone Duke Fullmoon, even the entire arena audience was left shaking in their seats. Lin Ming put out a bid of 99 billion, and the meaning behind it was extremely clear. Many people believed Lin Ming had 2 billion points to begin with, and with Suya lending him $1 billion, this was 3 billion altogether. With 1.01 billion deducted from the auction of the nameless ancient pill, this meant that Lin Ming had 99 billion left. In other words, Lin Ming putting out this bid was to say that this was all he had. He was telling Duke Fullmoon that if Duke Fullmoon had the resources to overcome this bid, then the item was his. This move was sufficiently ruthless. Many people admired Lin Ming's courage and boldness. If the average person borrowed 1 billion points, they would be greedy and fearful in case they couldn't return it. But as for Lin Ming, he spent these borrowed billion points as if they weren't even money. Even the 2 billion points of wealth he accumulated before were freely spent. To shout a bid of 99 billion without even blinking an eye, just who could match this daring? Almost 2 billion, this is incredible. Whether or not this Lin Ming is a madman, he'll become famous today. Normally, it was amazing for an Empyrean spirit treasure to be sold for 1 billion points. Now one was being sold for twice the price. If it were an Empyrean buying it, then it wouldn't be a problem at all. But in most situations, only a world king would buy an Empyrean spirit treasure. For a great world king to buy an Empyrean spirit treasure, they would nearly lose all of their assets to do so, much less this was twice the normal price. Chapter 1635 Auction of the Heavenly Fire Symbol. Chapter 1635 Auction of the Heavenly Fire Symbol. Big Brother Lin, you've put up all of the money you have, aren't you scared that Fly won't follow you? Xiao Maxian asked Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission. She knew that Lin Ming was trying to con Duke Fullmoon, but since Lin Ming had put forth such a high price now, she feared that Duke Fullmoon wouldn't follow up with another bid. If so, Lin Ming would have struck himself in the face. Lin Ming laughed. I really am a little scared, but Duke Fullmoon is too obsessed with winning that spear. He shouldn't be too fearful of following up. 2 billion, when compared to the 1.6 billion he was willing to pay before, is only 400 million more. Lin Ming believed that since Duke Fullmoon was willing to shout out 1.6 billion to buy the violet gold spear, then he should definitely have more than 1.6 billion in wealth. He definitely had the resources to follow up with 2 billion. But before this, in order to buy that spear at the price he wanted, Duke Fullmoon didn't even hesitate to offend the Divine Runic Masters Guild. This proved that Duke Fullmoon had an unsurpassed desire for the violet gold spear. Stepping back, even in a worst-case situation where Duke Fullmoon no longer bid, Lin Ming still found it acceptable if he won the violet gold spear. This spear could indeed be extremely useful to him, and Lin Ming could rapidly earn the points needed for it. 99 billion, is there anyone willing to place a higher bid? Songwon shouted out. His voice remained calm and unfrenzied, because there was no need for him to stir up the current tense situation. Everyone looked towards Duke Fullmoon's VIP suite, many of them sympathizing with him. This damned madman! Duke Fullmoon gripped his fists together as if he were crushing something in his palm. As Lin Ming thought, his total wealth did exceed 2 billion, but he had other uses for it. If he were to spend it all on the violet gold spear, then he would really lose everything. 99 billion going once. Song Wen began to count down. Even the worldly and sophisticated Song Wen really thought that Lin Ming wanted to buy the violet gold spear. In truth, he was also rooting for Lin Ming because Lin Ming was a part of their Divine Runic Masters Guild. But as the auctioneer, he needed to follow rules and make sure each countdown lasted for at least 5 breaths of time. 99 billion going twice. Song Wen trailed off. At this time, a somber voice sounded out from Duke Fullmoon's room. 2 billion. In shouting out this price, Duke Fullmoon seemed to have exhausted the last dregs of his strength. For this spear he had really used up everything. However, when comparing spending all his money to losing the violet gold spear, losing the violet gold spear was absolutely a greater attack on Duke Fullmoon. He could slowly save up his wealth, but if he missed out on obtaining the best result he could in the final trial, that would have a direct effect on Duke Fullmoon's strength and future. Hearing Duke Fullmoon shout out this price, Lin Ming grinned. In this battle between Lin Ming and Duke Fullmoon to see who could con the other, Lin Ming had thoroughly won. This was not because Lin Ming was smarter than Duke Fullmoon, but because Lin Ming accurately predicted that Duke Fullmoon had to obtain this violet gold spear no matter what, while not needing the nameless ancient pill. As for Duke Fullmoon, he only knew that Lin Ming needed the nameless ancient pill. He didn't know that Lin Ming didn't have any interest in winning the violet gold spear. Thus, Duke Fullmoon was doomed to be the one cruelly swindled by Lin Ming. At this time, a woman's voice echoed out in Lin Ming's ear. Sir Lin, he really did bid 2 billion. If you wish to bid further, I can lend you some more points. This was Suya's sound transmission. After Lin Ming had revealed himself to the public, he didn't reactivate the isolating array formations around his room, so it was easy for Suya's voice to penetrate into his quarters. Lin Ming smiled. No need. I never planned on buying the violet gold spear to begin with. 2 billion points should be the limit. If I bid again, then Fullmoon really might give up. After the dust settled, Lin Ming had no need to hide anything from Suya. From start to finish, his voice remained calm throughout, as if he hadn't been in a dramatic auction that involved 2 billion points but was only playing a little numbers game. Suya nearly choked on herself as she heard Lin Ming's response. After being stunned for a long period of time, the normally elegant Suya lost her demeanor and stammered out, You are trying to trick Duke Fullmoon? She didn't dare to believe that Lin Ming would make a bluff of 99 billion points just for tricking someone. Wasn't he afraid that Duke Fullmoon wouldn't follow him? But the reality was that Duke Fullmoon had fallen for the bait and had been thoroughly ruined by Lin Ming. In addition, Suya also felt a tad aggrieved. She had withstood a tremendous deal of pressure to lend 1 billion points that Lin Ming actually didn't need. Hearing Suya's awkward reaction, Lin Ming chuckled. I apologize, Miss Suya. I didn't anticipate that Duke Fullmoon's response would be so intense that he would actually label me a bid manipulator and even involve you in the mess. But since things already happened, I figured I might as well continue until the end. As Lin Ming spoke, Suya actually laughed. She had no idea why she was laughing, but she continued laughing for a long period of time. Then, she blinked her eyes and said, Is this considered you owing me a favor? Lin Ming's froze. If Miss Suya needs help in the future, then I will surely help as long as it is within my ability to do so. At this time, Song Wen had already counted to 3. The violet gold spear was successfully won by Duke Fullmoon. Hearing Song Wen announce the end of the auction, Duke Fullmoon let out a long breath of relief, feeling weak throughout his body. This was a purchase that involved a massive amount of his total wealth. But in the end, he had been the one to win. He shakily stood up, slowly wandering towards the windows and looking out in the direction Lin Ming was in. Lin Ming seemed to sense this and looked towards Duke Fullmoon. In contrast to each other, Duke Fullmoon was the victor. Although it was a bitter and hard-fought victory, he was still the one who won. He wanted to temporarily suppress the pain in his heart and put on a victorious pose. But just as Duke Fullmoon was almost prepared to smile, the touch of a smile froze on his face. He saw Xiao Maxian appear from behind Lin Ming. Compared to the relatively indifferent expression on Lin Ming's face, Xiao Maxian was giggling as if she could barely contain her mirth. Her two shiny canines, beneath the lights of the magic arrays, shimmered like diamonds. This caused a bad premonition to rise within Duke Fullmoon's heart. Xiao Maxian's smile was filled with an unmistakable taunting, as if she were laughing at an idiot. Then, Duke Fullmoon saw Xiao Maxian's cherry-red lips move as she uttered words. Even though she was silent, with Duke Fullmoon's eyesight he was able to clearly read her lips. She was saying, "You stupid dead fly, congratulations for spending 2 billion points on an inferior item with defective runes. If you need to fix the heavenly Dao patterns in the future, then our Lin Ming will surely be willing to help you. The fee isn't too expensive, and we'll make sure that you are satisfied with the service." Listening to these words, Duke Fullmoon felt his blood bubbling within him. His mind was overcome with a daze as he nearly fell over. Defective? Duke Fullmoon didn't believe Xiao Maxian's words. The violet gold spear was already confirmed to be an Empyrean spirit treasure. How could the weapon that an Empyrean spent so much time and effort to raise be a defective item? However, whether or not Xiao Maxian's words were true, Duke Fullmoon had almost affirmed that Lin Ming never wanted to buy this violet gold spear to begin with. He had simply been tricked. Realizing this point, a brilliant killing intent burst out from Duke Fullmoon's eyes. However, standing not too far away from the increasingly gloomy Duke Fullmoon, Xiao Maxian was smiling, extremely happy and pleased with herself. Lin Ming reluctantly pulled on Xiao Maxian's hand and simultaneously activated the room's isolating array formation, cutting off the murderous gaze of World King Fullmoon. He used his finger to tap on Xiao Maxian's nose, jokingly saying, "You really are too childish. Are you not happy unless you tell him off? Well, this is enough for now. He was a mad dog originally and now he's been upgraded to a crazy wolf." Although Lin Ming's words seemed as if he were admonishing Xiao Maxian, his smile clearly indicated he wasn't scared of Duke Fullmoon's revenge. In the past, when Lin Ming was only a small figure at the Hotian realm, he had caused Xian Wuji, the ruler of the South Sea Demon region, to vomit blood in anger. Afterwards, when he was at the Life Destruction realm, he had been targeted by Yang Yun. Even when he flew up to the Divine realm, he had ruined the great world King Tian Mingzi's hand at the Divine Sea realm. All of the opponents Lin Ming offended in the past had been far more powerful than he had been. And these people had all been slowly killed off using various methods. Now that Lin Ming faced Duke Fullmoon, who he wasn't much weaker than, he simply didn't care at all. After being admonished by Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian only laughed out loud once more. She clucked her tongue and said, "Hey, if we didn't tell that big head what happened, then how would he be angry at us? Otherwise, that idiot might have thought he profited here." The auction continued on. Lin Ming closed his eyes in meditation. Following this, there weren't any items able to arouse his interest. The last auction item for this first round of the auction event was a set of Empyrean Spirit Treasure flying swords. Empyrean Spirit Treasures were rare, and a complete set of Empyrean Spirit Treasures was even rarer. This set of flying swords had a total of 7 swords and was bought at a final price of 2.8 billion by 3 great world kings working together. Compared to the violet gold spear, this wasn't much more expensive. This caused Duke Fullmoon to be even angrier at what happened. Like this, the first round of the auctions ended. From start to finish, the two Empyreans hadn't bid on anything at all. It was clear that none of these treasures were able to arouse their interest. The most valuable items of the first auction round had been Empyrean spirit treasures and pills. Even that final set of flying swords wasn't too tempting to an Empyrean. What an Empyrean was mostly interested in was rare and precious materials and heavenly treasures. After the first round of the auctions ended, Lin Ming found Song-won and requested that he place the heavenly fire symbols up for auction. To sell promissory notes, if it were an ordinary person who suggested this, Song-won would have already told him to screw off to the far edges of the world. But Lin Ming was different. He had considerable status in the Divine Runic Masters Guild, and everyone could see that he had an extremely bright future awaiting him. It was possible that he might even become the next president of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Towards this type of person, Song-won could only give them a little leeway. Moreover, the heavenly fire symbols that Lin Ming put forth were apprised by several divine runic masters, and when it came to the runic patterns within, they could only sigh as they didn't understand many parts of it. Without a doubt, the heavenly fire symbols that Lin Ming took out were extraordinary. After combining all of this together, Song-won finally reluctantly agreed to allow Lin Ming to auction off the 10 finished heavenly fire symbols. If the final price of them surpassed 40 million, then he would allow Lin Ming to auction off promissory note. This was to avoid everyone making a joke of Divine Rune City's auction. And Song-won had one final condition. This was that the promissory notes couldn't have a base price. In other words, the base price had to be 0. Chapter 1636 Test. Chapter 1636 Test. To have a 0 base price on promissory notes, the truth was that Divine Rune City didn't want the associated infamy. The general meaning of it was that all transactions for this auction were completely voluntary. The base price would be set to 0, and whoever wanted to bid could bid whatever they wanted, and the Divine Rune City auction house would take on no responsibility for this matter. Although the Divine Rune City auction didn't publicize the auction of the promissory notes and had no intention of doing so, they had still made it explicitly clear that the auction of the promissory notes would not take place if Lin Ming's 10 heavenly fire symbols sold for less than 40 million. Even so, news of this auction still spread through the city. Moreover, this news spread like wildfire. Many martial artists and many influences learned that the Divine Rune City auction, which was famed throughout the entire Inner Azura Road for having anything up for sale as long as one had the money, was actually selling promissory notes. Moreover, what left one dumbstruck was that the person selling these promissory notes was a Divine Lord Realm Jr. who was less than 100 years old. And this Divine Lord Realm Jr. also didn't have any great influence backing him. He was nothing but a loner, and although there was said to be an amazing master standing behind him, this master had never appeared. He had seemingly produced a mysterious divine runic symbol and was considerably well known in the world of divine runic art. But outside of this small community, there hadn't been anyone who had heard of him. If such a junior were to write down a promissory note and sell it, then others would definitely say that whoever bought this promissory note was an idiot. If one could sell empty promises at an auction, then they too would want to do the same. They could write down a promissory note for 10 Empyrean spirit treasures, 10 transcendent divine pills, or even 100 7th-grade divine runic symbols, and would they be able to sell this note for 10 billion points? Many other colleagues in the auction industry were waiting to have a good laugh at Divine Rune City auction house's expense. The business of auction houses was highly competitive. The more transactions an auction house had, the more sky-high prices they could sell items for, then the more clients and bidders they could attract. Clients would always want to go to an auction house that would auction off their items at the highest price possible. There were many auction houses that could find buyers but not a source of goods. Divine Rune City Auction House was extremely reputable, and even if other auction houses worked together and hired a batch of bid manipulators, they still couldn't shake the iron-fisted monopoly that Divine Rune City Auction House held over the auction business. And now, these other auction houses were all waiting for the Divine Rune City Auction House to fail. However, no matter what the news was or how many people were waiting to see this bumbling failure occur, the second round of the auctions began on time. This time, there were even more bidders on the scene. Many people heard about the sale of promissory notes and wanted to join in on this new experience. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian had already entered the auction arena earlier. As they were about to enter their private room, Lin Ming could feel a swift and violent cold light shoot towards them. Lin Ming turned to see Duke Fullmoon appearing like a vengeful ghost in the windows of his VIP suite. The light inside his room was dark, causing Duke Fullmoon to look especially grim and ghostly. This stupid fly also came early. But he's already gone bankrupt, so what's the point of putting on airs? Xiao Maxian pouted her lips, speaking with disdain. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He's also representing his sect to purchase items, so he likely still has many points in his hands. Lin Ming didn't bother with Duke Fullmoon and went straight to his private room. As he flew up into the skies, many people were looking towards him. By this time, Lin Ming had already become famous. Today, if he could sell the heavenly fire symbols for at least 40 million, then he would be able to accomplish the unprecedentedly magnificent feat of selling promissory note. But if he sold the heavenly fire symbols for less than 40 million, he would become an utter joke. The first item in the second round of the auctions was 10 Zenith Black Level God Runes. Zenith Black Level God Runes were necessary materials for crafting 7th grade Divine Runic symbols. There were even some peak 6th grade Divine Runic symbols that required Zenith Black Level God Runes. Thus, these 10 Zenith Black Level God Runes were in high demand. In the end, they were bought by a peak 6th grade Divine Runic Master in the VIP suites. Following that, all sorts of different items were sold. At the 6th auction, Songwen calmly took out a jade box. After opening it, one could see 10 light and thin symbol papers within. These were Lin Ming's heavenly fire symbols. During the previous round of auctions, Lin Ming had taken out the heavenly fire symbols once, thus many people were able to recognize what these 10 symbol papers were. It's here. Haha, to sell promissory notes, I came today just to watch this event. He's been crazy after thinking of money too much. To think he actually dares to sell promissory notes. All of these words came from spies sent from other auction houses in the inner Azura Road. Now they mixed themselves into the crowds of bidders, and their mission was to gather as much information as they could so they could later propagandize this ridiculous matter. Towards these people beneath the arena stage that had ill intentions, Songwen ignored them all. He indifferently said, "Ladies and gentlemen, these are 5th grade Divine Runic symbols, heavenly fire symbols produced by a young and rising talent of my Divine Runic Masters Guild. In the last round of auctions you all saw that these were not ordinary heavenly fire symbols. These heavenly fire symbols have undergone many improvements and their effects are far superior to normal. For these 10 heavenly fire symbols, the base price is 20 million points and each increase cannot be any lower than 1 million points." Songwen lightly spoke these words that had no persuasive power at all. Young and rising Divine Runic Master, many improvements, effects far superior to normal, all of these words seemed untrustworthy to the audience. And the most absurd point was that these 10 5th grade Divine Runic symbols were being sold for a total scam price of 20 million points. 5th grade Divine Runic symbols usually sold for tens of thousands, and buying 10 of them for 1 million points was already a tremendous loss. Yet, Songwen listed the base price of these 10 Divine Runic symbols as 20 times that ridiculous price. Setting up such a starting bid was simply a death wish. Many people were looking to see which idiot would bid on these. However, Songwon didn't start the auction. Rather, he pressed some switch on the auction stage, and with a loud rumbling sound, the entire auction stage was split apart as the ground sank in. At the same time, a massive black altar slowly rose from the ground. This black altar was an array formation. Its use was to test the various characteristics, might, and attributes of a divine runic symbol. In the Divine Rune City auction house, sometimes there would be special divine runic symbols sold. At this time, these divine runic symbols would need to be tested in order to demonstrate the various aspects of a divine runic symbol. Whoo! With a powerful grinding noise, the array formation activated. The entire altar was shrouded in a shimmering white light. A chubby old man with a white beard guffawed as he hopped onto the altar. This old man was no one else but Lin Ming's old friend, Old Shui. At this auction, Lin Ming specifically asked Old Shui to test the divine runic symbol. Chapter 1637 – A Heavenly Fire Symbol. Chapter 1637 – A Heavenly Fire Symbol. Old Shui's appearance immediately attracted the gazes of everyone present. Who is that old man? Most of the audience didn't know who Old Shui was. He is Elder Shui of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, a 6th-grade Divine Runic Master. The reputation of a 6th-grade Divine Runic Master was irreproachable. To have a 6th-grade Divine Runic Master test a 5th-grade Divine Runic symbol, this left everyone waiting for the results with wide eyes. Although they didn't know if these 5th-grade Divine Runic symbols could sell for tens of millions of points, if Lin Ming had dared take them out in this auction, then they should be spectacular. At this point, Songwon took out a soul crystal and placed it in the eye of the testing array formation. In that instant the brilliant light around the altar became even more blazing, shooting up into the world like a column of evanescent light, scattering out everywhere. The auction arena was extremely broad, but after the array formation on the auction stage activated, the dazzling light covered the entire auction hall arena. This was a titanic illusory magic array. Once it started, every person within the auction hall arena would fall into the illusory magic array and would find it difficult to discern between reality and illusion. Boom! The scenery in front of everyone suddenly changed. What entered the eyes of everyone was an endless sea of green foliage that stretched to the furthest horizons. They were surrounded by dense grass that brushed against the waste, vast and limitless. Every guest in the auction house, including those in the ordinary rooms and VIP suites, instantly arrived in an ancient primal grassland. Here, the scene was like the endless great desolate that parted the inner and outer Azura Road. And within these grasslands the earth began to tremble. From far away, one could see massive forms appear on the horizon. These forms were like mountains as their vague figures solidified as they closed in. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As these giant monsters approached, the audience discovered they were all vicious beasts. Their bodies were as heavy as mountains. Every time they stepped forwards the ground would shake like a beating drum, incomparably horrifying. That is a deep blue crystal beast. I heard that 2 Divine Lord squads from the Blue Lotus Holy Lands perished, and it was likely they encountered a deep blue crystal beast. Seafall beast. Mystic thunder beast. That is a golden phoenix crow. It is a variation god beast that has existed since ancient times and is said to be able to contend with a great world king and emit true essence heavenly flames. As each vicious beast appeared, they were soon identified by the audience. With each new creature that arrived, the audience became increasingly pale. These vicious beasts were all found within the Great Desolate. In particular, the giant golden phoenix crow, whose wings blocked out half the sky. As the audience saw this beast, their complexions became even uglier. Although everyone was well aware that these vicious beasts were only phantoms produced in the illusory magic array, each one of these phantom beasts had extraordinary strengths. Each bidder was able to clearly perceive the aura of these vicious beasts. They could judge that these vicious beasts were not superficial fake. Rather, by relying on the accurate simulation of the large-scale array formation, the defensive powers of these vicious beasts were almost the same as in reality. Elder Shui, please test the divine runic symbol. Song Wen was a bit surprised as he saw that Elder Shui had stepped forth to test the divine runic symbol. To ask a divine runic master like Elder Shui to personally test his creation, Lin Ming must be confident in his works. Elder Shui nodded and happily took a divine runic symbol from Lin Ming, who had already flown down from his room. He asked, "Before the test begins, are there any special instructions you need to tell me?" Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, "During the test it's best to be careful. When the input of power reaches through the 2320th tiny rune, increase the flow of energy. The effect will be much better." 2320th tiny rune? Elder Shui was startled. After a brief pause he nodded. Standing on the side, Song Wen's complexion immediately changed. Although he didn't understand how to draw up divine runic symbols himself, he was still the president of the Runic Pill Trading Organization. Even if he had never eaten pork meat before, he would still know how a pig ran. He had seen 6th grade divine runic symbols before, and the average peak 6th grade divine runic symbol would have around 1500 tiny runes, yet this mere 5th grade divine runic symbol had over 2000 tiny runes. It seemed this heavenly fire symbol was well worth anticipating. However, the spies that came from other auction houses, as long as they understood even a little about divine runic arts, were surprised by Lin Ming's words. Shadow Overflow frowned. This brat, the divine runic symbols he drew up were always so ridiculous. I want to take a good look and see just what sort of effect a divine runic symbol with so many tiny runes will have. Judging the value of a divine runic symbol, especially an extraordinary divine runic symbol, was an extremely complex and burdensome process. The average person only knew whether a divine runic symbol was strong or weak, and that was by looking at its grade. But when looking at those especially amazing divine runic symbols that had special effects, although the grade of the divine runic symbol was important, it wasn't the most important factor. The reason that Elder Shui agreed to help Lin Ming and test out his divine runic symbol was the shockingly special nirvanic tribulation flame symbol that Lin Ming produced before. He wanted to see what was so special about this new divine runic symbol. Like an entertainer preparing his show, Elder Shui began to take out all sorts of strange magic tools and array discs in front of everyone. One of these magic tools was a set of black gloves, knit with mysterious silken threads. "I shall begin." Elder Shui nodded towards Lin Ming. As Song Wen heard this, he drew some circles in the air. Then, ripples began to appear in the void. Thick and viscous bubbles surrounded everyone, covering them within. The reason for this was that there was always some risk that came with testing a divine runic symbol. As the auctioneer here, Song Wen had to minimize all chances of an accident occurring as much as possible. Once all the preparations were complete, Elder Shui no longer bothered with the others. He completely immersed his mind into the 5th grade divine runic symbol in his hands, carefully filling it with his energy. Looking in from the side, as Lin Ming saw old Shui earnestly testing his divine runic symbol, he felt a bit unsure in his heart. Although he was confident in the improved heavenly fire symbol that he created, the true might and value of it would depend on the actual results of this test. Everyone's eyes focused on Elder Shui's body, all of them waiting with breath abated. They were all aware that if this test wasn't a joke, then they would be witnesses to the birth of a miracle. As Elder Shui was inputting his energy into the improved heavenly fire symbol, his complexion began to gradually become more dignified over time. After such a long period of time, there was actually no movement from the heavenly fire symbol. Shadow Overflow grinned a gloating smile. Smelly brat, this time it was his turn to suffer. But that gloating smile soon froze on his face. Deep in concentration, Elder Shwe flicked a finger upon the divine runic symbol, seeming as if he were pulling out a string. Then, a blazing red trail of fire rushed out from the divine runic symbol. This power of fire flew in the skies like a phoenix, a beautiful vision in the air. Suddenly, the surrounding space seemed to bubble up like boiling water. Shadow Overflow felt that something wasn't right. At this time, 5 of the giant vicious beasts that Song When created suddenly started rushing towards Elder Shwe together. Deep Blue Crystal Beast, Bone-Devouring Beast. These are all peak Holy Lord level beasts, even beasts that approach a World King. With these several vicious beasts together, even an ordinary World King would feel fear. As the vicious beasts wildly rampaged forwards, the entire audience could feel a dreadful pressure. Even if they knew these vicious beasts were formed by the illusory magic array, their aura was still horrifying. This was also the fierceness of an auction house's array formation. This array formation could be called the most realistic simulation testing array within the entire inner Azura Road. At this time, a brilliant light exploded from Elder Shwe's eyes. The heavenly fire symbol in his hand suddenly scattered out. With a loud rumbling sound, a pillar of flames shot into the skies, forming a mushroom cloud as a sea of flames surged out in all directions. As a vicious beast broke into the midst of these flames, it suddenly emitted a miserable howl. Another pained howl sounded out from a different direction. Everyone turned towards this cry. As their eyes focused on what was happening, all they saw was a column of flames shoot straight into the sky. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, the vicious beasts that seemed as if they could tear open the heavens were drowned in this sea of raging flames. At a speed visible to the eyes, these vicious beasts were slowly charred into a pile of skeletons. The people looking on were panic-stricken. For a time, the entire arena was left silent, without a single word spoken. The only sound was the tumbling waves of flames burning in the distance. Even the earth below was melted away into shining lava, shimmering like metal. It was like an apocalypse of heavenly flames had descended from above. Shadow Overflow's eyes nearly popped out of his socket. Even a lofty and conceited dark divine runic master like himself, one of the giants of the dark world, was shocked by this scene. Is this really the might of Lin Ming's 5th grade heavenly fire symbol? He clenched his fists together. After the shock passed, an unexpected surge of bitterness and jealousy filled his heart. He feared that even a medium 6th grade heavenly fire symbol might not possess such might. A 6th grade heavenly fire symbol was one produced by a world king. A peak 6th grade divine runic symbol was one created by a great world king and could be used to contend with great world king enemies. Xiao Maxian also gripped her fists tightly, her smile as beautiful as a fire. Her cute canines glittered beneath the light of the raging flames. With this, all of the worries in her heart disappeared, replaced with nothing but pride. As she looked at Lin Ming with both eyes, her eyes shined like little stars. After some time, the shocked people began to regain their composure. But, before they could say anything, a deafening phoenix cry filled the air. Everyone was stunned once again. Above them, the skies suddenly turned overcast, dimming down to shadows. They looked up and nearly cried out, "The hell?" That golden phoenix crow couldn't resist waiting and was rushing out. Seeing the golden phoenix crow diving downwards, many people paled from fear. Then, another strange sound caught everyone's attention. They saw the raging sea of flames that scorched those 5 vicious beasts to nothing begin to stir up once more. The flames wildly burned, revitalized with new life, as they began to swallow all of the power of fire from within 100 miles. Every pillar of flames danced like flame phoenixes in the skies, their strength amazing. Within this cataclysmic crimson sea, a brilliant runic symbol shined like a star from within the center of the seething flames. This was the 5th grade heavenly fire symbol that had just been used. The heavenly fire symbol actually reformed itself. This powerful heavenly fire symbol, can actually reform itself and be reused. At this time, even Elder Shui, who was responsible for the test, couldn't help but cry out in praise. Chapter 1638, Fire Symbol Reborn. Chapter 1638, Fire Symbol Reborn. Old Shui could clearly feel that the newly reformed heavenly fire symbol contained an even more terrifying strength. Before this, Old Shui hadn't discussed matters with Lin Ming, so he didn't know what revisions Lin Ming had done to this divine runic symbol. What he wanted was to experience a pleasant surprise during this test. Thus Old Shui had agreed to test this completely unfamiliar heavenly fire symbol. Old Shui had originally seen the miraculous might of this heavenly fire symbol and thought this was the change that Lin Ming had made, and that with such an abnormal increase in its strength, it was impossible to increase the number of times it could be used. He never thought that Lin Ming could modify two aspects of the divine runic symbol. This was extremely abnormal. The surrounding audience also saw the heavenly fire symbol reform itself in Elder Shui's hand. They weren't able to respond for some time. In their eyes, a divine runic symbol was a one-time use item. As for the divine runic symbol in Elder Shui's hand, it was just something that had a similar appearance. For instance, there were some one-time use array discs. After these array discs were used, they wouldn't shatter, but everything within would be destroyed, leaving it as nothing but an ornament. As everyone was thinking this, from high up in the sky, that golden phoenix crow could clearly feel the threat of the burning hot flames beneath it. It was different from those other vicious beasts. This golden phoenix crow was a master in manipulating fire energy. With a cry that refused to admit inferiority, the wings of the golden phoenix crow erupted in flames as it went hurtling downwards. Old Shui laughed. He poured his energy into the heavenly fire symbol that had just experienced a nirvanic rebirth, quickly galvanizing the 2,000+ tiny runes. In that moment, the divine runic symbol emitted a blinding light. Beneath the stunned gaze of everyone, the already used heavenly fire symbol evaporated once more in a 100-foot-high sea of raging flames. Within these flames, there seemed to be a phoenix being reborn. Its body was surrounded by flames hot enough to melt divine gold, and with a resonant cry it swept towards that golden phoenix crow. Bang! The two divine birds formed from the extremes of the power of fire violently crashed into each other, both leaving a burning red tunnel in their wake. A massive shockwave erupted out from where the two divine birds crashed and spread out through the world. In the aftermath, waves of flames struck the ground, creating tyrannical flame tornadoes like red dragons shooting to the heavens. Finally, the collision between the golden phoenix crow and the heavenly fire symbol became increasingly intense, forming a sea of flames around them. But at this time, in this desperate battle, the heavenly fire symbol was able to incredibly swallow the power of fire, growing larger and larger, becoming increasingly solid as it dripped lava from its body. In the increasingly lopsided battle, the power of fire was being rapidly drained and annihilated from the golden phoenix crow's body. Bang! With another loud explosion, the most dense power of fire around the heavenly fire symbol formed into a flaming meteor that viciously smashed into the golden phoenix crow. The golden phoenix crow was a fire-attribute vicious bird beast, and yet at this moment a gaping hole was formed in its body. With a devastating cry it flapped its massive wings, whipping up a hurricane as it fled to the heavens. As everyone saw this, all of them were left petrified. The golden phoenix crow, with strength comparable to a world king, was actually severely wounded by a peak 5th grade heavenly fire symbol. In other words, this heavenly fire symbol could threaten the life of a world king. The newly reborn heavenly fire symbol can display a strength even greater than the first time. Elder Shui was astonished. Although he had great hopes for Lin Ming's heavenly fire symbol, these hopes had now become a great surprise that far surpassed his imagination. And in fact, when Lin Ming created these heavenly fire symbols, he had used Xiao Moxian's nirvanic flames, joining the rules of a phoenix nirvana into the heavenly fire symbol itself. After many rounds of experimentation, he had finally been successful. A phoenix went through 9 nirvanas, becoming more powerful after each one. Similarly, this heavenly fire symbol would become stronger after every use. Of course, it was impossible for the increase in power to be as terrifying as that of a true phoenix's nirvana. For a time, the entire auction arena was left in utter silence. Everyone's eyes were wide open and their throats twitched. Completely forgetting the amazing fact that this peak 5th grade heavenly fire symbol could severely wound a world king spirit bird, just the fact that it could be used at least 2 times was more than enough to leave everyone dumbfounded. Moreover, the second use was even stronger than the first. As everyone was at a loss for words, at this time the flames howled in the skies once more as they gathered together. Countless azura heavenly Tao lines danced in the center of the flames. Within several breaths of time, these flames reformed into a divine runic symbol. This divine runic symbol lightly fell into Elder Shue's hand. What? It fused back again? There's even a third time. The bidders present were all greatly experienced individuals, but yet today's heavenly fire symbol completely surpassed their comprehension, appending everything they knew. This caused their minds to shake and to be left utterly speechless. This heavenly fire symbol, how many times can it be used? Many people realized that if the heavenly fire symbol could reform a third time, then perhaps it might even be able to reform a 4th or 5th time. For a time, the eyes of everyone in the audience were focused on Lin Ming. Elder Shui let out a heavy breath and said, "Hey brat, be honest with me, how many times can this heavenly fire symbol be used? Don't tell me that it's over 10 or even dozens of times." Elder Shui joked. This heavenly fire symbol was vastly different from the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. The amount of energy consumed was far too great. If it were able to be used several times, then that would truly be heaven-defying. Lin Ming stood at the balcony of his room and chuckled. "Elder Shui, you're being a bit too dramatic here. How could it possibly be used that many times? The heavenly fire symbol I drew up contains the fires of a phoenix nirvana. My original intention was to copy the nirvana of a phoenix and have it be reborn 9 times in a sea of flames. However, it's a pity that my skills are too crude, so I was only able to reach 6 or 7 times in the end. If someone who doesn't understand the divine runic arts were to use this divine runic symbol, then they might not even be able to use it 6 or 7 times, but only 5 times. And, according to the user's cultivation, every 1 or 2 times they use it they must resupply it with energy." Lin Ming shook his head, as if he were feeling regretful he couldn't perfectly fuse the rules of a phoenix's 9 nirvanas into the heavenly fire symbol. However, Lin Ming's regretful tone and motions left everyone speechless. If this was called crude skills, then how could anyone still live? "Smelly brat, you calling your own skills crude is the same as slapping me in the face," Old Shui mockingly scolded. Seeing Lin Ming awkwardly cough and about to apologize, Old Shui waved his hands and said, "It's fine, I don't need you to pretend to apologize. Speak honestly. This heavenly fire symbol, after being used, will it be stronger the next time?" Let alone Old Shui, everyone in the audience realized this point. Everyone's ears pricked up as they leaned forwards to listen to Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded. "Yes, just like a phoenix going through their nirvana, every time the symbol is reborn it will be stronger. At the last use, the heavenly fire symbol's potency will increase, just less than 30%. This is enough to cause severe wounds to a world king, but a great world king won't be threatened at all." Lin Ming had only produced a peak 5th grade divine runic symbol. In order to severely wound a great world king, that would require a peak 6th grade divine runic symbol. With Lin Ming's current strength, he was still far from being able to contend with a great world king. After listening to Lin Ming explain all the different characteristics of the heavenly fire symbol, the entire arena was left silent except for the occasional gulp. Even Song-won, who had seen countless treasures before, was shocked. He looked towards Lin Ming with respect in his eyes. With his status and age, he had never looked towards a junior with these eyes before. Junior apprentice, sister. I was a fool. Looking at the might of this heavenly fire symbol, it would have been well worth it to lend Lin Ming 1,000,000,000 points. My mouth was too greedy. Suya's senior apprentice brother gripped his fists as he recovered from his daze. If he hadn't prevented Suya from lending 1,000,000,000 points just now, then he would have gained a massive advantage from that investment. In the end, the whole lending scene had been nothing but an act. Although Lin Ming hadn't lost anything, it was not the same as honestly placing his bet on Lin Ming. As Suya's senior apprentice brother thought of this, he regretted his decision until his intestines turned blue. A rare opportunity was placed right in front of them, and yet he had been unable to take hold of it. From this moment on, it was likely that Lin Ming would rely on the fame of this heavenly fire symbol to become even more famous. At that time, wanting to win him over would be vastly more difficult. It's no problem. Although it was only an act, Lin Ming promised he would help me. Suya faintly smiled, not blaming her senior apprentice brother. Her senior apprentice brother's reaction had been perfectly rational and was the way things should normally have been done. As some rejoiced, others despaired. In another VIP suite, Duke Fullmoon and Shadow Overflow's two faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. They were waiting to see Lin Ming make a joke of himself, but the end was that he had created a miracle. The power of this heavenly fire symbol was countless times greater than the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. This sort of divine runic symbol, how could it be transformed to such a degree? Duke Fullmoon gnashed his teeth. Beside him, Shadow Overflow remained silent. What was there to say? Anything he said right now would be nothing but an incoherent mass. In the Azura Road world, there was actually a 5th-grade divine runic symbol that was able to stir up so much attention. This far surpassed his imagination. From just the power alone, this 5th-grade divine runic symbol surpassed the strength of a general 6th-grade divine runic symbol. This Lin Ming was truly a monstrously talented freak of the divine runic arts. After the entire auction hall arena fell silent for half an incense stick of time, many people began to develop greedy thoughts. All of them were waiting for the auction of the divine runic symbols to begin. It had to be known that if a 5th-grade divine runic symbol had the strength of a medium 6th-grade divine runic symbol, then its strength far surpassed that of a 6th-grade divine runic symbol. A general 6th-grade divine runic symbol required one to be at least a half-step world king to use. And in order to display its full strength, one would need to be a true world king. But a peak 5th-grade divine runic symbol was different. A peak Holy Lord could display its strongest might. In other words, this sort of divine runic symbol would give a peak Holy Lord powerhouse the capital to survive in the face of a world king. If an enemy possessed a power that was able to severely wound someone, then even if that power could only be used once in a short period of time, that person would have to carefully weigh whether it was worth it to continue attacking. This difference in the restrictions for the heavenly fire symbol caused its value to rise several times over. Chapter 1639 or Doubts. Chapter 1639 or Doubt. At this time, the entire auction was stirred into a frenzy. Many people stretched out their necks, waiting for the sale of the heavenly fire symbol to begin. How come it hasn't started? I have to buy a heavenly fire symbol, no matter what today. A peak Holy Lord martial artist secretly swore to himself as he gripped his fist. He had a half-step world king blood enemy. If he had this heavenly fire symbol, then he would have the capital to take revenge. It wasn't just him who had this idea, but many others in the audience. At this time, many people who had mocked Lin Ming's 5th-grade heavenly fire symbols before were now eagerly waiting to buy one of them. There was also another group of people that were hoping to buy these 5th-grade divine runic symbols and then gather a team of researchers to unravel them. If they could somehow encounter a stroke of luck and crack open its secrets, then that would be worth a massive amount of wealth. Of course, if they knew the fate that had befallen Shadow Overflow, they might not have had such thoughts. Everyone had different thoughts, but without exception all of them were looking forwards to the auction of the heavenly fire symbol, a look of hope and greed in their eyes. At the same time, the suspicious and derisive color in their eyes had transformed into respect. The Azura Road was a world that revered the strong. If one displayed a mighty enough performance, a shocking enough performance, then one could earn sufficient respect. This was the fairest law of all. Songwon was happy to see such powerful divine runic symbols. But he also didn't forget what his responsibilities were. Elder Shui, can you judge the value of Sir Lin Ming's 5th grade divine runic symbols? Everyone calmed down, all of their eyes focusing on Elder Shui. No matter how powerful this 5th grade divine runic symbol was, the main purpose of this test was to evaluate its price. Elder Shui thought for a moment. Then, he slowly said, the potency is equal to a medium 6th grade divine runic symbol, but when factoring in its ability to rebirth itself as well as the lowered requirements for maximum use, its value far outstrips that of a normal 6th grade divine runic symbol by several dozen times. There has never been a similar case before this, so it is hard for me to put forth an accurate value. That will be something that must be determined through the auction. Dozens of times over a 6th grade divine runic symbol? Someone gasped, their voice shaking. If this were true, then many people present wouldn't be able to afford it. Songwon faintly smiled. He swept his eyes over the impatient bidders. Seeing the desire thick in their eyes, Songwon had already begun planning in advance. He struck his auctioneer mallet on the podium and then stretched out his words as he said, Sir Lin, our runic pill trading organization will purchase your 10 heavenly fire symbols. As for the price, that can be discussed later. As Songwon spoke, the entire arena hall was left stunned. Even Lin Ming was startled. He thought that Songwon was going to continue with the auction of the 10 heavenly fire symbols, but he never thought that the Divine Runic Masters Guild would want to buy them up instead. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that the Divine Runic Masters Guild wanted to buy these heavenly fire symbols to study and collect them? Lin Ming didn't believe that the Divine Runic Masters Guild, with its countless masters, needed to use these 10 heavenly fire symbols to fight off some enemy force. Moreover, without an auction, it would be difficult to set an appropriate price. After all, this was the first time this sort of heavenly fire symbol had ever appeared, so it was impossible to set a base price. Everything would have to be determined by the market. But as Songwon finished speaking, the arena hall actually exploded in rage. Are you joking with us? You had us watch this scene for half a day and now you aren't selling them? You motherfucker, I am going to buy a heavenly fire symbol no matter what, so what is the meaning of your Divine Runic Masters Guild buying anything? You had us watch this show and then came up with these tricks at the end. It's as if you think we are monkeys. Many of the martial artists present were rough desperados. After being stunned by Songwon's words, they became livid with anger. Martial artists often had short and explosive tempers. Once Songwon lost control of the scene, this would not be a joke. However, Songwon remained calm and composed as he faced this scene. He faintly smiled and said, Please be patient, everyone. I am not saying that there won't be any sold, only that these 10 finished divine runic symbols will not be sold. Didn't we say that there would be a sale of promissory notes? Those can be exchanged for the improved heavenly fire symbols produced by Lin Ming. If any of you wish to purchase in advance, then you may bid during the auction for them. What? The auction for promissory notes would begin like this? Many of those present were apoplectic with rage, feeling as if all of their blood was rushing to their head. The completed divine runic symbols wouldn't be sold, but the promissory notes would. They all had the impulse to rush up the auction stage and punch Songwon in the face. However, this was a seller's market and there was only one place to purchase these divine runic symbols, nowhere else. Even if the Divine Runic Masters Guild played this dirty trick and only sold promissory notes, everyone could only eat their dissatisfaction. Seeing the audience's reaction, Xiao Maxian's heart blossomed with joy. Hee, look at those snobby fellows who dared to look down on my big brother Lin. Now there's nothing to sell to them, and they can only pay in advance before receiving anything. This feels great. Seeing everyone's resentful expressions, Xiao Maxian couldn't help but gloat a little. And standing near Xiao Maxian, Lin Ming naturally didn't have these playful thoughts. Rather, he looked toward Songwon, trying to figure out what his intentions were. The more he thought, the more Lin Ming couldn't help but praise in his heart. This was truly a skillful move. If those 10 completed heavenly fire symbols were sold at the start, then because the quantity was too low, the ones buying them would mostly be peak Holy Lord martial artists. These people would buy them for their personal use. Because they didn't have much wealth, the price wouldn't be too high. And once they bought them, this would set an approximate base price for Lin Ming's heavenly fire symbols. Following that, it would be difficult for the auction of the heavenly fire symbols promissory notes to surpass this price. This was because in everyone's hearts, buying the finished product should definitely be more expensive. As for selling promissory notes, they would be cheaper. After all, this was the risk one paid for promissory notes. Thus, the sale of these 10 complete divine runic symbols would inevitably affect the auction of the promissory note. Once an approximate price was formed in everyone's mind, it would be impossible to sell for a sky-high price. It had to be known that these promissory notes would form the bulk of Lin Ming's income, and having such a situation would cause him to suffer a great deal. On the other hand, if the promissory notes were sold first and not the completed ones, then the promissory notes would sell for a great deal. This was the so-called hunger marketing strategy. Even though this was a simple matter, Lin Ming could sense how crafty and intelligent Song Wen's decision was. No wonder the Divine Runic Masters Guild would allow Song Wen, someone who wasn't a Divine Runic Master and who also had a low cultivation, to become the president of the Runic Pill Trading Organization. Everyone, let us begin the auction of Sir Lin's promissory notes. These promissory notes will be guaranteed with the reputation of my Divine Runic Masters Guild. Sir Lin, how many heavenly fire symbols do you plan on selling in advance? Song Wen slyly smiled as he faced Lin Ming. Facing the disdainful eyes of the crowd, Song Wen turned a blind eye to them all, and in fact became even more confident of himself. The main purpose of this treasure fair was to earn money. As the president of the Runic Pill Trading Organization, he had to place the duty of making money as his top priority. As for others looking down on him and cursing him in their hearts, he didn't bother caring at all. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes. He thought about the amount for the moment and then said to Song Wen, "First sell 500. I will place a soul mark on a divine runic symbol as a promise of debt, and when the time comes the person can exchange this divine runic symbol for the promised goods." Lin Ming's voice wasn't loud, but his words spread to everyone in the audience. 500 promissory notes. Everyone was stunned. Just how many points was this? This motherfucker, wasn't he earning points too easily? Moreover, if this concerned 500 promissory notes, then the final price would involve hundreds of millions and billions of points. This caused many people to almost faint from anger. If Lin Ming had said these words not too long ago, then he would have been called an idiot by everyone. But the current situation was different. After going through the testing array formation, everyone was able to see just how powerful this 5th grade heavenly fire symbol was. A 5th grade heavenly fire symbol was able to severely wound a World King level vicious beast. If such a thing were placed in a battlefield and used en masse. Thinking of this, some people began to stream with a cold sweat. Such powerful divine runic symbols, if an influence were to possess these items, then they would absolutely be weapons that could change the tide of a war. And the most important point was that these 5th-grade heavenly fire symbols had to be grasped in their hands. They absolutely could not allow enemy forces to obtain them. Many people realized this point. But with such a large transaction, and also buying only promissory notes, many people were lacking the confidence to bid on them. What if they couldn't cash them in later? This was not a small amount. Even an Empyrean Holy Land had to mull over this massive wholesale trade. As everyone was feeling faint of heart and wavering between bidding or not, a black-cloaked old man flew out like a ghost from the VIP suites. His long robes trailed behind him as he flew high into the skies above the arena hall. His entire body was covered in a thick black fog, hiding his appearance. He was Shadow Overflow. Shadow Overflow's appearance caused Lin Ming to frown. Although he didn't know who Shadow Overflow was, he knew that this fellow was the old man who always followed behind Duke Fullmoon and was extremely hostile to him. Shadow Overflow's appearance attracted everyone's eyes. Beneath his voluminous black cloak, Shadow Overflow's lips moved. His hoarse throat began to squeeze out words. I acknowledge that the might of these heavenly fire symbols is unparalleled. But because this is a massive transaction that has no real items and only promissory notes, I have my suspicions. Do these heavenly fire symbols originate from your hands? Shadow Overflow's words were forceful and menacing. As he looked at Lin Ming, the air between them turned cold. As this was said, many bidders frowned. They also had these doubts in their hearts. In truth, many of them also thought of this. They thought that these heavenly fire symbols were not drawn by Lin Ming but were obtained by him from some mystic realm, or perhaps they were inherited and there were only these 10 and no others. If so, then these promissory notes written by Lin Ming were nothing but pieces of scrap paper. As for the guarantee of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, so what? In truth, what Shadow Overflow was really saying was that he found this entire situation hard to accept. A young junior like Lin Ming had actually demolished him when it came to the divine runic arts. Not only did Shadow Overflow think this, but many other people skilled in the divine runic arts found it hard to believe that Lin Ming could have such attainments in the divine runic arts. It was simply unreasonable. The appearance of the black-cloaked man didn't surprise Lin Ming. Even if the black-cloaked man didn't appear, there would be someone else that stood up to question him. To sell promissory notes on the stage of the Divine Rune City auction house, and for an amount that would even give Empyrean Holy Lands pause, this was not an easy matter at all. The representatives of the large influences would be ruined if they were deceived. Lin Ming moved. His clothes fluttered as he flew through the air and fell atop the auction stage. He faintly smiled and said, "Since you have such doubts, how about I draw one in front of the audience?" Chapter 1640, Exposed. Chapter 1640, Exposed. As soon as Lin Ming finished his words, Shadow Overflow's lips twitched. He hadn't thought that Lin Ming would suggest such a thing. This sort of suggestion was simply being more courageous than the heavens. When a divine runic master drew up divine runic symbols, they usually did so in the peaceful environment of a divine runic room. Even then, there was a considerable failure rate. Moreover, this sort of improved heavenly fire symbol had over 2,000 tiny runes. The complexity in drawing one up surpassed the majority of 6th-grade divine runic symbols. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, what would Lin Ming do if he failed? If his mindset was poor, then he would panic after the first failure. Moreover, in order to draw up such a complicated heavenly fire symbol, it would require a massive amount of Lin Ming's soul force. Even if a peak 5th-grade divine runic master were to try, they could likely only attempt it once. If they failed, they would have to wait several hours for a second try, and the success rate would drop even lower. In this sort of situation, there was no divine runic master that would attempt to draw up a divine runic symbol that reached the limits of their skill in front of a giant audience. There was only a single explanation for this, and that was Lin Ming had reached an ultimate peak of confidence in his divine runic arts skills. If Shadow Overflow could think of this, so could the other divine runic masters in the audience. All of them were frightened by Lin Ming's words. He was simply being far too confident. Wasn't he afraid that he would fail? It seems that this heavenly fire symbol is really made by this brat. Shadow Overflow couldn't help but accept this blow to his self-confidence. But he didn't think that Lin Ming would dare to boast at such a time. But, suddenly, Shadow Overflow's originally gloomy and decrepit face suddenly lifted up with a bizarre smile. Hidden beneath the shadows of his black cloak, his eyes began to shine with a brilliant light. Although it may be true you drew up those divine runic symbols, you are far too young and far too arrogant and cannot stand others questioning you. However, what you don't know is that as a peak dark divine runic master, I have special methods to observe and copy the technique of other divine runic masters. If you draw up a divine runic symbol in front of me, then that is the same as revealing all of your secrets to me. Thinking of this, the avaricious greed in Shadow Overflow's eyes became increasingly thick. When a normal divine runic master drew up a divine runic symbol, they would always reveal some secret. And for these secrets, while orthodox divine runic masters might not be able to discern anything, if they were to be seen by a dark divine runic master, they would be far more easily understood. And Shadow Overflow was someone who was particularly skilled in this field. In particular, Shadow Overflow had already tried to unravel Lin Ming's nirvanic tribulation flame symbol before. At the time, Shadow Overflow had already obtained a thorough understanding of the tiny rune system and overall structure of the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. The only question that baffled him was how to fuse in the Azura heavenly Tao laws. Now, Shadow Overflow believed he would be able to find the hints to doing so by watching Lin Ming. Even if Lin Ming failed, Shadow Overflow would still be able to see many things. Moreover, he could even kick Lin Ming while he was down and send that brat rolling off a cliff. At this time, in the auction hall arena, there were many other dark divine runic masters that had the same thoughts as Shadow Overflow. These dark divine runic masters all needed to buy materials, so they definitely wouldn't miss Divine Rune City's treasure fair auction. Of course, they had hidden their status before entering. Some of these people had even been part of Shadow Overflow's team that tried to copy the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol. They all held the same thoughts that Shadow Overflow did in their hearts. Many of them were secretly celebrating this event. This bull-headed youth is far too hot-blooded and arrogant. He can't even withstand a few insults. To dare to draw up a divine runic symbol publicly, good. Very good. Haha, the master who passed down their inheritance to this brat must be feeling stupid. This brat wants to show off and even have a demonstration of his skills in front of everyone. He's just waiting for us to unravel his inheritances. Once we figure out how to create this heavenly fire symbol, we'll have our own open auction. At that time, not only will money be rolling in, but our futures will be limitless. Some divine runic masters thought. Their faces began to burn red with excitement and their breaths quickened. For a time, many dark divine runic masters reached out faint threads of soul force that lingered around Lin Ming. The frenzy in their hearts had been ignited by Lin Ming, and they were eagerly awaiting his performance. These dark divine runic masters that coveted the peak 5th grade heavenly fire symbol had to be at least peak 5th grade. In other words, a peak Holy Lord realm cultivation. Some of them were even world kings. These people observed Lin Ming's actions with their dark divine runic secret technique. They emitted their soul perception, taking note of his every movement. This was an extremely impolite action, but none of them were worried because their cultivations were far higher than Lin Ming's, and in addition to their unique dark divine runic techniques that spied on others, even if they were to spy on people with a similar boundary, they still wouldn't be discovered. If you can really prove that, then I will certainly believe you will honor those 500 promissory note. I have no problem with that. Shadow Overflow licked his withered lips, tamping down the excitement and hope in his heart. He agreed to Lin Ming proving himself by drawing up the divine runic symbol in front of everyone. Then hurry up and begin. Many people urged from beneath the auction stage. Many of these people were part of the ordinary audience who shouted out purely because they wanted to experience the birth of a miracle with their own eyes. But many of them were also dark divine runic masters hidden in the crowd. All right. Lin Ming languidly laid out a divine runic pen as well as a simple array disc commonly used to draw divine runic symbols. But he didn't immediately take out the materials. Rather, he stood there, his hands behind his back as he slyly smiled at Shadow Overflow. Seeing Lin Ming's eyes on him, Shadow Overflow felt his heart skip a beat. He didn't know why, but Lin Ming's eyes seemed to see through him, causing a chill to creep up his back. What are you? Shadow Overflow saw Lin Ming stare at him for several breaths of time, and faltered a little. He frowned. How come you aren't drawing the heavenly fire symbol? Were you just bluffing all this time? He was deliberately stirring up Lin Ming, but how could Lin Ming fall for this bait? Lin Ming suddenly smiled and stared at Shadow Overflow's obscured face. After a long pause, Lin Ming then slowly said, Yes, I do believe. I know who you are. Shadow Overflow never imagined that Lin Ming would say such word. His body shook and he nearly lost his balance as he floated in the air. His eyebrows wrinkled together. He pretended to be calm. I have no idea what you are speaking about. It's fine as long as you know who you are, isn't that right, Grandmaster Overflow? Lin Ming unhurriedly said without a hint of doubt in his voice. His lips curved up in a playful smile. With this, the entire audience was stunned. Shadow Overflow had risen to fame many years ago, and was far more famous and well-known than Lin Ming was. Even those that didn't belong to the world of divine runic arts knew the name of Shadow Overflow. Or better to say, they knew of his infamy. He was a notoriously cruel character, evil and vicious, a completely abhorrent person. Not only did he copy the divine runic symbols of others, but his character was poor and he was sinister and vicious, a bloodthirsty and lustful man. He plundered the proud young female disciples of small sects to use as his living furnaces, and killed off tens of millions of mortals as a sacrifice to refine his ghost streamer. In short, he was a man that stooped to any evils. It was also said he gathered thousands of proud women to establish his harem. Wherever he went he would have squads of golden-armored warriors following him, as well as dozens of charming maids. He would have flood dragons pulling his carriage, and spirit flower petals would sprinkle the ground ahead of him. This opulent transportation was just like a divine emperor traveling abroad. Towards this type of person, many people felt nothing but utter scorn. Shadow Overflow's complexion became increasingly ugly. He couldn't figure out how Lin Ming had discovered his identity. He had never met Lin Ming openly face to face, and even when they briefly bumped into each other, he had used all sorts of arcane techniques to conceal his cultivation and aura. In this situation, Lin Ming was still able to recognize him. Could it be that he had sensed his divine runic arts technique? How was this possible? He was only a divine lord and also a mere human, so how could Lin Ming discover his sense? Shadow Overflow could not believe this. And his guess was right. Lin Ming had discovered Shadow Overflow's dark divine runic arts technique. Lin Ming had inherited Torchriver's memories. Torchriver was not some good or righteous individual, and he also had an understanding of the spying arts of dark divine runic masters. As for Lin Ming, because he had a powerful soul force and he also cultivated the divine mist heart mantra, he had an extremely keen sense. He was able to instantly catch onto Shadow Overflow's spying sense and then contrast it with Torchriver's memories to understand what it was. A dark divine runic master that he couldn't see the cultivation of, they had to be at least at the 6th grade or peak 6th grade. Such a dark divine runic master was hostile towards him and had been targeting him from the very start of the auction fair. When all of these factors were combined, Lin Ming didn't need to be a genius to know it was that Grandmaster Overflow who had tried to rashly unravel his nirvanic tribulation flame symbol and had lost several hundreds of millions of points as a result. Seeing Shadow Overflow continue putting on an act at this moment, Lin Ming smiled and said, "Grandmaster Overflow, I've heard so much about your grand name before, but I must apologize for meeting you under such circumstances. I wonder, have you fixed those array discs you broke when you tried to unravel my nirvanic tribulation flame symbol?" Lin Ming's words were brutal enough, especially to be said in the presence of everyone. No matter how patient Shadow Overflow was, even he couldn't withstand such shame. The defeat of that research team was an eternal pain in his heart. Not only was it a loss of wealth, but more importantly a loss of his reputation and an impact on his confidence. From the depths of his soul, he wished that he could flay Lin Ming alive. And at this time, all of the other dark divine runic masters in attendance felt a foreboding premonition rise over their hearts. Seeing the situation turn bad, all of them withdrew the spying sense they had cast on Lin Ming and restrained their auras in fear of being discovered. But this sudden change left Lin Ming chuckling. He walked forwards several steps and swept his eyes over the entire audience. His eyes paused in several places before he slowly said, "I haven't even started to draw anything, so why would all of you retreat like this? Just now it seems there were 19 senses. I wonder if I missed any?" As Lin Ming spoke, all of the dark divine runic masters in the audience felt their hearts skip a beat, a cold sweat forming on their backs. They had stretched out their sense to peek at Lin Ming, but their sense had been noticed by him. It was just like a few thieves entering a mansion to steal some items. Even if they tried to cover their tracks, there would still be clues. Although they knew there were over a dozen some people that had also stretched out their senses, they couldn't affirm whether it was truly such a precise number like 19. Chapter 1641, Stay If You Want. Chapter 1641 is Stay If You Want. This boy, he was able to discover everyone looking at him, even the much stronger Shadow Overflow? How was this possible? If Lin Ming discovered these dark divine runic masters, that meant that this young junior far surpassed their attainments in soul force. Thus, it was no wonder that these dark divine runic masters began to drip with a cold sweat. This was too terrifying. They even suspected that Lin Ming was an old monster hiding in the body of a youth. At this time, Lin Ming flicked his hand and dozens of golden shining runes flew into the air. They scattered in different directions like a pack of homing pigeons, zooming to 19 different places where they paused in the skies. These people sat in ordinary seats and also in ordinary rooms, but without exception, all of them had a peak Holy Lord cultivation or above. As the audience saw the cultivation of these people, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They weren't idiots. With things having come this far, even those that didn't understand the divine runic arts knew what was happening. These people all spied on Lin Ming but were actually seized by him instead. And the key point was that if these people weren't holy lords, then they were world kings. Yet, their spying had been discovered by a simple divine Lord Realm Jr. Many people felt this was unbelievable. They stared at Lin Ming's dantian, wanting to see if they could find a clue, but without a doubt all of them verified that he was truly a middle divine Lord Realm martial artist. What was going on here? Is he some old monster in disguise? However, a great world king-level powerhouse shook his head and said, "No, only an Empyrean would be able to disguise their cultivation and skeletal age to such a perfect degree beneath the gaze of several hundred thousands of heroes. But an Empyrean would not do something so boring as to deceive a group of juniors. Not just that, but we even have 2 strong Empyreans personally attending this event, so wanting to fake anything in front of them is as difficult as ascending to heaven." The great world king's words were a confirmation of Lin Ming's cultivation and age. This left many people stunned speechless. And at this time, on the auction stage, Song Wen overcame his initial shock at Lin Ming's abilities. Slowly, his complexion became dark and gloomy. "Those 19 friends marked by runes, could you kindly stand?" Song Wen's voice was calm and filled with forceful aggressiveness. These dark divine runic masters, although they couldn't be seen in the light of day, were still people with status. They had never been treated like this before. No one moved. Song Wen thought little of it. He coldly coughed, saying, "You may be considered our peers, but I must apologize that we do not welcome your kind here. Our Divine Runic Masters Guild has always drawn a clear line with dark Divine Runic Masters." Song Wen's original intention was to protect Lin Ming and to prevent any secrets from his drawing of the heavenly fire symbol to leak out. But he never imagined that as he said this, Lin Ming would instead laugh and smile, saying, "Elder Song, there is no need to do that. As the saying goes, good relations always lead to wealth. Although I pointed them out, that doesn't mean I wanted them to be evicted. If they want to see, they can certainly stay and learn." "What?" Lin Ming's words left everyone dumbfounded, whether it was Shadow Overflow, the other dark divine runic masters, the audience, or Song Wen. Just what was Lin Ming planning? Well, however, Lin Ming suddenly changed his tone. "I do have a condition. I cannot allow them to freely stay for nothing. To those 19 dark divine runic masters I just marked, if you wish to stay then you need to pay a viewing fee of 30 million points. Of course, if I fail in drawing up my heavenly fire symbol, then the fee will be completely refunded." Lin Ming's words and actions left everyone panic-stricken. One person was 30 million, that meant 19 people were nearly 600 million. Wasn't this money just too easily earned? 30 million was not a small amount. Even the price for a VIP suite was 30 million, and that was something only a large influence like an Empyrean-level influence would pay for. As for World King-level influences, they would only rent out ordinary rooms. For instance, these dark divine runic masters were mostly in the ordinary rooms. Of course, the reason for choosing an ordinary room, besides cost, was also because they wished to remain low-key. 30 million points was also a price they could pay. Dark divine runic masters dabbled in transactions of the underworld, and all of them were fairly wealthy. Even so, they couldn't take out 30 million points without paying. That price would definitely leave them feeling a bit of pain. Hearing Lin Ming say such words, Elder Shui was a bit worried. He said with a sound transmission, "Lin Ming, don't be impulsive here. These dark divine runic masters have existed for billions of years and have an immeasurably long inheritance. The number of secret techniques they possess is incalculable. If you let them watch and mimic you, then that is too dangerous. If your inheritance was revealed." Old Shui was indeed concerned for Lin Ming. Lin Ming's inheritance was far, far too valuable. He feared that Lin Ming would be too confident in himself, because Shadow Overflow had failed in unraveling the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol before. After all, copying without seeing and copying with seeing were two completely different concepts. Before Lin Ming replied to Old Shui, Shadow Overflow smiled and said, "The newborn calf really doesn't fear the tiger. Not only do you not fear us copying you as we watch, but you even want to take our money. Interesting. How interesting. Good, I will put forth these 30 million points." With Shadow Overflow's wealth, he certainly didn't care much about 30 million points. But at this time Lin Ming suddenly sneered. He looked toward Shadow Overflow and spread his hands. "I'm sorry, but it seems you didn't hear me clearly just now. I asked those 19 dark divine runic masters that I marked to pay a 30 million viewing fee if they wished to stay and watch, but you are not included in those 19 people. If you want to stay, then the fee is a bit higher at 200 million. Whether you want to stay and watch is all up to you." "What?" Shadow Overflow nearly choked on himself. He glared at Lin Ming, hate thick in his eyes. What is the meaning of this? Lin Ming simply didn't bother with Shadow Overflow's sharp and cutting vision. He indifferently said, "This price is decided by me. If you don't want to stay, then I am not forcing you to. Grandmaster Overflow, you are already so infamous outside that you will surely be able to see more details than these other dark divine runic masters. If I do not charge you a higher fee, then it is not fair to any of them." "You!" Shadow Overflow's face turned red with rage. Even for him, taking out 200 million would be painful. Lin Ming's viewing fees were decided after calculating the net worth of Shadow Overflow and the other dark divine runic masters. It was a price that they didn't want to pay, but one that they weren't willing to refuse and give up on. At this time, Songwon stepped forwards. "Everyone, if you do not wish to pay the viewing fee, then I must ask you to leave. This Divine Rune City auction originally did not welcome the likes of you dark divine runic masters." Songwon also praised Lin Ming in his heart. This boy was truly not easy to deal with. If anyone underestimated him because of his age, then they would simply be stupid idiots. To draw up a peak 5th grade improved heavenly fire symbol under the gaze of the audience, to dare allow a group of peak 5th grade and 6th grade dark divine runic masters spy on the process, but to also sit back and receive money, this level of daring was not something an ordinary person could possess. Even an established 6th grade divine runic master like Elder Shui wouldn't be brave enough to do this. "Good. Good. Very good," Shadow Overflow repeated as he cast off his black cloak, revealing his old and withered face. His filthy eyes were currently shimmering with a faint blood-red light. "Then I will pay this 200 million. Shadow Overflow was stirred to anger by Lin Ming. At this point, it was the same as Lin Ming declaring war on him. A junior that wasn't even 100 years old was declaring war on the infamous Shadow Overflow. If he didn't dare to meet this challenge, then he would be made a laughingstock by everyone he knew. Shadow Overflow threw out a jade slip with 200 million points within. At the same time, from all over the arena, 19 jade slips flew up one after another, each one having 30 million points within it. Divine runic masters were proud and arrogant people, and even dark divine runic masters were the same. These people did not believe in superstitious nothings, they believed in themselves. Even if they couldn't unravel the heavenly fire symbol, they would still be able to see many things. This would be greatly beneficial to them in the future. With that, these 30 million points weren't wanted at all. Lin Ming received all of these jade slips and gave them to Xiao Maxian. Xiao Maxian looked at the shining point cards in her hands and put all the points within them in a larger contribution points jade slip. Feeling the contents of the large points jade slip rapidly grow, Xiao Maxian grinned from ear to ear. Big Brother Lin makes money far too easily. Let alone selling those heavenly fire symbols or selling those promissory notes, you have already earned 800 million. As the audience heard Xiao Maxian speak, they seemed to wake up from a stupor. Before this they had been laughing at the idea of Lin Ming selling promissory notes at the Divine Rune City auction, thinking he would make a joke of himself. But now, before the promissory notes were sold, he had already earned 800 million points. This amount of points earned in such a short period of time was far too abnormal. In the VIP suites, Suya spat out a light breath. She felt more and more that the youth on stage was unfathomably deep. She thought she understood Lin Ming, but the truth was that she never understood him at all. With every step Lin Ming took, she was always amazed by whatever astonishing matter happened next. 800 million points, that was the same as stealing. But this blatantly wild grab for money was completely justified. To have a group of dark divine runic masters and even the famed Shadow Overflow obediently fork over so much wealth, if Suya had only heard of this but didn't see it with her own eyes, she would think whoever said this was insane. Little Brother Lin, you may begin at any time. Songwon nodded towards Lin Ming. He was also curious where Lin Ming's self-confidence came from. There is no need to set up a temporary divine runic room. I have already sent people to bring over the required array discs. To refine divine runic symbols required all sorts of intricate array formations, otherwise Lin Ming's efficiency in drawing up divine runic symbols would be much lower. What's the point of having array formations? You have an old man here willing to be an assistant. Old Shui stepped forwards, taking the initiative to volunteer himself. The main role of an array formation was to help in processing materials. But no matter how good a 7th-grade array formation was in processing materials, it wouldn't be as good as having a real 6th-grade divine runic master. To have old Shui as an assistant, that was an absurdly luxurious matter. Many people who knew old Shui's status in the Divine Runic Masters Guild were left flabbergasted by this. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ming felt a warmth in his heart. He could feel Elder Shui's concern towards him. Drawing up a heavenly fire symbol wasn't easy at all. Without the support of large-scale, high-grade array formations here to support him, having an assistant here would save him a great deal of soul force and make it easier to draw up the heavenly fire symbol. Haha, what are you being so polite for? When the divine runic symbol is finished, you can just give me 100 million from those 800 million points you received just now. Old Shui laughed. Lin Ming choked on his words. This old man, he really wouldn't change no matter what. The truth was that to Lin Ming giving away 100 million wasn't a problem at all, but he knew that old Shui was in truth just joking around with him. Chapter 1642, Lin Ming vs. Shadow Overflow. Chapter 1642, Lin Ming vs. Shadow Overflow. Lin Ming took out a specialized divine runic table from his spatial ring as well as various piles of materials. As Lin Ming took out the materials, he no longer concealed any of his actions from the spying Shadow Overflow. Shadow Overflow's neck was stretched out like a rooster as he licked his dry lips. His complete focus was concentrated on Lin Ming's every move lest he miss a single detail. The materials he uses aren't strange. They are all materials required for drawing a heavenly fire symbol. There are also several more types, Shadow Overflow mumbled. They aren't too cheap, but they aren't too expensive either. Shadow Overflow instantly judged. At this time Elder Shui had already picked up some of the materials and began processing them with precise skills. He removed the inferior parts of materials and then broke them down. Lin Ming took out some 9-flame grass. His fingertips were like precise scalpels as he made an accurate cut on each blade of grass. His soul force merged into the 9-flame grass, immediately drawing out the essence of the juice. A strange tractive force emerged from Lin Ming's palm, cleanly pulling out every drop of essence juice. His fingers seemed to dance in the air, every movement he made like passing clouds and flowing water, smooth and clean, giving off a whole and balanced feeling. As they said, laymen watched for fun, experts watched for interest. In the eyes of ordinary people, Lin Ming's movements only had a faint aesthetic sense. But for some divine runic masters, the more they watched the more immersed they were. Without knowing it, they began to mimic Lin Ming's movements, drawing their hands in the void to capture the precise trajectories of his movements. They knew that these ghostly movements involved the subtle changes in angle and power of extracting the juices. These changes seemed ordinary, but there was actually a profound meaning behind them. Only these divine runic masters were able to sense some of the mysteries within. Shadow Overflow's face darkened. Just Lin Ming's movements in extracting the essence of the juice were enough to leave many 5th-grade divine runic masters red with shame. Drawing up a divine runic symbol was in many ways a form of art. Lin Ming focused all of his concentration into drawing the divine runic symbol. After completing the first step of extracting the essence of the materials, he directly stepped into the next stage. The divine runic pen dipped into the juice essence and drew a bright path through the air like a chain of stars. A brilliant soul force spilled out into the void, marking the juice essence. As Lin Ming began to draw up the tiny runes, he perfectly calculated every small change in his mind. These deductions were accumulated over the last several months. Even the slightest possible change was recorded in his mind. Now, all he needed to do was to perfectly display them. Every tiny rune was like a tiny flower that bloomed on his fingertips. Small lines of soul force appeared between the tiny runes, interspersed, connecting them together, revealing a sense of mystery and beauty. Even for those that didn't understand the divine runic arts, this was a shockingly beautiful scene. To think that the decidedly dull divine runic arts could be so enchanting. At this time, Shadow Overflow's eyes were fanatical. His body shivered as he held his breath and focused on Lin Ming's every moment, recording even the smallest detail into his mind. The other divine runic masters who had spent points all remembered Lin Ming's movements with everything they had. However, they discovered that they weren't able to follow him. It wasn't that they couldn't remember Lin Ming's movements, nor was it that they couldn't see the tiny runes he drew up, but because they didn't know what the meaning behind his drawing was. Even if they used all sorts of dark divine runic analyzing techniques, they still couldn't analyze just how these tiny runes were connected. Once they missed the tiniest detail, it was easy to be lost on every following stroke. Some dark divine runic masters had already begun dripping with a cold sweat. Lin Ming took a long time to draw up the heavenly fire symbol. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. This wasn't an easy process for Lin Ming. His forehead was dripping with crystal-clear beads of sweat. As for Xiao Maxian standing beside him, she didn't even dare to help wipe Lin Ming, lest she disturb him. After those several months of attempts, Lin Ming's chances of drawing up those 2 improved divine runic symbols had greatly increased. For the heretical god symbol, he had a 60 to 70% chance of success. As for the heavenly fire symbol, he had a 90% chance of success. A 90% chance couldn't be considered a guaranteed 100% success rate. But if Lin Ming revolved the divine mist heart mantra to the limit and didn't hesitate to consume every last bit of his soul force to draw up the heavenly fire symbol, then he could bring the success rate up to 100%. As the last tiny rune appeared in the void, the 2,000+ runes seemed to come to life. As they floated in the air, they looked like a galaxy exuding a vast aura of energy. A pitch-black power of fire submerged into the middle of the runes, carrying with it a strange aura of laws. This flame was the nirvanic flames that Lin Ming possessed. "Siener," Lin Ming said. In truth, he didn't need to say anything. Xiao Maxian was already transferring the nirvanic flames into him, where they gathered into the divine runic symbol. Xiao Maxian's nirvanic flames were far purer than Lin Ming's. This scene left many in the audience startled with amazement. This black-clothed young girl had followed Lin Ming everywhere. They originally thought she was only a flower vase that was there to look good, but they never imagined the flames she commanded could be so pure. Moreover, her attainments in the fire laws seemed to have reached the 7th level concept. This was a boundary that left many fire attribute world kings weeping with shame. And this young girl also seemed to be of similar age and cultivation to Lin Ming. Just what in the world was this? Wasn't this just a match made in heaven? This was too odd. At this time, Lin Ming's actions sped up. His hands left afterimages in the air as he fused tiny bits of pitch-black flames into the center of each rune. All of these runes seemed to have been gifted with life. A small dark phoenix was stored into each one, shaking as if they wanted to spread their wings and soar away. Dark flames jumped over all the runes, dancing amongst them. Everyone watched with bated breath, not even daring to blink their eyes in case there was the smallest change in the flame runes. Shadow Overflow watched all the more intensely. He even stopped breathing. The most critical time had come. What he didn't understand the most was how Lin Ming fused the Azura Heavenly Tao into the divine runic symbol. But now, Lin Ming was beginning this third step, the fusion of the Azura Heavenly Tao. Lin Ming flicked his finger and a deep blue god rune shot out. This was a rare blue soul-level god rune and one of the necessary materials. At this time, the Azura Heavenly Tao laws descended, drawing unbelievable lines in space. The path of these lines was elusive and unpredictable. Ordinary people only needed to glance at them a single time to feel dizzy. This is it. This is it. Shadow Overflow widened his eyes so much that they nearly popped out of their sockets. This was the moment he had been waiting for. But he was completely unable to understand the pattern of these laws at all. He wildly roared in his heart. At this time, a brilliant white light flooded out, covering Shadow Overflow's field of vision. Even so, he wasn't willing to close his eyes. He stubbornly persisted even as the light scorched him and his eyes turned blood red. This was a brilliance radiated by the Azura Heavenly Tao. Even a World King powerhouse would feel pained by staring into this light. As for a Divine Lord or Holy Lord Realm powerhouse that didn't understand the Azura Heavenly Tao, they might have simply lost their eyesight by now. Shadow Overflow's eyes began to drip blood. He naturally knew that these strange patterns were the true reason as to why Lin Ming's divine runic arts were so powerful. However, even though he used all the dark divine runic arts techniques at his disposal, even though his eyes bled, he still wasn't able to read the patterns or comprehend what was happening. How could this be? Where have I gone wrong? Shadow Overflow nearly went crazy as he tried to grasp something. However, time was rapidly passing. When that endless brilliant glory condensed together, it converged with all the strange heavenly Tao law patterns, condensing onto a single ordinary symbol paper. Heavenly Fire Symbol, complete. Lin Ming let out a long breath of relief. He had consumed a great deal of energy just now. In order to guarantee a 100% success rate with this heavenly fire symbol, Lin Ming hadn't held back any use of his soul force. This also made the heavenly fire symbol he just drew even more perfect. After finishing all of this, Lin Ming fell onto the divine runic table, propping himself up with his right hand. As for old Shui, he had already hurriedly received the divine runic symbol. Closing his eyes, old Shui sensed the runic structure within and sighed in praise. Good brat, this heavenly fire symbol is even better than the first one I used. Old Shui's words caused the audience to gasp in marvel. At this time, without saying a word further, Song Wen immediately activated the testing array formation. Even though no one suspected Lin Ming any longer, only by witnessing the truth for themselves could they be shocked. When the dreamscape of the Great Desolate appeared and the vicious beasts manifested, a dreadful explosion filled the air and roiling flames surged forth. Old Shui's actions were quick and decisive. He used the heavenly fire symbol that Lin Ming just made to burn down a World King vicious beast. This power was far too terrifying. It was even stronger than the first test. If this were used by a peak Holy Lord, then although the strength would be weaker than that displayed by Old Shui, as long as it struck it wouldn't be a problem to severely wound a World King. At the conclusion of the test, Old Shui glanced at Shadow Overflow with relish in his eyes. He cheekily grinned and said, I must say, Old Shadow, I think you nearly snapped your neck in half trying to get a good look just now. Tell me, did you discover anything interesting? Although Old Shui wasn't a dark divine runic master, he could tell from Shadow Overflow's grim complexion that he hadn't had any harvests at all. At this time, Shadow Overflow's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Shadow Overflow didn't say anything. He composed himself, deeply staring at Lin Ming, not bothering to conceal the deep killing intent in his eyes. Then, without further ado, he silently returned to his VIP suite. I won't see you off. Song Wen faintly smiled. He stepped onto the auction stage and loudly said, Everyone, the auction will begin soon. Little brother Lin. Of course. Lin Ming responded. He took out a special symbol and used a divine runic pen to leave behind a soul force mark. This mark had Lin Ming's unique soul fluctuations within it. It was impossible to fake. Song Wen used this light promissory note that Lin Ming just drew up and placed it on the auction stage platform. He said, "Everyone, my divine Rune City auction house will now auction off Mr. Lin's promissory note. If there is no objection, then we shall begin." Chapter 1643 Sky High Auction Bid. Chapter 1643 Sky High Auction Bid. President Song, hurry up with the auction. Sir Lin has already proven his strength. If he wishes to sell those promissory notes, then Setting Sun City's Far East family is willing to bid. I am Great Yang City's Ouyang Ho, I am also willing to. For a time, many people were shouting out loud, urging Song Wen to hurry with the auction. Seeing this, Song Wen faintly smiled. Since everyone feels this way, I won't waste your time with idle talk. The auction shall now begin. The base price is 0. Every increase in price cannot be less than 20 million. 0 base price. As Song Wen's voice fell, everyone was stirred into an uproar. Song Wen starting the base price at 0 was in order to have all the bidders lose any sort of standard in their heart. It was impossible for them to weigh the value of these 500 heavenly fire symbols. Like this, it was possible to produce a sky-high bid. On the other hand, setting a high base bid at the start would cause many people to lose all courage to bid. This would dampen the atmosphere and prevent the fiery competition required. This was the first time that Song Wen was auctioning promissory notes. Before this, he had never tried before. This was simply an amazing precedent, especially for the Divine Rune City auction house that was renowned throughout the entire inner Azura Road. If these promissory notes had sold for a low price, then the Divine Rune City auction house would be mocked by their peers. But now, it seemed the chances of that were extremely low. And once sold for a dramatic amount, Divine Rune City auction house would actually create a legend. 100 million! Someone shouted out from the lower seats. 150 million! 200 million! Just as that person finished bidding, another person immediately increased the bid. There were even several people shouting at once. As the auction started, many of the martial artists in the scattered lower seats were impatiently bidding. 100 million? 200 million? This is just a joke. The first person who urged President Song, Far East Miao from Setting Sun City, suddenly sneered. Lin Ming had just drawn up a divine runic symbol and had even received an 800 million advance to do so. Wasn't it just an insult to bid 100 to 200 million? At this time, Far East Miao stood up and loudly shouted, "My Far East family bids 3 billion. Those with different status and perspective often had decidedly different judgments. Many people in the lower seats were shocked. They had shouted out 100 to 200 million just then, but now someone had shouted out a bid of over a billion. This was just a bit too odd for them. 4 billion. An indifferent voice shouted out from the VIP suite. It was unknown who the bidder was. 5 billion. Suya's senior apprentice brother suddenly shouted after a moment of silence. The Extreme Star Holy Lands definitely wouldn't miss out on shouting a bid. As it was, they had already missed a chance to be on good terms with Lin Ming. After experiencing Lin Ming's monstrous talent in the divine runic arts, who would miss out on a second time? And what was even more important was that if they obtained these 5th-grade divine runic symbols from Lin Ming, the effects they would have on their war against the Heaven Strife Holy Lands would be immeasurable. Of course, Suya's senior apprentice brother knew that 5 billion was only the start. Wanting to buy these heavenly fire symbols with this amount was far from enough. 8 billion on the west side, a crisp voice sounded out from a mysterious VIP suite. As Suya's senior apprentice brother thought, 1.5 billion fell far short of being enough. At this time, no one in the lower seats was able to speak. This was now a battle between the VIP suites. The shouts of bids had already slowed down. It wasn't that 1.8 billion approached the upper limits of the heavenly fire symbol's value, but because many people in the VIP suites were using secret techniques to contact their headquarters. Of these people, many of them had tools similar to the 1,000-mile heartlink. As long as they were all in the same universe, they could contact each other no matter how far they were. High Elder, there is an urgent matter I must report to you. There is a talented divine runic master that has produced a batch of divine runic symbols. These are promissory notes. Don't be startled, please allow me to explain. Open the image transmitting array. I must transmit an image of the 5th grade heavenly fire symbol to the sovereign. I must ask the sovereign to authorize at least 2.5 billion points for us to bid with. When Old Shui tested the heavenly fire symbol, there was a good number of people who were interested and had recorded a phantom video with array discs. As multiple sound transmission stones lit up throughout the VIP suites, more and more influences joined in on the auction. I haven't even finished speaking with headquarters, and the bid has risen to 2 billion. These damned people! Suya angrily thought. She had just applied for 2 billion points with some difficulty, but just as she was about to call out a bid, the current bid had surpassed 2 billion. It seemed that even 2.5 billion wouldn't be enough. Junior apprentice Sister Suya, don't worry. The sovereign is already contacting several elders of the Heavenly Palace to have them help. Because of the war against the Heaven Strife Holy Lands, the sect reserves of the Extreme Star Holy Lands had nearly run dry. To increase the bid again, that would be with the elders taking out their own private wealth and adding it together. Once the sect regained their strength, these elders would naturally be repaid. As the bid climbed to 2.3 billion, the entire auction hall arena had calmed down. To bid 2.3 billion for promissory notes written by Lin Ming, this was simply a crazy scenario. 2.5 billion. Setting Sun City's Far East Meow shouted out between clenched teeth. However, even though he had tossed all his chips onto the table, he still wasn't able to stop the price from dramatically rising. And 2.5 billion wasn't even high enough to give Song Won a chance to start a countdown. At this time, Suya emerged from her VIP suite. She gracefully floated in the skies of the arena hall and clearly said, 2.6 billion. Suya had already applied for all the points she could. Originally, she thought that it was enough, but now she realized it wasn't. The points she had requested had all been reserved. If she had used too many, then they really wouldn't be able to win the White Birch Spirit route later. However, the Vice Palace Master had informed her that they could find other solutions to search for points for the White Birch Spirit route. Seeing Suya push the bid to nearly 3 billion points, Far East Meow's complexion changed. Even 2.5 billion wasn't enough to shake off these competitors. He had wanted to obtain these 500 heavenly fire symbols, no matter what, and had applied for a massive volume of points to do so. But he never thought that the auction battle for these promissory notes would intensify to such a brutal degree. He lifted his hand, wanting to bid once more. However, his hand was shaking already. This was not a small number. It wouldn't be something their Far East family would be able to easily withstand. He grit his teeth, wanting to raise the bid once more. But at this time, from the highest sections of the VIP suites, a dignified voice echoed out, 3 billion! This voice shocked everyone. They all looked towards the VIP suite that shouted this price, and as they did they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Those were the rooms of Empyrean Lionheart. Empyrean Lionheart had actually shouted out a price. Since the auction started, the two Empyreans here had yet to say a single word. It was clear that up until now, there was nothing that was able to arouse their interest. But now Empyrean Lionheart actually spoke for the first time, and his first words were to issue a mind-boggling bid. Before this, who would have thought that an Empyrean-level character's first words at the Divine Rune City auction would be to call out a sky-high bid, and all for the promissory notes of a Divine Lord Realm Jr. 3 billion. Hearing Empyrean Lionheart's voice, Far East Meow paled and slumped back into his seat. 3 billion was a bid that caused him to lose all heart to continue bidding. With the background of their Far East family, they had no qualifications to struggle with Empyrean Lionheart. To compete with an Empyrean, not everyone had the courage to do so. This was not just pressure that came from a high bid, but pressure that came from strength. How could common martial artists dare to struggle with an Empyrean? But at this time, from another VIP suite, Suya bit her lips. With an unwilling expression she took a deep breath and called out, 1 billion. This feminine voice had a powerful piercing strength, spreading through the entire audience. For a time, Suya caught the attention of everyone. The audience was shocked. This woman dared to challenge Empyrean Lionheart. At this time, Suya's milk-white breasts were violently heaving. Her back and her palms were both wet with sweat. To compete with an Empyrean was to directly face their majesty and dignity. This was an incredible level of pressure. 2 billion. Empyrean Lionheart spoke out again, raising the bid once more. 3 billion. Suya seemed to have been roused to anger. She refused to concede. Oh! Empyrean Lionheart's eyebrow arched up. He fell quiet for several breaths of time, and then his voice once again spread through the entire audience. 6 billion. Empyrean Lionheart had poured a powerful momentum into his voice, making anyone who listened feel afraid to disobey. As soon as this bid of 6 billion was called out, everyone in the audience felt their hearts shake. Suya was also pale white. Through today's sudden development she had been keeping in contact with the extreme star Holy Lands even as she engaged in a bidding battle with an Empyrean. She was already unable to continue. Junior apprentice sister, please give up. Don't fight anymore, we'll have more opportunities in the future. Suya's senior apprentice brother said, feeling a little bitter. At this time, Suya's cheeks were blushing red and she was dripping fragrant sweat. She bit her lips as if she wanted to bid again, but she didn't have the energy to break past the barrier of 6 billion that Empyrean Lionheart had set up. At this time, her eyes touched upon Lin Ming. Although his expression was indifferent, his lips still moved as he spoke two simple words to her. Suya was stunned. Lin Ming had said, "Don't worry." With these two simple words, Suya felt the tight pressure over her heart lighten. She knew that Lin Ming would certainly have another way to help her so that she wouldn't need to struggle with something she couldn't win against. Suya's heart warmed. Her nose burned just a little. "Thank you," Suya replied as she slumped down in her VIP suite. Even if Lin Ming didn't say anything, she truly didn't have the means to continue competing for the bid. 6 billion, is there anyone willing to bid higher? Song Wen's eyes flitted over the audience. His gaze stopped on the VIP suite of another Empyrean Minor Violet. However, this famous woman Empyrean had yet to say a single word. He counted down. No one challenged the current bid price. Then, I declare that Lin Ming's promissory note of 500 heavenly fire symbols has sold for 6 billion points. Congratulations to Empyrean Lionheart. Song Wen loudly proclaimed as he struck his mallet against the podium. At this time, even his hands were shaking. In Song Wen's life he had already presided over countless auctions. There were even many treasures he had auctioned off which sold for far more than 6 billion. But to auction a promissory note for 6 billion, that was definitely a first. That meant that on average, every heavenly fire symbol sold for 2 million. This was a truly mind-boggling price. By relying on these heavenly fire symbols, Lin Ming had drawn up a single one and had auctioned off 500 in advance for a total gain of 4.37 billion points. Earning this amount of points so quickly couldn't even be described as crazy. The final bid price of 3.6 billion left the entire audience stewing in silence for some time. After a while, there was a round of applause from the audience that originated from their innermost respect and shock. Afterwards, through the representatives sent to the auction by the various influences, this news spread out via a variety of means. If these were ordinary times, then people would suspect this was just some fake hype being created, or that the one buying was an idiot. But the final bidder to win was Empyrean Lionheart. Who would dare say that Empyrean Lionheart was an idiot? Empyrean Lionheart's judgment was far from what an ordinary person could compare with. Moreover, with the status of an Empyrean, how could they possibly work with an auction house as a bid manipulator? With this, no one dared to question the veracity of this news. The Divine Rune City auction had originally been under the attention of many people and had been a great topic of discussion. But after this event, it was like a wildfire had been set off. The one to sell the promissory note was only a human, Divine Lord Realm Jr. Not just that, but this Divine Lord Realm Jr. had drawn up a divine runic symbol in front of an audience of hundreds of thousands, including even Grandmaster Overflow and over a dozen other dark divine runic masters. And what was even more ridiculous was that not only did this Divine Lord Realm Jr. not fear these dark divine runic masters copying his techniques, but he instead forced them to hand over almost 800 million points as a viewing fee. From the complexions of Shadow Overflow and those dark divine runic masters, the audience had been able to speculate that they hadn't been able to learn anything at all, even after paying the fee to spy. This left many people even more panic-stricken, causing the news to spread further out. For a time, news of an Empyrean spent 3.6 billion points buying a promissory note, and a Divine Lord Realm Jr. spent less than a day to earn 4.37 billion points spread throughout the various intelligence networks. Many people spoke of this in restaurants and city squares. This news could be said to overwhelm the world. This also caused the popularity of this year's Divine Rune City auction to dramatically rise. Because of this news, many people began to rush towards Divine Rune City. Seeing was believing. All of them found it hard to believe that a Divine Lord Realm Jr. was able to accomplish such miracles. However, matters didn't end here. As everyone believed that the auction of the Heavenly Fire Symbol promissory note was the greatest and most explosive news of the Divine Rune City auction, and would even surpass all other news that the other surrounding auction houses would be able to come up with, the Divine Runic Masters Guild actually released yet another astonishing burst of news. It was that, in half a month, the creator of the improved Heavenly Fire symbol would hold an auction for another improved version of a divine runic symbol, the Heretical God symbol. As for this Heretical God symbol, its power even surpassed that of the Heavenly Fire symbol. All representatives of great influences were invited to attend the Divine Rune City auction. For a time, many great influences within the inner Azura Road began to stir. Even many Empyrean-level characters started to quietly enter Divine Rune City. Chapter 1644 Gathering of Greats. Chapter 1644 Gathering of Great. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, the treasure fair also auctioned off many valuable treasures, all of them triggering a wave of enthusiasm. But what people loved to talk about the most and what attracted the most attention was an auction that had yet to begin, the Heretical God symbol. Half a month ago, a Divine Lord Realm Divine Runic Master called Lin Ming had used an improved Heavenly Fire symbol and a promissory note for 500 Heavenly Fire symbols to create a miracle in the history of the auction hall. Now, just how amazing would this Heretical God symbol be, one purported to be stronger than the improved Heavenly Fire symbol? Nearly everyone's gaze was focused on the heretical god symbol that was soon to be auctioned. During the last auction, when the improved heavenly fire symbol had severely wounded a powerful vicious beast like the golden phoenix crow and had even reformed multiple times afterwards, the images of this event had been recorded in an array disk and spread all throughout Divine Rune City. Of those that saw the image recordings, all were left shaking. It wasn't just the inner Azura Road, but even some influences in the outer Azura Road had heard about this event and were quickly catching up. After the long wait of half a month, the hope and desire had brewed for so long that it was a volcano waiting to explode. On this day, the dappled sunlight was bright. The deep blue sky was as clear as a mirror, crystal bright and beautiful. From the moment that Divine Rune City lifted the guardian array formations that protected the city, all sorts of space channels opened up in the skies. Massive ships emerged from these space channels, all of them powered by potent energy crystals. Rumble! 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 The smallest of these ships was more than 30 feet high. They flew forwards like floating treasure palaces, emitting bursts of radiant light. The hulls of these ships were carved with images of phoenixes and dragons. Innumerable runes shimmered around them like a sea of stars. Holy crap, I fear that every single one of those ships is holding a sovereign-level character, incredible, too incredible. In the crowd of people, a visitor that came from outside of Divine Rune City stared up at the treasure ships in the sky, praising the scene. Sovereign. A local of Divine Rune City looked at this visitor with disdain in his eyes. This visitor's cultivation wasn't high, and he had only relied on a little bit of business sense to earn some money. Such a person didn't have status, nor did they have much respect. Each of those treasure ships is seating a concubine. They are the concubines of the ruler of Providence Edge Nation, Su Wuzi. What? Concubines? The visitor's eyes widened. He found this hard to believe. What's so strange about it? The one speaking seemed annoyed. Providence Edge Nation's ruler is an Empyrean that has been safeguarding the destiny of the nation for over 10 million years. He rarely leaves, but today he actually came to visit our Divine Rune City. It seems this year's treasure fair is becoming increasingly splendid. Empyrean. The visitor was panic-stricken. This was yet another Empyrean. The divine runic symbols that Lin Ming created were not of much personal use to an Empyrean. However, they were extremely useful to the influences that these figures raised. In other words, they were sharp weapons of war. And this auction of divine runic symbols would inevitably involve a large number of points. Only an Empyrean personally attending would be able to instantly increase the price as they wanted. Their subordinates wouldn't have the courage to do so. As the day of the auction neared, heroes gathered from all corners of the world. Large numbers of different races and clans rushed in like tidal waves. The flying castle added on 8 space channels constructed with top-quality space crystals. These space channels connected to massive sphere-like VIP suites within the auction hall arena. Looking up from the ground, it was like the floating castle had grown 8 long tentacles. At this time, within the entire castle, everyone's single seat and room was packed to the brim. Several items had already been auctioned at the start, but these items hadn't been able to stir up much of a wave. The atmosphere was extremely strange. There wasn't much movement originating from the VIP suites. A tall hourglass floated high in the sky. The yellow sand within rustled to the bottom, soon about to finish. Finally, within the many peaceful rooms, there was movement. Song Wen wore a meticulously prepared robe as he stepped onto the auction stage. He smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, you've had to wait a long time. The next auction will be for the heretical god symbols." Song Wen's voice was brief and potent. Although it was short and to the point, it rumbled through every corner of the castle, spreading into every room. For a time, the movements in the various rooms slowed down. The auction for the heretical god symbols was finally about to begin. Is this heretical god symbol even more powerful than the improved heavenly fire symbol? Many people thought, their eyes burning with a blazing light. Their eyes locked onto Songwon as he took out a gray spirit stone box. This heretical god symbol is known as being even stronger than the improved heavenly fire symbol? How is it stronger? Many people began to ask from the VIP suites. In truth, besides the Empyreans, although many people waddled over here like packs of ducks to join the auction for the heretical god symbol, almost none of them had hopes of successfully winning the bid. The previous auction for the heavenly fire symbol promissory note had already left them feeling powerless and frustrated. Moreover, this heretical god symbol was said to be stronger than the heavenly fire symbol. It was hard to predict just how high and terrifying the final bid price would be. Thus, most people came because they wanted to see the might of the heretical god symbol with their own eyes. Songwon had already expected this situation. He placed his hand on the spirit stone box and turned around to look behind. At this time, a black-clothed youth silently entered the auction stage from the back. His aura was restrained, his figure was tall and straight, and his steps were slow and steady, each step he took seeming to resonate with the heartbeats of those in the audience. This youth was Lin Ming. The one to personally test the heretical god symbol would be Lin Ming. Only by demonstrating the true potency of the heretical god symbol in front of everyone would the following bidding war be at its most intense. This was all in order to raise the final bidding price as much as possible. He is the creator. In the entire auction hall arena, many people recognized Lin Ming. As people recognized Lin Ming and pointed him out, Lin Ming could feel countless senses locking onto him from the VIP suites. In particular, several senses were as deep as the vast sea. Compared to those dark divine runic masters that spied on him just half a month ago, these senses were dozens and hundreds of times more terrifying. It was clear that the masters of these senses were supreme beings of the Azura Road, many of them being Empyreans. These senses did not offend Lin Ming, nor did they attempt to pry into the situation of his spiritual sea. Even so, they made Lin Ming's skin tighten as if the vision of these people was more than enough to lock him in place. Lin Ming didn't waste time. He rubbed his hands against the spirit stone box, tracing strange lines across the surface. The 7th grade divine runic box opened, revealing a simple blue divine runic symbol. As this symbol appeared, it brought with it an ancient and desolate aura, as if it weren't just drawn up not too long ago. What wonderfully mystical law fluctuations! Within a VIP suite, a terrifyingly strong old man lowered his hands, his fingers flicking back and forth so fast they created illusions. It seemed as if he were calculating the meanings behind these lines. However, the Azura Heavenly Tao Laws Tao patterns were left behind by the Azura Road Master. How could an Empyrean-level powerhouse hope to unravel their mysteries? No matter what this old man tried to calculate, the only result was a frown on this face. He was simply unable to understand what these lines meant. All he could conclude was that this was a special inheritance that Lin Ming studied. That powerful and mysterious master behind Lin Ming, just what sort of person was he? At this time, on the auction stage, Lin Ming held the heretical god symbol in his hands, all of his focus concentrated on it. His two pupils flashed with a blinding electric purple light. In the palms of his hands, pitch-black nirvanic flames slowly emerged, crackling as they burned. A vast and great aura emerged from the center of that symbol. The uniqueness of the heretical god symbol was that it simultaneously utilized the fire and thunder laws. And Lin Ming was the ideal candidate to demonstrate the powers of the heretical god symbol. The heretical god symbol was an extremely special divine runic symbol. Although its origins lay with the extreme dual polarity symbol, it had already become fundamentally different. It had all sorts of special effects. If other people tried to use it and didn't have Lin Ming's instruction and didn't learn the way to activate the heretical god symbol, they wouldn't be able to display any of its mysteries. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this divine runic symbol was the manifestation of Lin Ming's current highest level of skill. At this time, Song Wen activated the auction house's illusory magic array. Bang! The world trembled. At this time, the surroundings weren't the previous time's primal grasslands. Rather, it was an endless desert of yellow sand, bleak and dreary. Immersed in this world of yellow sand, everyone was focused on Lin Ming. All of them wanted to know just what was so special about this heretical god symbol that the Divine Rune City auction house had propagandized so much about. Chapter 1645 Offensive and Defensive. Chapter 1645 Offensive and Defensive. Deep in the yellow sands, one could see two faint tornado-like things sweep up into the air. In the depths of these yellow tornadoes, two eyes shined like lanterns in the dark. As the tornadoes appeared, one could see an approaching creature whose entire body was wrapped in thick earth-yellow scales, bizarre and otherworldly. That's a mystic yellow Tiho. In the audience, many people immediately recognized the vicious beast produced by the illusory magic array. The mystic yellow Tihu didn't possess a strong striking power, but its defenses were extremely formidable. Deep in the distant Great Desolate, there were powerhouses that used this vicious beast as a moving castle to lead their people around. The defensive capabilities of this creature were several times that of an ordinary world king. It even achieved the standard of a weak great world king. The Divine Rune City auction house was actually testing the heretical god symbol with this kind of vicious beast. If so, that meant they had full confidence in the strength of the heretical god symbol. Could it be that this heretical god symbol can injure a great world king? The entire audience fell quiet. Many people looked at Lin Ming with rapt attention, waiting for the answer to be shown. Lin Ming took up the heretical god symbol in his palm. Pitch-black flames and blazing purple thunder flashed together. At the same time, countless Azura heavenly Tao laws gathered together, connecting with the thunder and fire in Lin Ming's palm. Seeing as the power of thunder and fire fused together with the Azura laws, in that moment, Lin Ming's sense and the perception of time seemed to slow down to a crawl, like the slowly flowing grains of sand in an hourglass. Pulled up by Lin Ming's soul force, the heretical god symbol floated up in front of him. Lin Ming raised his left and right hands. Using his two index fingers, he pierced towards the heretical god symbol, causing two light ripples to spread out like a rock hitting a lake surface. His two pupils immediately flashed with a jolt of electricity that twined around one ripple. Then, a thin strand of black fire twined around the other ripple. In front of him, waves of substantialized soul force appeared. The two ripples began to twist in the air, as if they were being manipulated by an invisible hand, quickly twisting until they seemed like images of blooming flowers. The entire process seemed very slow, but it was also completed almost instantly. And just a few miles away from Lin Ming, at the edges of the desert, one could see those two faint tornadoes rolling towards him, leaving a swallowed world in their wake. As for Lin Ming, he remained motionless. All that remained in front of him were these two flashes of thunder and fire. The auction house's testing array formation was different from the rented testing array formation at the Divine Runic Masters Guild. The rented testing array formation was only an illusory magic array, but this one being activated right now was actually a true illusory killing array. If one stood motionless and allowed the array formation to freely attack them, then they would definitely be grievously wounded. What is Lin Ming doing? Has he not activated that heretical god symbol? That mystic yellow Tiho is about to trample over him. But as everyone saw Lin Ming control the faint circles of thunder and fire around him, and yet the heretical god symbol didn't activate, some people began to develop doubts. Just what was Lin Ming doing? If Lin Ming was luring the mystic yellow Tihu to close range before he detonated the heretical god symbol, then he too would be affected by the explosion if the beast was too close. Then, people watched as the mystic yellow Tihu crossed the 100-foot line from Lin Ming. That distance was the best chance to detonate the heretical god symbol. At this time, the two groups of energy around Lin Ming began to produce tiny patterns of energy composed of threads smaller than silk. These lines of energy pulled into the void, developing into numerous patterns. In just a twinkle of the eye, a series of thin energy lines spread out, surrounding Lin Ming. Moreover, these energy lines were all different from each other. They were energy patterns that those present had never seen before, and seemed to contain tens of millions of possible changes within them. Each energy line seemed to entangle with the others, inspiring more and more changes. In just an instant, half of these energy lines that were drawn out developed into threads of shining lightning, and the other half developed into glistening threads of fire, rapidly condensing into a red and purple two-colored array diagram. At this time, the tyrannical tsunami of sand that rushed over struck Lin Ming, but was completely submerged into the thunder-fire array diagram in his hand. Seeing this, Xiao Maxian couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Although she knew in her heart that Lin Ming was safe, she still couldn't avoid her heart clenching upon seeing such a sight. Bang! A massive explosion occurred. The mystic yellow Tihu with its incomparably firm body and its maximum velocity crashed into the thunder-fire array diagram. It was a meteor impacting into the earth. A powerful impact swept outwards, bringing up waves of yellow sand that were tens of thousands of tons heavy. This terrifying strength left the entire auction hall shaking. Everyone found it hard to remain still, and some of the weaker martial artists couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Lin Ming hadn't attacked from beginning to end. Instead, he used the thunder-fire array diagram to block the frontal dash of the mystic yellow Tihu. As the yellow sands settled, everyone saw that the mystic yellow Tihu had its head left blood-stained after colliding with the thunder-fire array diagram. As for the thunder array diagram, it only slightly bent without any sign of breaking. By using the power of the heretical god symbol alone, Lin Ming had defended against an attack with the all-out strength of an ordinary world king. Could this be a defensive divine runic symbol? Everyone immediately thought. A defensive divine runic symbol was rarely seen and was often much more expensive than offensive divine runic symbols. But when they heard the description from Divine Rune City, the heretical god symbol should have been an immensely destructive divine runic symbol. Before people had more time to think, Lin Ming suddenly grasped the heretical god symbol with both hands and pushed it out. The palm-sized heretical god symbol suddenly rose and countless threads of thunder and fire spun around until they formed a massive vortex, instantly covering the heavens and earth. This vortex formed a giant web that wrapped around the massive mystic yellow Tihu. In that moment, within the endless yellow sands, a brilliant light erupted like a rising sun. In the middle of this light, crackling bolts of thunder twisted around with a conflagration of raging flames. The flames and thunder twisted together, roaring like the birth of a fire dragon and thunder dragon. Several hundred earth-shaking explosions echoed out from the midst of the giant vortex of raging flames and twisting thunder, illuminating the world like a descending apocalypse. Thunder collapsed the earth as snakes of fire shot to the heavens. Within this vortex, the mystic yellow Tihu roared out again and again, but its howls slowly turned lower and deeper as it gradually faded away. The explosions produced a brilliant light that formed an incomparably thick swirling column of thunder and fire. As it rapidly spun around, the world seemed to tear apart around it as the surrounding ground caved in, forming a massive crater hundreds of miles deep. From where the explosions occurred, a pit so deep appeared that one couldn't see the bottom. The mystic yellow Tihu's scales had nearly all fallen off. Its giant tail dangled to the ground. Although it was still living, it was on the verge of death, approaching death with every breath it took. Within the heretical god symbol, The mark of the Azura Heavenly Tao patterns will reverse in the void to reform yin-yang patterns of the Azura Heavenly Tao. This also agrees with the true meaning of the extreme dual polarity symbol, the absolute polars of thunder and fire. The power is as expected. Moreover, with the revolution of yin and yang, it can attack but also instantly form a defensive barrier when the symbol is activated. Drops of sweat dripped down the tip of Lin Ming's nose. He was extremely satisfied with the performance of the heretical god symbol. In creating the heretical god symbol, Lin Ming had consumed a great deal of effort and diligent care. As he created the heretical god symbol, his comprehension of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws also became much deeper. At this time, in all the rooms and seats, everyone had forgotten how to speak. This was a dual offensive and defensive divine runic symbol. Normally, divine runic symbols were one-time use items that could either be used to defend or attack. But, the net of thunder and fire formed by the heretical god symbol was an offensive and defensive form. Imagine, two martial artists were in a life-or-death battle and both had utilized all of their abilities and were completely exhausted. At the end, they both used their ultimate finishing blows. But at this time, one side took out a heretical god symbol, defending against the opponent's attack but also erupting with a terrifying attack, directly covering the enemy in a sea of thunder and flame. Just what sort of effect would that have? Moreover, this heretical god symbol had reached a terrifying degree of strength, whether it was in defense or offense. Even that mystic yellow Tihu with an incredible defensive power comparable to a weak great world king had been beaten half dead. In other words, even if one were a great world king, if they didn't understand the unique attributes of the heretical god symbol and were fooled, they would be placed in an extremely difficult situation, possibly even injured. For a time, the entire castle fell silent. One could clearly hear the breathing of others even from a long distance. And at this time, that brutal and violent power of thunder and fire in the skies began to gather together. The lines of the Azura Heavenly Tao condensed, forming endless starlight that sprinkled down. The power of thunder fire and the Azura Heavenly Tao was sucked into a giant vortex. Then, it shrank until it finally transformed into a perfectly intact divine runic symbol that fell into Lin Ming's hand. The heretical god symbol was reborn. Seeing this scene, although many people had expected it earlier, they couldn't help but feel their jaws drop down, shocked speechless. To be reborn and reused, this was the special attribute of the Lin logo. However, when one considered the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol that wasn't much stronger than the original, it wasn't too amazing even if it could be used multiple times. Following that was the Heavenly Fire symbol. It was ridiculously powerful to the point of being obscene. Moreover, it could also be used multiple times. This was far more impressive and also the reason that they sold for a sky-high price of 3.6 billion points. But now, this heretical god symbol was both offensive and defensive, and in the attack process there seemed to be all sorts of incredible changes, as if there were many more mysteries waiting to be unlocked, but Lin Ming simply hadn't had the time to reveal them. This divine runic symbol that could nearly bring the dead back to life in a dire situation, that was so abnormal that it could wound a great world king, could actually be used multiple times. This just destroyed all common sense. If one had several heretical god symbols in hand, then an ordinary world king would be able to challenge and speak the last words with a weak great world king. And if used in a war, there was definitely no need to speak of their efficacy. These were different from the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol because these heretical god symbols could be used in battles between high-level figures of the sections. If using a heretical god symbol was able to turn certain defeat into victory between a battle of world kings, then this would be worth an astronomical level of wealth. It had to be known that every world king was formed by piling up an immense amount of resources. Thinking of this, the complexions of the several Empyreans in the VIP suites began to change. Chapter 1646 Conditions of an Empyrean. Chapter 1646 Conditions of an Empyrean. Little Brother Lin's test has ended. Elder Shui, I would also like to ask you to evaluate the rank of this divine runic symbol. Song Wen took a deep breath, his eyes excited. He had a premonition that today's auctions would reach all new heights. Elder Shui froze for a moment. His eyes reluctantly moved away from the illusory magic array. This is, Elder Shui hesitated for several breaths of time. Then, he said, little friend Lin Ming, this heretical god symbol, how many times can it be used? Elder Shui's eyes were affable as he looked at Lin Ming. About 3 or 4 times, Lin Ming said after thinking about it for some time. If he used it himself, he could use it up to 5 times, but others didn't have this ability. Because it can attack and defend, the flow of energy is extremely great and the burden on the tiny runes is much larger, thus it can only be used this many times. Out of the 3 divine runic symbols that Lin Ming had improved, the heretical god symbol was the one that could be used the least number of times. This was the price of great power. But this power alone was enough to drive others crazy. This was a top-grade divine runic symbol that could even resist a great world king. This power was far more important than the number of times it could be used. If the power was lacking then, even if it could be used several times, it still wouldn't be as useful as one tremendous attack. Formidable might, excellent technique. This divine runic symbol can compare to a superior 6th grade divine runic symbol in power alone, but it also has the characteristic of being offensive and defensive as well as being able to be used multiple times, and, most importantly, the restrictions to use it are far, far lower than those of a superior 6th grade divine runic symbol. Because of all of these factors, its value cannot be compared to that of an ordinary superior 6th grade divine runic symbol. It's impossible for me to determine its exact price. I will have to ask everyone else to make their own judgment. Elder Shui summarized after thinking for some time. Superior 6th grade. That was the domain of a great world king. Superior 6th grade? Many people were left dumbfounded by this. If Lin Ming's divine runic arts skill continued to rise, then he might be able to draw up a true superior 6th grade divine runic symbol. Perhaps he even might be able to draw up a quasi-7th grade divine runic symbol. What sort of concept was a 7th grade divine runic symbol? If a world king powerhouse used one, they could pose a threat to a half-step Empyrean. What a wonderful treasure! Indeed, it is much better than the improved heavenly fire symbol. This trip was not made in vain. Although the heretical god symbol takes a decent amount of time to gather enough potential, it can actually defend during this time. This Lin Ming's strength also far surpasses other martial artists of his level. Although he appears to only be at the Divine Lord realm, using that divine runic symbol requires strength at least at the peak Holy Lord realm. If an ordinary Divine Lord martial artist were to use this divine runic symbol, their soul force would have completely dried up by now. It wasn't known who said this, but these sudden words seemed to wake everyone up from their daze. Because Lin Ming created miracle after miracle, many people forgot that he was a mere Divine Lord realm martial artist. If that's the case, then let us begin the auction. The promissory note is still for 500 divine runic symbols. The base price is 0 and every increase in bidding cannot be less than 50 million points. Song Wen's voice was boisterous. But just as the bidders were about to engage in a crazy bidding war, a light voice called out, "These 500 promissory notes, just when they will be fulfilled." This voice echoed out from the VIP suites, carrying with it indescribable vicissitudes, as if these years contained the concept of endless time. Everyone was startled. They looked up towards the VIP suites and immediately felt a chill crawl up their backs. The one speaking was the supreme ruler of Providence Edge Divine Nation, Su Wuzi. Su Wuzi had broken into the Empyrean realm many years ago, and he also had high attainments in alchemy and the divine runic arts. And even Empyrean-level divine runic masters wanted to purchase Lin Ming's divine runic symbols. Whether it was the heretical god symbol or heavenly fire symbol, their most important characteristic was the lowered requirements that allowed lower-level martial artists to use them. This was an ability that not even Empyrean-level divine runic masters possessed. Su Wuzi was immediately able to see how complex the heretical god symbol was. He found it hard to imagine that this was a real fifth-grade divine runic symbol. And correspondingly, the more complex a divine runic symbol was, the more difficult it was to create. The more time that one took to draw up, the likelier the chances were of failure. A promissory note of 500 heretical god symbols was easily said, but the truth was that this order wasn't easy to fulfill, especially if the creator's cultivation wasn't high enough. Su Wuzi's vision pierced through the array formations of the VIP suites and fell onto Lin Ming's body. Song 1 as well as many other bidders also looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Perhaps 3 years. Currently, Lin Ming's success rate in drawing up heretical god symbols was around 60 to 70%. Although he could hold a demonstration of drawing up the heavenly fire symbol in front of everyone, he couldn't do the same with the heretical god symbol. Even if he used up all of his soul force in drawing up a single heretical god symbol, there was still a considerable chance of failure. Moreover, drawing up a heretical god symbol required a tremendous amount of soul force. The most he could do was 1 per day. Considering this speed, and also the fact that he had to draw up the heavenly fire symbols, he had then stated the time requirement of 3 years. This was a deadline that Lin Ming could afford. It was inevitable that his soul force would slowly increase, and with every passing day his understandings of the Azura heavenly Tao laws would become more and more profound. Thus, he might not even need such a long time. Oh! Su Wuzi was secretly startled. Other people didn't know what 3 years meant, but as a divine runic master Su Wuzi certainly understood what it meant for Lin Ming to complete 500 heavenly fire symbols and 500 heretical god symbols in this time period. Just the heretical god symbol alone would completely exhaust the soul force of a 6th-grade divine runic master. Good. Then I have no problem with bidding on these promissory note. But I need a delivery deadline. If I win the bid for the heretical god symbols, then I hope that every 3 months the Divine Runic Masters Guild will send the finished divine runic symbols to Providence Edge Nation. If the entire batch of 500 divine runic symbols cannot be completed in 3 years, then I also require the return of all points. Su Wuzi's words left all the other bidders breathless. This condition was more than ruthless. If Lin Ming couldn't fulfill the promissory notes on time, then not only would he lose all points, he would also have to pay the money for the materials as well as lose all the time and effort he invested. This was the same as tossing away 3 years of hard work. Many divine runic masters were left dumbstruck. However, if one was selling promissory notes, there certainly should be a deadline limit. With these conditions, only someone with absolute faith in their abilities would agree. The difficulty of drawing up this heretical god symbol was simply dreadful beyond recognition. Su Wuzi's words won the unanimous approval of the many great bidders who came from all over the inner Azura Road. These top characters all had a cultivation at the Empyrean realm. Although they had taken a fancy for the heretical god symbol, they wouldn't wildly bid for a promissory note just because of a brief moment of impulsiveness. Thus before they began, they all decided to put forth this oppressive condition. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Ming. In this situation, this oppressive pressure wasn't something that an ordinary person could withstand. Lin Ming's expression was calm. He thought for a moment and said, "Yes, I agree." These simple words were filled with vigor, leaving those who heard them shocked. Lin Ming had actually agreed. His confidence was bewildering. It seemed that he really believed he could complete these divine runic symbols in 3 years. But I also hope to put forth another condition. Lin Ming changed the flow of conversation. Su Wuzi's eyebrows lifted up. He lightly said, "Speak. It's not special. I only hope that after the bidding is over, the payment is paid with half points and half rare materials." Lin Ming had more than enough points right now. What he needed was materials. And especially rare and precious materials, the kinds that couldn't be found in markets. "Good, I have no problem with that," Su Wuzi readily agreed. The other Empyreans also tacitly approved of this. At this time, Su Wuzi didn't bother waiting for Songwon to announce the start of the auction again. He directly opened his mouth and said, "The auction has started, then? Then I will be the first to bid. 4 billion. This bid left nearly everyone in the audience choking on themselves. Even with a base price of 0, Su Wuzi had directly started with an initial bid of 4 billion. This caused over 99% of bidders in attendance to fall out of the bidding war. They couldn't even summon the courage to think of shouting out a higher price. Originally, many of them had thoughts of shouting out several bids. Although they didn't expect to win the heretical god symbol, they wanted to bid against Empyreans on the auction stage and also participate in this grand event of the heretical god symbol auction. In the future, they could also say to their friends and family that they joined in on this bidding war. But they never imagined that Su Wuzi wouldn't even give them the chance to do so. From the start, this auction of heretical god symbols was a battle between Empyreans. The entire arena hall fell silent for a time. The auction for the heretical god symbols wasn't the heated battle that everyone imagined it would be, with people shouting bid after higher bid. Rather, this was an extremely somber and wintry war. Although it was so, every new bid left one panic-stricken. 2 billion. A faint woman's voice echoed out. The one calling out this bid was Empyrean Minor Violet. This was only the second bid, and yet the price had already reached such height. Even Empyrean Extreme Star, who had rushed here from Extreme Star Heavenly Palace, felt himself gasping for breath. He had a faint premonition that their Extreme Star Holy Lands would lose this time. These people were simply far too crazy, and their Extreme Star Holy Lands didn't have much wealth remaining. As Suya saw Empyrean Extreme Star's somewhat ugly complexion, she guessed that for this auction, their Extreme Star Holy Lands had fallen out of contention. As for whether or not there would be any harvests, everything would depend on her personal relationship with Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming had already agreed to complete 1,000 divine runic symbols within 3 years, so where would he have the time to draw up divine runic symbols for the Extreme Star Holy Lands? As Suya was worrying, the bid had already risen to 4.5 billion. Then, another bid came from Empyrean Minor Violet. It seemed that this woman of mystical origin and strength desired to obtain the heretical god symbols no matter the cost. 6 billion. Her faint voice echoed through the arena hall. Besides Empyreans shouting out new bids, everyone remained silent. Even the auctioneer Songwon didn't speak a single word, not even asking if there was anyone wishing to bid a higher price. This woman, Su Wuzi, frowned. He shouted out 4 billion from the start, and although this bid seemed exaggerated, it was only able to frighten the bidders in the ordinary seats and ordinary rooms. The Empyreans in the VIP suites simply weren't suppressed by him. They bid as they wished to bid and continued to compete if they desired to do so. "Your Majesty's thoughts must not be thrown into confusion," an old man cautioned Su Wuzi from the side. This old man was the imperial scholar of Providence Edge Nation. If he was able to speak warning words to Su Wuzi, it was clear his status was extremely high. Even though he was reminded to not be thrown into confusion, how could Su Wuzi remain calm at this time? He feared that his Providence Edge Nation might soon be sucked into the dreadful flames of war, and the reason for this war was related to the final trial. At this time, another voice echoed out from the VIP suites, 4.8 billion. It's Empyrean Deep Gloom. Someone cried out in alarm. The positions of the many Empyreans weren't a secret to begin with. Moreover, just from the aura of these Empyreans and the mounts and spirit ships on which they arrived, most people were able to correctly guess their identities. It was a struggle between two Empyreans, but now another one has joined it. I have no idea who the winner will be. These Empyrean-level characters were all exorbitantly wealthy. To them, it wasn't whether or not they had the money to pay, but just how valuable these 500 heretical god symbols were in their minds. After all, although Empyreans were wealthy, they still had to mull over the worth of spending billions of points. 9 billion. Su Wuzi braced himself as he spat out this price. He was already feeling somewhat weak-hearted. If this Empyrean deep gloom were shouting at this price at this time, it was likely he came prepared. To him, this bid might only be the opening salvo. Against such an opponent, Su Wuzi certainly felt dread. 5 billion. 1 billion. With this, Empyrean deep gloom and Su Wuzi began to cruelly battle. If they continued struggling like this, it was unknown how high the bid would go. In his VIP suite, although Su Wuzi had already broken into the Empyrean realm and couldn't be concerned with most treasures in this world, he still found his palms slick with sweat. It was becoming increasingly hard for him to maintain his composure. 5 billion. Empyrean deep gloom suddenly spat out. By suddenly increasing the price by 400 million, it seemed as if Empyrean deep gloom wanted to strike Su Wuzi to death with this single blow. Su Wuzi's pupils shrank. He opened his mouth again and again, but eventually didn't increase the bid. And at this time, a clear womanly voice spread through the entire hall. 5 billion points plus a million-year dragon saliva grass. These 500 heretical god symbols, I will buy them all. These sudden words stunned the entire audience. Even Lin Ming straightened up. Million-year dragon saliva grass. What he needed now was dragon saliva grass. At the Divine Rune City auction, there was only the Jade Dragon Horn for sale. It was the dragon contract that would be auctioned off in several days. However, there was no dragon saliva grass to be found. Still, Lin Ming had researched several substitutes for dragon saliva grass. Although they just managed to fulfill the requirements for the Celestial Tyrant Manual, the effects were naturally far inferior to those of dragon saliva grass. In these past days, Lin Ming had tried to search for dragon saliva grass through several different methods, and it seems that this news was uncovered by Empyrean Minor Violet. Before coming to this auction for the heretical god symbols, Empyrean Minor Violet had already gathered intel on Lin Ming and came here especially prepared to aim at his needs. According to the information recorded within the Celestial Tyrant Manual, 500,000-year dragon saliva grass was sufficient for use. But Empyrean Minor Violet had suddenly offered million-year dragon saliva grass. Just this dragon saliva grass alone was worth over 1 billion points. In addition, Empyrean Minor Violet also put forth a bid of 5 billion. In other words, Empyrean Minor Violet's ski-high bid was worth more than 6 billion points in total. On average, every heretical god symbol sold for more than 12 million points. This price was nearly impossible to withstand. Even Lin Ming felt it somewhat ridiculous. Empyrean deep gloom remained completely quiet. The entire audience fell silent for a long time. Songwon began counting down from 3, but no one increased the bid. Finally, this auction was announced as having been won by Empyrean Minor Violet. With the 6 billion plus points in addition to the wealth that Lin Ming gained from auctioning off the heavenly fire symbols, in just over half a month, Lin Ming had relied on the auction of 2 promissory notes to obtain a wealth worth 10 billion points. From hearing this, it was like some bedtime fairy tale. So many great figures had gone crazy about these 2 promissory notes, and even many Empyrean Supreme Elders weren't able to afford them. If one didn't witness these events with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe. Many people remained in a shocked state for a long time, feeling nothing but a deep envy and awe. They didn't regain their composure for a long time. People increasingly admired and became stupefied by this formidable and mysterious youth. He seemed to have emerged from thin air within the inner Azura road, without any news of him before. His talent was extraordinary, his strength was unusual, and his divine runic arts inheritance was inconceivable. When this was combined with his young skeletal age, it made Lin Ming a miracle that far outstripped the auction of the heretical god symbols. After several days, the name of Lin Ming and his Lin logo was widely spread through the inner Azura road. Many great influences in the inner Azura road learned of him, and according to the speed at which this news spread, it was likely that Lin Ming's name would soon spread to every nook and cranny of the inner Azura road. What people paid the most attention to was that Lin Ming didn't seem to have joined a sect. Although Divine Rune City was itself an Empyrean-level influence, they were more similar to an alliance of interests and not a true sect. Divine Rune City also didn't forbid their divine runic masters from joining other sections. This also caused many influences to hold out an olive branch to Lin Ming. Some influences even prepared some rare and precious materials, wanting to invite Lin Ming to join them. As for the fiery Divine Rune City auction, it became even more lively. In the Divine Runic Masters Guild, the air above Lin Ming's residence was filled with spirit boats. Many messengers from great influences wished to meet with him and discuss having him join their sections. However, regarding this, Lin Ming used the excuse of needing to maximize his time to fulfill the order of 1,000 divine runic symbols within 3 years to throw all of them off. Lin Ming was well aware that these influences would undoubtedly put forth attractive conditions to joining them. But at the same time, they also wanted to earn even greater returns from Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't plan on staying in the Azura road for much longer. After the final trial ended, he planned to return to the divine realm. If he were to join these influences and accept their gifts, perhaps they might not let him leave so simply. As for drawing up divine runic symbols for these influences, Lin Ming only needed to draw up a new divine runic symbol and he could easily sell them at high prices, so why would he need to join these other influences and be subject to all sorts of restrictions? Thus, even if some people offered to find Lin Ming a jade dragon horn in a short period of time if he joined them, he still wouldn't agree. Beyond that, there were even those that offered him top living furnaces. Some Empyreans wished to marry off their granddaughters with special physiques so that Lin Ming could dual cultivate with them. But Lin Ming had no interest in this and rejected them all without exception. Chapter 1647 or Auction of the Jade Dragon Horn. Chapter 1647 or Auction of the Jade Dragon Horn. Because of Lin Ming and the Lin logo, the Divine Rune City auction was even fierier. Even though Lin Ming's divine runic symbol auctions had ended, the residual heat had yet to dissipate. The Empyrean-level characters hadn't left and in the next several days all sorts of treasures sold at new heights. As for Lin Ming, he also purchased a rare material required to refine a variation of soul recovery pill. This soul recovery pill was not for Lin Ming himself, but was something he was preparing for Empyrean Divine Mist. Before Lin Ming won the auction for the rare material he needed, he had already gone to the Divine Runic Masters Guild to purchase the rest of the necessary materials. Lin Ming felt that with his own current ability in alchemy, combined with his divine runic arts, he could just barely refine a pill that would have an effect on an Empyrean. During this time, Empyrean Minor Violet also paid the dragon saliva grass to Lin Ming in advance. The million-year dragon saliva grass was a top material amongst top materials. Normally, dragon saliva grass took 100,000 years to germinate. Then for growing and flowering, that also required another 100,000 years. After that, in order to mature, there needed to be a divine dragon protecting this dragon saliva grass, watering it with saliva daily so that it would eventually grow fruit. Seizing dragon saliva grass from the claws of a divine dragon required an Empyrean to personally go out and capture it. Thus, the price for this raw material could be imagined. Lin Ming held the wood spirit jade box in his hands. Looking at the dark jade-colored grass stalk in the box as well as the purple gold-colored fruit, he could feel all his blood energy being pulled by it, as if his blood was about to gush out from his body. This dragon saliva grass was bred with the life essence of a true dragon, thus it naturally resonated with Lin Ming's true dragon bloodline. Even if Lin Ming didn't use this ingredient for alchemy, just swallowing it alone would have immeasurable advantage to him. Looking at this dragon saliva grass, Lin Ming impatiently wished to start refining the ravenous wolf heaven pill. However, as he thought of his current strength, he knew it would be difficult to ensure success in refining this pill. He could only suppress the restlessness in his heart and put away the dragon saliva grass. Then, another 5 days passed. The Divine Rune City auction was nearing its end. On this day, on the auction stage, there was something that Lin Ming had to buy. On the wide auction stage, 2 beautiful maids pushed in a small cart. This cart had a jade box that was covered with yellow silk on it. This jade box was 7 foot long. After opening it, one could see a treasure that was as high as a person. This treasure was snow white all over. It resembled a giant sickle that didn't have a handle. Song Wen personally took out this treasure. For a time, the treasure exuded a vast and bleak aura. This aura condensed into a white dragon phantom in the skies, as if it would soar away at any moment. As everyone present saw this white dragon phantom, they felt their surroundings drastically change. They seemed to arrive in a cold and chaotic world with grim animal bones stretching into the endless distance, just like deep in the great desolate. Dragon contract. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. This dragon contract was refined with a jade dragon horn and was an Empyrean spirit treasure. A jade dragon was also called a white dragon. It was an extremely rare species within the ancient dragon race and was snow white all over. Now, in the entire divine realm it was impossible to find the tracks of a white dragon. In order to find a white dragon, one would need to go to other lands within the 33 heavens. Lin Ming had to refine the ravenous wolf heaven pill, and the jade dragon horn was an irreplaceable material. And this material was also extremely rare. Since it was being auctioned, Lin Ming definitely wouldn't miss it. With a wealth of 10 billion points to support him, Lin Ming would obtain this dragon contract no matter what. Everyone, this is a dragon contract that a world king powerhouse found in the depths of an ancient ruin. Moreover, this dragon contract has the spirit of a true dragon sealed within it. The spirit of this true dragon may be summoned to assist you in battle. Not just that, but the dragon contract itself is a sharp weapon that may be used to cut down your enemies. Song Wen confidently said. As many martial artists saw this dragon contract, their eyes shined with avarice. What a good treasure! It's another Empyrean spirit treasure, and quite good even amongst Empyrean spirit treasures. Of course, just the materials used to refine it are extraordinary. It requires an extremely rare jade dragon horn. That material alone could sell for 700 to 800 million points, and it was only used to refine this treasure. Many martial artists, especially world king powerhouses, felt their eyes light up. Although the world kings present were spectacularly rich, there were very few of them that had Empyrean spirit treasures. Even great world kings were the same. The response of the audience didn't exceed Song Wen's expectations. He faintly smiled and said, "Now the auction shall begin. The base price is 1 billion points. Every bid increase cannot be less than 20 million points." As Song Wen shouted out this base price, many people suddenly deflated as if a bucket of cold water had been tossed over them. Many people that were originally full of enthusiasm suddenly sighed in dejection. Just the base price was 1 billion points. The final winning bid was likely to be far higher. Just where would they have the points for this? In truth, they had already expected that they wouldn't be able to afford this dragon contract. It was just that with this top treasure placed in front of them, they couldn't help but daydream about it. If they could really buy it, just how wonderful would that be? And after daydreaming about this treasure, many of them even imagined that they would soon obtain it. However, the base price shouted by Songwon caused all of their daydreams to blow up like bubbles. 1.02 billion. A world king grit his teeth and shouted out from an ordinary room. 1.05 billion. Another world king shouted. 1 billion. The bid rapidly rose. Generally speaking, an Empyrean wouldn't have any interest in an Empyrean spirit treasure. Those that shouted out bids were mostly world kings, and those that could put forth a bid of 1 billion points for an Empyrean spirit treasure were undoubtedly extremely wealthy individuals. At this time, an old voice echoed out, 3 billion. The one calling out this bid was an old man in the ordinary seats. To increase the bid by 200 million, it was clear that he wanted this dragon contract no matter what. Many people were surprised by this old man. They were shocked that there was actually such a character in the ordinary seat. This old man wore worn-out robes and seemed a bit unkempt, but no one dared to underestimate him because his cultivation was at the Great World King realm. Many older Great World Kings were well aware that they would never make another breakthrough in their lives, thus they devoted all of their time and energy to researching and refining magic tools to increase their overall combat strength. This old robed man was clearly in this type of situation. But after the old robed man spoke, Lin Ming opened his mouth and stretched out 2 fingers. He slowly said, 2 billion. This sudden voice startled the entire audience. Even Songwon was shocked. When Lin Ming first spoke, he had directly increased the bid to 2 billion. In terms of points, he was filthy, disgustingly rich. Chapter 1648, All Materials Collected. Chapter 1648, All Materials Collected. From 3 billion to 2 billion all of a sudden? The bidders present looked towards the room that Lin Ming was in. To an Empyrean, 2 billion was an amount that would hurt but was still something they could take out. But those that were competing for the dragon contract were mostly World King level characters. 2 billion points was definitely an amount that would bankrupt them. Lin Ming had suddenly increased the bid by 700 million. It wasn't a surprise that everyone was shocked. That is Lin Ming's bid. So it's him. In these days, the location of Lin Ming's ordinary room had already been memorized by many people. Lin Ming didn't use an isolating array formation either, so others were able to see him. Lin Ming's bid will make anyone reconsider this auction. The highest bid Empyrean spirit treasure has only sold for 2 billion so far, and that was because it was a battle between 2 tigers. The 2 billion point Empyrean spirit treasure that was referred to was the violet gold spear purchased by Duke Fullmoon. Besides Suyao, no one knew that the reason the violet gold spear sold for such a high price was because Lin Ming was deliberately conning Duke Fullmoon. And in Lin Ming's mind, the dragon contract was undoubtedly far more valuable than the violet gold spear. Just the materials used to refine the dragon contract alone were worth over 1 billion points in total. Moreover, as the dragon contract appeared and Songwon introduced it, Lin Ming had made a new discovery. It was that sealed within the dragon contract, there was the spirit of a true dragon. It was possible to summon this spirit to aid one in battle. The so-called spirit of a true dragon that Songwon spoke of was in truth an incomplete dragon soul. The dragon contract had a true wisp of an incomplete dragon soul sealed within it. This was why within the name of this spirit artifact there was the word contract. A jade dragon horn plus a wisp of a dragon soul, these 2 divine things were greatly beneficial to Lin Ming. After all, he had the blood of the true dragon within him. Thus Lin Ming had to win the auction for this dragon contract no matter what. At this time, Lin Ming's eyes moved over to the VIP suite that Duke Fullmoon was in. In these past days, Duke Fullmoon had been keeping a low profile and was far more subdued than he was in the past. This was because other high-level figures of the Divine Void Divine Kingdom's 9 Nether Province had come to Divine Rune City, and their goal was also to participate in the grand auction event for the heretical god symbol. Through the array formation of the VIP suite, Lin Ming's eyes and expression were all seen by Duke Fullmoon. In fact, Duke Fullmoon knew that through the array formations of his suite, it was impossible for Lin Ming to see him. But for some unknown reason, as he caught Lin Ming's gaze, Duke Fullmoon felt his heart chill, and he found it hard to keep looking back at him. This was the pressure that came from Lin Ming continually suppressing Duke Fullmoon all this time. This brat! Duke Fullmoon clenched his fist. In his eyes, Lin Ming was only a Divine Lord Realm boy, and even with all things considered, he was only comparable to a peak Holy Lord. Compared to him, the difference was far from being comparable. However, when he faced Lin Ming, he actually felt a bit weak of heart. This feeling of inferiority was extremely uncomfortable to Duke Fullmoon. At this time, Lin Ming's lips moved. Duke Fullmoon was startled. Even through the walls and the isolating array formation, he could still clearly sound out Lin Ming's unspoken words. I indeed have a great interest in this dragon contract. If you're thinking of bleeding me out, then you can feel free to shout whatever price you want. But I won't guarantee that I won't stop at any time I wish. If that happens, I hope you have enough points to be responsible for the bid you called out. Lin Ming said these words with a confident look. Duke Fullmoon felt ill. His wealth had just been used to buy up the violet gold spear. Anything left remaining was the wealth of Divine Void Divine Kingdom. This wealth was all required to buy things desired by the 9 Nether King of the 9 Nether Province. He wasn't able to use it as he pleased. If Lin Ming decided to give up the auction and Duke Fullmoon was discovered as having bid an exorbitant price on this dragon contract, then he would be deader than dead. He didn't know just how invested Lin Ming was in obtaining the dragon contract. If the events of the violet gold spear were to replay themselves, then he really would have no more tears to cry from grief. If he wanted to struggle with Lin Ming, his entire total wealth now was only around 2 billion points. He simply didn't have the will or the energy to continue competing. Moreover, his need of the dragon contract wasn't that intense to begin with. Duke Fullmoon didn't have the courage to play with his life on the line just to try and con Lin Ming out of several 100 million more points. Fullmoon, what is it? It seems that Lin Ming is targeting you? A blue-clothed old man asked from beside Duke Fullmoon. This blue-clothed old man was one of the top aides of the 9 Nether King and also possessed a half-step Empyrean cultivation. Within the 9 Nether Province, his status was a level higher than Duke Fullmoon's. Concerning Duke Fullmoon and Lin Ming's conflict, besides Suya and a select few others, no one knew of it. Thus, after the blue-clothed old man arrived at Divine Rune City, even he hadn't heard any rumors about it. This question left Duke Fullmoon looking a bit awkward. He vaguely mumbled, "I only competed for a spear against him," Duke Fullmoon said, concealing the fact of his conflict with Lin Ming. The blue-clothed old man nodded. It's best if you don't have any conflicts with Lin Ming. This young divine runic master will have a limitless future. The 9 Nether King has a particular focus on this type of person. When I came to Divine Rune City, he advised me to be on good terms with him if possible. He will surely be a great help to us. You must know that between the 7 provinces of Divine Void Divine Kingdom, the competition is extremely fierce. The blue-clothed old man seemed to guess what was happening. As he looked at Duke Fullmoon, he spoke with deep hidden meanings in his voice. Hearing these words, Duke Fullmoon felt as if he had swallowed a fly. What? You have grudges with Lin Ming? The blue-clothed old man's eyes were as bright and illuminating as torches. He could see that the conflict between Duke Fullmoon and Lin Ming wasn't as simple as stated. No matter what the reason is, it's best if you resolve these grudges if possible. Duke Fullmoon clenched his jaws. He tamped down the bitter sadness in his heart and tried to sound as sincere as he could as he said, "Yes, Fullmoon understands." After being maliciously tricked by Lin Ming and then reprimanded by this blue-clothed old man, Duke Fullmoon's mood could be imagined. 2 billion points, is there a higher bid? Song Wen loudly spoke from the auction stage. Potential bidders looked at each other with dismay. Some hesitated, seeming as if they would shout out a higher bid, but eventually none of them could summon the courage to compete with Lin Ming. Lin Ming's wealth was well known by all. It was simply impossible to defeat him. However, those with different boundaries had differences in vision. Some people had a highly exaggerated valuation of the dragon contract, similar to Lin Ming. In the eyes of some people, just that wisp of incomplete dragon soul was worth nearly 1 billion points. 1 billion. A pale man with red hair and a red beard, dressed in dark blue robes, spoke up. He was a half-step Empyrean powerhouse. In truth, he already possessed an Empyrean spirit treasure but was highly interested in this dragon contract. He was a loner without any influence behind him. Thus, he didn't care about access to Lin Ming's divine runic symbols, nor did he fear offending Lin Ming. Originally, most people thought that Lin Ming's ridiculous bid would already mark the end of this auction. But they didn't think that another change would occur. Oh? That person is... This other person was similar to Lin Ming and sat in an ordinary room without any isolating array formation. This allowed Lin Ming to sense a faint dragon aura coming from his body. I see, so this person has a dragon race bloodline relationship. Lin Ming frowned a little. There were far too many outstanding existences here. It wasn't strange for someone to have a dragon race blood lineage. This meant that to this other person, the dragon contract was no less useful than it was for Lin Ming himself. 2 billion. Lin Ming shouted out, his voice calm. 3 billion. The old man's eyebrows jumped up. He knew that Lin Ming was rich, but he didn't know just how valuable this dragon contract was to Lin Ming. This was because of the difference in their bloodline density and purity. The old man's dragon bloodline was similar to a top figure from the Divine Realm's ancient dragon clan. But compared to Lin Ming, who had absorbed the supreme dragon bone from the god-beast mystic realm, who had trained in the eternal demon abyss and within tragic Death Valley's god-beast array formation, where he had undergone a baptism of a black dragon's aura, the differences in bloodline was far too vast. This allowed Lin Ming to sense the bloodline of a dragon within the old man, but not the other way around. 4 billion. Lin Ming flicked his fingers. With this calm tone and expression, it was like points were nothing more than a number to him. With the bid having reached this degree, the old man's lips twitched. He gazed at Lin Ming's direction and quietly said, "Young man, the dragon contract is inestimably useful to me. You had best not continue competing for it. If you obtain it, you will only gain an Empyrean spirit treasure. That is simply a waste of heaven's gifts. But if I were to obtain it, the benefits it will give me cannot be imagined by you. I know you are rich, but isn't your strength limited? Gaining some grievances towards you, that might not be the best thing for you." The old man's words were unhurriedly spoken, but carried a faint threat to them. He lifted his hand once more and grimly said, 5 billion. Is that right? Lin Ming chuckled. I thought that someone else would be competing with me, but I never imagined it would be someone like you. What a coincidence. The dragon contract will also be extremely useful in my hands. As for you, you just have a little bit of a dragon bloodline lineage. Do you really think it's necessary to remain so mysterious about it? Lin Ming's words shocked the old man. The old man immediately felt that this youth speaking to him couldn't be understood. He had clearly restrained his dragon race aura, and yet he had been seen through by Lin Ming. How was this possible? Lin Ming smirked. If you want to compete, then let us do so fairly and openly. Threatening me? Do you think that's useful? 3 billion. Lin Ming raised the bid by another terrifying amount, but his expression still remained calm. This sort of expression, if placed on anyone else, would have felt like an act. After all, 3 billion was an amount that even an Empyrean would have to mull over. But for Lin Ming, this expression that didn't seem to care about money at all was actually reasonable. Everyone had already witnessed Lin Ming's horrifying ability to gain wealth. In just half a month, and with 2 promissory notes, he had earned 10 billion points in wealth. Just who could compare with him? You! The old man clenched his teeth and glared at Lin Ming with resentment. But he remained silent. No matter how much he desired the dragon contract, he could only watch helplessly on as Lin Ming carried it away. 3 billion points had indeed surpassed the limits of his wealth. 3 billion points, is there a higher bid? Songwon asked several times. When no one put forth a bid, he began counting down from 3. Then, in the end, the dragon contract was won by Lin Ming. Hence, to Lin Ming, the Divine Rune City auction had been perfectly finished. He had obtained everything that he wanted. Although 3 billion points for the dragon contract was bit outrageous, Lin Ming could accept this trade. To him, the dragon contract was worth at least 2 billion points to begin with, and now that he had also learned it contained a wisp of a dragon soul, adding in another billion wasn't too great a loss. Chapter 1649 of the Dragon Egg's Pulse. Chapter 1649 of the Dragon Egg's Pulse. 10 days later, in a 7th-grade Divine Runic room at the Divine Runic Masters Guild, Lin Ming was meditating in front of a Divine Runic table, preparing himself to draw up the 1,000 improved Divine Runic symbols. In these 10 days, Lin Ming hadn't been idling around. He had been purchasing a massive amount of items. Besides the jade dragon horn and dragon saliva grass that he obtained through the auction, Lin Ming needed 2 more rare materials, a heaven-devouring snake gallbladder and primal jade quintessence. These 2 materials were originally within the Divine Runic Masters Guild's warehouse, so Lin Ming spent 600 million and 800 million points on each respectively to exchange for them. As for the 9 sun jades he needed to pay, Lin Ming replaced those with points. After buying all the materials he needed, Lin Ming still had over 4 billion points remaining. Lin Ming didn't waste these points. He exchanged them for massive piles of other precious materials from the Divine Rune Masters Guild. Whenever the Divine Rune City auction came around, the Divine Runic Masters Guild's warehouse would be at its richest state and have the most pills and treasures available. This was because innumerable influences would arrive from all over the inner Azura Road and would exchange their materials and treasures for points. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Ming was able to purchase any material that he took a liking to. He was able to contact other people to find any materials that he wanted. Some people weren't willing to exchange their treasures for points yet, so in this situation Lin Ming would pay over 20% higher than the market price in points to purchase materials from them. Lin Ming didn't mind these extra costs. Many of these materials weren't available at normal times. Once this hectic period passed, it would be some time before he encountered them again. In 7 days, Lin Ming spent most of the 4 billion some points he had. In the end, he only had several 100 million points remaining. With these 4 billion points, Lin Ming also purchased an Azura command that allowed him to travel through the Azura Road. With this Azura command, whether it was leaving the Azura Road or entering the inner and outer Azura Road, it would be much easier for him. In addition, Lin Ming also bought another material needed to refine the pill to open the 3rd Dao Palace, a twin-life thunder crystal. Seeing Primordius' heavenly palace packed to the brim with materials, Lin Ming was pleased with himself. These materials would last for a long time. His road of body transformation would be paved with these materials. Of course, it was still too early for refining the ravenous wolf heaven pill required to open the second Tao Palace. Lin Ming first needed to complete the 1,000 improved heavenly fire symbols and heretical god symbols. To him, this was a chance to challenge and temper himself. After completing this task, whether it was his comprehension of the Azura heavenly Tao or his soul force, both would be greatly enhanced. With that, he would be more confident in refining a ravenous wolf heaven pill. Brilliant arcs of light flashed through the dim divine runic room. Lin Ming's hands swam through the void, leaving behind beautiful traces of light that seemed as enchanting as flowers. Little by little, tiny runes filled with the power of thunder and fire began to shimmer into existence. In the divine runic room, all of Lin Ming's soul force was concentrated on drawing up this heretical god symbol. Around him, time seemed to lose all meaning. Beside him, Xiao Maxian was paying attention to Lin Ming as she meditated. During these years, Xiao Maxian's cultivation had far outstripped Lin Ming's progress. As he was spending his time on the divine runic arts, her cultivation boundary was already nearing the late divine lord realm. Practicing the divine runic arts would inevitably influence Lin Ming's cultivation slightly. Although the divine runic arts were greatly beneficial to Lin Ming's soul force and understandings of the Azura laws, soul force and comprehension of laws didn't directly increase one's cultivation. The entire divine runic room was filled with a faint light. Traces of thunder and fire flooded the room, filling it with a mystical aesthetic sense. The tiny runes were drawn by Lin Ming one at a time. As he drew up the 1,300th tiny rune, Lin Ming didn't notice that there was something in his spatial ring that was beginning to cast a strange light. This wisp of light carried with it a fresh and vibrant aura as it quietly mixed into Lin Ming's soul force. As Lin Ming was about to tie together two lines of glowing energy, the brilliantly dazzling energy in his hands was actually affected by this strange strength. It caused one of the lines of energy to bounce away and melt into one of the tiny runes. All of the tiny runes that Lin Ming drew up were infused with a tiny wisp of the power of thunder and fire. Underneath the influence of the Azura heavenly Tao laws, these two strengths were able to join together in a bizarre but marvelous balanced harmony. But with the sudden surge of this strength, this balance was immediately crushed apart. First, it was a tiny explosion that blew up in front of Lin Ming. A wild and chaotically imbalanced energy poured out, surging into the other runes. Soon after that, a horrifying chain reaction spread through the 1,000+ tiny runes. Bang! 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 Countless small explosions occurred, finally gathering into countless threads of thunder and fire that soared to the skies. Lin Ming dodged to the side as the shock waves swept over him. Luckily, he was able to revolve his protective true essence in time, so he wasn't injured in the explosion. Even Xiao Maxian, who was idling on the side, didn't have time to respond. Her cute face was soon covered with black soot. Lin Ming froze in place, not moving for a long time. What happened? For what reason was the energy uncontrollable just now? It was clear that he had everything under control just then. It seems that in the critical moment of the drawing process, a strange power inexplicably swelled forth and destroyed the balance of energy in the runes. Lin Ming earnestly recalled every step he took in drawing up the heretical god symbol. He racked his memories, trying to recall when an external strength had appeared and interfered with him. It was at this time that he felt a seething power emit from his spatial ring. Yes, it was this strength. He quickly opened his spatial ring, and a vast and desolate aura rushed out like a broken dam. This aura was old and spiritual. It originated from that crystalline jade dragon horn. Since Lin Ming obtained it from the auction house, there hadn't been a single movement of the jade dragon horn. But currently, the sealing runes around the jade dragon horn were flickering, shining with a radiance like the gentle waves of the ocean. all of this light spread to a silent corner of the spatial ring. Lying at that location was a little ovoid-shaped object. Seeing this little thing, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. An astonished expression raced through his features. This pitch-black object was something he obtained from Empyrean Primordius comrade-in-arms deep within the eternal demon abyss, the revered black dragon god beast. It was the black dragon egg. This black dragon egg needed a tremendous amount of strength before it was able to hatch. From time to time, Lin Ming would supply it with medicines, 9 sun jades, and spiritual energy. Unfortunately, even though this black dragon egg had absorbed a massive amount of spiritual energy, there still hadn't been the slightest response from it. He never imagined that today the jade dragon horn would cause the black dragon egg to beat. Chapter 1650, Ancient Contract. Chapter 1650, Ancient Contract. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He took out the jade dragon horn and black dragon egg from his spatial ring. After he obtained the jade dragon horn, he had placed it in his spatial ring where he was momentarily keeping the black dragon egg. Because they were now in the same space, there was clearly some change that occurred because of the mutual attraction of their dragon race auras. The snow-white dragon horn was the height of a person. But, when placed next to the dragon egg, it seemed the size of a dish. The pure black egg shell was covered with strange patterns that shifted between light and dark as if the egg were breathing. In the darkness, a soft luster formed from energy surrounded the dragon egg, forming a faint black halo. And beneath the dragon egg, the snow-white dragon horn was emitting a gentle white light. The sharp contrast of black and white was like a glossy black gem placed in snow. Big Brother Lin, I feel that the jade dragon horn's dragon spirit has been stirred. It's likely resonating with the little thing in the black dragon egg. Xiao Maxian said from behind Lin Ming. In a daze, she walked forwards and stood in front of the jade dragon horn. Her eyes were misty as she looked at the jade dragon horn and peaceful black dragon egg. Her hands were lifted in the air, gently weaving through the glossy light emitting from the jade dragon horn, as if she were running her hands in the waters of a lake. It's true, it seems that the dragon spirit within the jade dragon horn is slowly gathering into the dragon egg, Xiao Maxian dreamily whispered. Lin Ming closed his eyes, also feeling the same thing. The dragon spirit within the jade dragon horn was an extremely incomplete and flawed soul. It lacked nearly any sense of self. It was only because of the contract that it was controlled by the master of the dragon contract. Now, although the little being in the black dragon egg wasn't able to control the dragon contract, it seemed as if it was relying on the unique relationship between members of the dragon race to slowly absorb the ancient dragon spirit from the dragon contract. And this ancient dragon spirit didn't seem to resist at all. Lin Ming linked his divine sense with the dragon contract and seemed to sense a faintly sad and depressing atmosphere. Lin Ming had the dragon race bloodline in his body, and this allowed him to faintly communicate with the ancient dragon spirit. He could feel its hopelessness and sorrow. Because the ancient dragon spirit was extremely incomplete, it lacked almost any sense of consciousness. But it still had its instinct. Hundreds of millions of years ago, it had been caged within the jade dragon horn. Sealed by an ancient contract, it had become nothing but a contract puppet. Time had passed, 100 million years and then another hundreds million years, repeating again and again. It had gone through many masters and had even gone into dormancy deep in the depths of ancient ruins. It had traveled through multiple universes and had taken countless lives. But no matter how long the lifespan of a divine dragon was, the end of its existence had finally neared. It had transformed into pure soul energy, but even so it was imprisoned by the contract. It was still regarded as a puppet without a mind of its own, used as a killing tool for its ever-changing masters to fight again and again. This type of life left the dragon spirit feeling endless sadness and despair. and now, a familiar bloodline relation of its people was calling to it, summoning it. Without any resistance at all, the dragon spirit allowed itself to be summoned. For this dragon spirit, rather than being imprisoned forever in this contract, forever unable to reincarnate, allowing itself to become a part of this new life was actually a kind of salvation. Lin Ming closed his eyes for a long time. After several hours passed, he finally opened them. Amongst the god beasts, their bloodlines were few and far between. In order to survive, it was much easier for them to trust each other than to trust a human. Humans fighting amongst each other was a common occurrence. In fact, within the great 33 heavens, whether it was mortals or martial artists of any race, countless lives perished every year. To struggle for resources, to fight because of grudges, to rob others, innumerable reasons led to the extermination of innumerable lives. But god beasts would not do this in most situations. This was because their numbers were far too few. If they fought amongst themselves, it was likely they would all become extinct. At this time, more and more gentle light emitted from the jade dragon horn. In the void of the divine runic room, the light transformed into a shimmering white dragon. In the midst of this glorious light, an untold number of strange dragon-shaped marks and even life essence began flowing towards the black dragon egg. This was the essence of the dragon spirit that had been sealed in the dragon contract for an unknown number of years. In a sense, it was a type of inheritance. This was the purest form of its life essence, containing all of its talent, supernatural powers, and so forth. Lin Ming watched quietly. After a full day passed, the light of the dragon egg began to gradually dim down, and the pulsating lights on the dragon egg also disappeared. The strength of the dragon spirit had completely fused into the black dragon egg, seeming as if nothing had occurred. Lin Ming silently waited as all of this happened. Even the drawing of the divine runic symbols was momentarily postponed. He was extremely patient. This black dragon egg was his contract beast, and their spirits and lives were linked together. He could feel that after absorbing the dragon spirit, the black dragon egg was undergoing a tremendous series of changes. To hatch a true dragon, that was absolutely an unfathomably vast project. Even under the nourishment of countless heavenly materials and limitless amounts of heaven and earth origin energy, this was still a process that required tens of thousands of years. But now, with the ancient dragon spirit fusing its essence into the black dragon egg, this greatly reduced the time it needed to incubate. At the same time, the life essence, talent, and supernatural powers that entered the dragon egg accelerated its growth. Once it hatched, it would definitely be far more powerful than Xiao Maxian's hungry big yellow, a Taotai god beast. Time slowly passed, a breath at a time. Slowly, over the surface of the black dragon egg, a dazzling and mystical line appeared. Then another strange and shimmering line appeared. As these radiant lines slowly appeared, the pitch-black dragon egg became crystalline and translucent. Lin Ming could even faintly hear a small whisper from within the dragon egg, as slight and imperceptible as dust falling in the wind. After that, vaguely, the outline of a little baby dragon appeared from within the glowing dragon egg, flitting in and out of sight, indistinct and hidden. It was slowly absorbing the power of the dragon spirit like drinking from a trickling stream. Lin Ming could see at first glance that absorbing the ancient dragon spirit wasn't something that could be accomplished in a single day. Rather, it would take a long time as the process slowly occurred. This was just like a small little bug eating a massive cake. After finishing eating and then also absorbing other heavenly materials, just what boundary would this little baby black dragon reach? The life fluctuations of the black dragon egg began to die down as it changed back to its previous appearance. The only differences were the traces of life marked on the outside of the dragon egg. They still emitted a luminescent light. This was clearly showing the pulse of life within. It seems it will need a much longer time before it can hatch, Lin Ming gazed at the black dragon egg, satisfied with what he saw. He would allow that little life to slowly digest the power of the dragon spirit. At this time he had to do his best not to disturb the black dragon egg. He also understood the common saying that one shouldn't try to run before they could walk. This needed to be a progressive, gradual process. Just as he put the black dragon egg and jade dragon horn in his spatial ring, there was the thumping of a knock on his door. Who had come at this time? Lin Ming wasn't happy to be disturbed while he was drawing up divine runic symbols. Xiao Maxian frowned and opened the door. They could see two old men with strange smiles on their faces standing at the entrance. Beside them were two young divine runic masters. They were clearly apprentices. "Who are you?" Xiao Maxian swept her eyes over them, her vision catching on their divine runic badges. Their divine runic badges were not in the style of Divine Rune City, so they clearly weren't divine runic masters of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. "We felt a chaotic energy just now." It seems that the eyes of one of the old divine runic masters looked over Xiao Maxian and swept through the divine runic room. As he saw the messy and chaotic scene, he knew that a considerably large explosion had occurred just now. Even the array discs might have been damaged. "It seems that there was an explosion. Is Sir Lin safe?" a tall and thin old man asked. Although he had a smile, one could clearly hear the anxiety and worry in his voice. The other old man was short and fat. Although he didn't speak, his distraught expression spoke more than enough for him. These two people had clearly felt the strange fluctuations of energy in the air. "You are not from the Divine Runic Masters Guild," Xiao Maxian frowned. "Just where did these two old fellows come from? Why were they here?" "I am Zhao Chong, a Divine Runic Master from the Minor Violet Holy Lands. Before, hadn't Sir Lin said that he would hand over the completed heretical god symbols every few months? Thus, Empyrean Minor Violet sent us here to be responsible for this matter and to lend any aid that we can. If there is any matter that you need help with, please feel free to look for us. We will do our best to help you in any manner we can." Divine Runic Master Zhao spoke with a close and friendly tone. As he spoke, he continued to sweep his sense across the divine runic room, trying to get a grasp of Lin Ming's progress on the heretical god symbols. Xiao Maxian was stunned for a moment before she recovered. It seemed that Empyrean Minor Violet didn't trust them too much and had sent several supervisors to keep an eye on them. This caused Xiao Maxian to feel extremely uncomfortable. Her eyebrows twitched and she nearly slammed the door shut. But at this time, Lin Ming stopped her and smiled at the two old divine runic masters as he said, "Please rest assured, I will turn in divine runic symbols every 3 months on time. As for this divine runic room, the sound insulating array formation is quite good and it's nearly impossible for the fluctuations of energy from an explosion to escape. Two sirs, perhaps you were living in the room next door?" Lin Ming smiled, chuckling a little. He didn't mind that Empyrean Minor Violet had sent these supervisors to watch over him. To be honest, if he were in Empyrean Minor Violet's position, he would absolutely send people to keep a close eye on matters. After all, this was a total of 5 billion points added with a 2 billion point dragon saliva grass, and all of this was traded for a promissory note. How could Empyrean Minor Violet not be anxious about this? Lin Ming's words left the two old divine runic masters blushing red with embarrassment. Indeed, they were assigned to monitor him at all hours, every day. It wasn't much different from having moved a bench right outside the door of his room. However, they couldn't disturb Lin Ming as he was drawing up divine runic symbols, so they didn't have the chance to enter his room. It was only with this explosion that they took this opportunity to see the progress of his work. Chapter 1651 – Attention of Peers. Chapter 1651 – Attention of Peers. The two old divine runic masters idled at the door for some time, clearly wanting to go in and sit. But Lin Ming didn't share this intention at all. After a brief conversation, he quickly came up with an excuse that he had to hurry up with the divine runic symbols and closed the door. Looking at the closed door, the two old men glanced at each other with dismay. They were also people with status, and yet they had to spend their days here guarding the door of a junior. But there wasn't anything they could do about it. Besides Lin Ming, who else could draw up the improved heavenly fire symbol and heretical god symbol? Even Empyrean Minor Violet had taken an extreme liking towards Lin Ming's divine runic symbols and would occasionally ask about them. "The situation doesn't seem too good," the tall old man said, stroking his beard. Although they didn't enter the room, they were still able to vaguely get a sense of his progress. During these past several days, Lin Ming didn't seem to have made any headway in the production of the divine runic symbols and instead seemed to have caused some explosions in his room. That brief accident just now was not just an ordinary failure, it might have been a problem with the creation of the energy structure. When Shadow Overflow had tried to copy Lin Ming's divine runic symbol, it had also been a problem with the energy structure that had caused the entire divine runic symbol to collapse. This left them both feeling worried. Was there a problem in drawing up the heretical god symbols? If so, would Lin Ming be able to finish the task on time? In fact, it wasn't just these two old fellows that were paying attention to this. After the Divine Rune City auction ended, many Divine Runic Masters had yet to leave. They often visited the Divine Runic Masters Guild, hoping to observe the heretical god symbol and the improved heavenly fire symbol. Originally, this sort of request was a bit outrageous. After all, these two divine runic symbols involved a great deal of secret. If the Divine Runic Masters Guild refused, they wouldn't have anything to say about the matter. But what surprised them was that these requests were actually not refused by Songwon. All Divine Runic Masters, as long as they applied, could examine the heretical god symbol and heavenly fire symbol for 3 days. But in order to apply there was a condition. Divine Runic Masters had to exchange some of their attainments. In other words, some of their skills and secret techniques in drawing up divine runic symbols. When Songwon put forth these requests, even Old Shue had to clap his hands in praise. Old Shue couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although this Songwon normally seemed like some virtuous and magnanimous character, the truth was that he was a dirty bucket of water filled with tricks. As for Old Shue himself, he was the opposite. Although he seemed crafty and greedy on the surface, when it came to his own benefits, he was honest with his bottom line. This led to Songwon having a good reputation with everyone referring to him as a gentleman. In truth, Songwon was only a miser that took advantages of others. As for Old Shue, he had a poor reputation. Many people called him an old dog, but Old Shue had never truly taken advantage of others. However, Old Shue knew that wanting to copy the improved heavenly fire symbol and heretical god symbol was impossible. The past results of Shadow Overflow were the best example of this. Even if they lent out these divine runic symbols for other divine runic masters to examine and research, they wouldn't be able to produce any results. On the other hand, with these divine runic masters exchanging their attainments to the Divine Runic Masters Guild, the Divine Runic Masters Guild would have tremendous benefits. After all, every divine runic master would have different discoveries and experiences when drawing up a divine runic symbol. For instance, if 100 divine runic masters were to draw up a heavenly fire symbol, there would be 100 different techniques. Even though the main runic structure was the same, the subtle differences between them were infinitely varied. Absorbing the experience of a single divine runic master wasn't much at all, but if one could absorb the experiences of many divine runic masters, that was a highly valuable asset. The truth was that most of these divine runic masters were well aware that it was impossible for them to unravel the heretical god symbol and the improved heavenly fire symbol. Even though they had no hope of unraveling it, they still wanted to experience it and study it themselves. These two divine runic symbols had a soaring fame in the outer world. Even though many divine runic masters knew this was a trap, they still willingly leapt into it. This was the craziness caused by one's curiosity and enthusiasm towards the divine runic arts. For many divine runic masters, even just looking at the heretical god symbol had them feeling satisfied. More and more divine runic masters came and exchanged their attainments for the chance to look over the heretical god symbol and improved heavenly fire symbol. However, as more and more people studied these two divine runic symbols and even conducted research on them, they came to a horrifying conclusion. That was that the degree of difficulty in drawing up these two divine runic symbols had reached a terrifying level. Just looking at the tiny runes that comprised the structure of the divine runic symbol, there were 2,000 to 3,000 of them. They feared that even if they knew all the techniques needed to draw these two divine runic symbols and also knew how to fuse together the Azura Heavenly Tao, if they wanted to draw these divine runic symbols themselves, the difficulty would likely be several times greater than that of an ordinary 6th-grade divine runic symbol. It was hard to imagine just how Lin Ming had completed one. As they all remembered that Lin Ming said he would complete 500 heretical god symbols within 3 years, all of them felt that this was unbelievable. This was simply a mind-boggling workload. If Lin Ming couldn't complete the 500 heavenly fire symbols within 3 years, then Empyrean Lionheart wouldn't say anything. After all, at the time, Empyrean Lionheart hadn't placed a condition on Lin Ming to complete the 500 improved heavenly fire symbols within 3 years. But Empyrean Minor Violet was different. If Lin Ming wasn't able to fulfill the promissory note on time, then the points he obtained would be taken back. For a time, many divine runic masters focused their attention on the Divine Runic Masters Guild. These miraculous divine runic symbols left their hearts itching with desire and not wanting to leave. Much less, Divine Rune City was considered a holy land of divine runic masters. With so many divine runic masters gathered here, they could share and exchange their knowledge. To these long-lived people, 3 years wasn't anything at all. They would rather stay here and see if Lin Ming could finish this intimidating task. But Lin Ming secluded himself in his divine runic room, not allowing anyone to enter. During these days, there were no more movements of the black dragon egg. Lin Ming invested all of his focus into drawing up the divine runic symbols. His hands cut through the void, leaving behind lines of glowing energy. Time passed like sand in the wind, unknowingly marching by. At the start, Lin Ming didn't have any problems drawing up the heavenly fire symbol. But concerning the heretical god symbol, the process was still as slow as before. One after another, several small incidents occurred. Luckily, after Xiao Maxian was left covered in soot due to the black dragon egg incident, she had kept her guard up, so all troubles were quickly resolved. After that, Lin Ming became increasingly skilled in his drawing process. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. The discarded materials piled up as high as hills. But during this process, Lin Ming became increasingly skilled and familiar with drawing up the improved heavenly fire symbol and heretical god symbol. He accurately captured all of the small changes in the energy patterns between the lines. Slowly, Lin Ming finally became able to draw up 2 complete heavenly fire symbols in 1 day. His success rate in a situation where he was conserving his soul force had reached 99%. As for the more difficult heretical god symbol, Lin Ming's success rate was only 80-some%. Moreover, he could draw at most 1 a day. This led Lin Ming to make a decision. He would spend the majority of his energy drawing up the improved heavenly fire symbols and through this process constantly enhance the level of his divine runic arts. As for the heretical god symbol, he would leave that on the back burner until his skill in the divine runic arts reached a certain level. Once he could guarantee a 95% success rate, he would then start drawing them up en masse. Doing this would save the most time. And at this moment, the divine runic masters from Minor Violet Heavenly Palace that were keeping guard outside of Lin Ming's divine runic room, felt a bit restless. During this long period of time, Lin Ming hadn't come out to hand over any divine runic symbols. This left them feeling weak at heart. Finally, Zhao Chong couldn't help but knock on Lin Ming's door. Xiao Maxian frowned. First she confirmed that Lin Ming hadn't been disturbed, then she laid down an isolating array formation before she opened the front door with a dark and gloomy face. Facing Xiao Maxian's eerie face that was illuminated by the dim light and the murderous gaze in her eyes, Zhao Chong stiffened and awkwardly coughed several times. He slowly explained, "Fairy Maiden Xiao Maxian, we are here to receive the divine runic symbols." At the time, Sir Lin said to Empyrean Minor Violet at the auction that he would deliver what he had completed every 3 months. Zhao Chong spoke with an upbeat and warm tone, as if he were trying to flatter Xiao Maxian. Upon hearing this, Xiao Maxian remembered that Lin Ming had indeed said this. Pulling her ear for a moment, Xiao Maxian walked back inside, and took out the completed heretical god symbols from a jade box on the divine runic table. Then, she handed them over to Zhao Chong. The stack was thin and light. After a quick count, there were only 10. This was because in order to save time Lin Ming decided to take things one step at a time. In a high-intensity drawing process, he would first start with the improved heavenly fire symbols to hone his craft further. As Zhao Chong looked at the mere 10 heretical god symbols in his hands, he nearly choked on himself and fainted. This is it. During these 3 months, Lin Ming had only drawn 10. Wasn't this far too slow? The promised deadline was 3 years. At this speed, in 3 years Lin Ming would only be able to draw 120. This was far away from the goal of 500. That's right, this is it. At the time I remember it was said that only completed divine runic symbols would be handed over, but it was never stated how many needed to be handed over per month, right? Xiao Maxian rhetorically asked. Zhao Chong was speechless. Indeed, at the auction, Lin Ming only said he would turn in what he had completed every 3 months, but it was never stated how many would be turned in. The short and fat old man beside Zhao Chong couldn't help but remind Xiao Maxian, "Fairy Maiden Xiao Maxian, please remember that the agreement was that if the promissory note couldn't be fulfilled in 3 years, then the 5 billion points and dragon saliva grass must be returned." The short and fat old man kindly reminded, as he felt that it would be difficult for Lin Ming to complete this task. After all, he too had studied the heretical god symbol created by Lin Ming and felt that even with his own ability, if Lin Ming were to teach him by hand how to draw up a heretical god symbol, it would still not be easy at all. There would definitely be a high failure rate. To complete 500 in 3 years was a bit too imposing of a condition. After all, in his eyes, Lin Ming was still a youth, not much different from a little child. Although these 2 old men had a good character and spoke from the kindness of their heart, Xiao Maxian still didn't appreciate these 2 old fellows squatting in front of the door every day. She impatiently said, "Thank you for the advice, but please do not worry yourselves. It has only been 3 months, moreover, Big Brother Lin has more to draw up than the heretical god symbols. He still has to draw up the improved heavenly fire symbols." "Improved heavenly fire symbols?" Zhao Chong repeated, startled. There was trouble in completing the heretical god symbols, and yet Lin Ming was still drawing up the improved heavenly fire symbols? He felt that Xiao Maxian had the heart and manner of a child, and liked to mindlessly boast. But he had the good manners and heart not to break apart her little act. He once again kindly reminded her, "The heavenly fire symbols don't seem to have a deadline. Perhaps it might be better to focus on the heretical god symbols alone for these 3 years." Sure. Xiao Maxian simply didn't have the interest or patience to keep on bantering with these 2 old men. She mumbled a response and then slammed the door shut. The 2 old men jumped back as their faces were almost struck by the stone door. They couldn't help but glance at each other in dismay. Chapter 1652, Task Complete. Chapter 1652, Task Complete. Why is that little girl so angry? The two old men were somewhat depressed. It was rare for a junior to treat them like this. After such a cold reception, they were really at a loss for words. She is complaining that we are staying out here and disturbing her. The other old man bitterly smiled. To squat outside one's door every day, it wasn't strange to arouse someone's disgust and annoyance. If it weren't for this being Empyrean Minor Violet's personal command, they wouldn't be willing to squat at the door like some beggars. Lin Ming seems to have pushed himself too far. I have no idea if it's really like that little girl said, and he's investing a massive amount of energy in the improved heavenly fire symbols. At the time, Empyrean Lionheart hadn't stipulated any deadline, so as long as Lin Ming isn't foolish, he shouldn't take on too great a burden. Lin Ming's not an idiot. Empyrean Lionheart isn't facing a war anytime soon, so he has no urgent need for the divine runic symbols. To him, it shouldn't matter if it's 3 years or 5 years. My gut feeling tells me that there was a problem in the drawing process. That heretical god symbol alone has 3,000 some tiny runes, enough to even cause a 6th grade divine runic master to feel fear at heart, so how could it be easy to draw up? Perhaps the previous explosion was because there was a problem with the runic structure. We can only hope that Lin Ming managed to solve the problem. As these two old men continued deliberating, they passed these mere 10 divine runic symbols to a messenger from the Minor Violet Holy Lands, who passed through numerous channels to deliver them to Empyrean Minor Violet. In 3 months, Empyrean Minor Violet had only received 10 divine runic symbols. This small amount caused her to slightly frown. However, it was only slightly frowning. She didn't say much, only commanding that all the divine runic symbols be delivered to her every 3 months. Lin Ming delivering 10 heretical god symbols in 3 months wasn't a secret at all. In addition, with the numerous people who were paying attention to Lin Ming, this news soon spread. If he spent 3 months to complete 10 divine runic symbols, how could he possibly complete 500 in 3 years? These people couldn't help but gossip quietly amongst themselves. Although Lin Minming was young, no one dared to underestimate him. At the Divine Rune City auction, he had obtained 10 billion points in just half a month. Whether it was in terms of will or mentality, he was absolutely top-notch. Since he had dared to make a promise that he would be able to fulfill the promissory note of 500 heretical god symbols in 3 years, he had to have some assurance in doing so. After all, if his confident promise at the time was just an act, the future price he would have to pay would be dreadful. Thus, everyone felt that Lin Ming's slow speed in drawing up heretical god symbols was likely because some accident had occurred. If he could solve this problem, then he might be able to increase his speed. But if he didn't manage to do so, then he would truly lose everything. This news left many divine runic masters that were on good terms with Lin Ming worried for him. For instance, Old Shui and Old Su were both fretting over his problems. But there were also many others taking this chance to gloat. They wanted Lin Ming to fail. The materials had been paid for using Lin Ming's money, and if he were forced to pay back the 5 billion points and dragon saliva grass he earned, that would truly be tragic. Old Su and Old Shui discussed the situation with each other. They figured that Lin Ming should have encountered some problem in the first 3 months that he wasn't able to solve for the time being. After the first 3 months, his speed should have increased some more. But they never imagined that after 6 months of time, Lin Ming would only hand over 3 more heretical god symbols. This left many people speechless. How come he would turn in less each time? Good heavens! Old Shui and Old Su were no longer able to sit still. This was not just Lin Ming's problem, but something that involved the honor and reputation of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. The 3 kinds of divine runic symbols that Lin Ming invented were his brand and also the brand of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Slowly, the divine runic masters that had gathered at the Divine Runic Masters Guild from all over the Azura Road felt the situation becoming more interesting. This youth had spent half a month to gather 10 billion points and had made a great show of things. If he wasn't able to fulfill his promises and lost everything, then the miracle of that time would turn into nothing but a joke. After 9 months, Lin Ming only delivered slightly more heretical god symbols. 5 of them. When placed against the total requirement of 500, this was nothing but a drop of water in a bucket. Time passed a day at a time. Lin Ming was deep in seclusion and didn't leave. The divine runic symbols he completed were handed over to Xiao Maxian for processing. Lin Ming focused all of his heart and mind on drawing up the divine runic symbols and declined all disturbances. No one knew that at this time, Lin Ming had already been able to draw up 3 improved heavenly fire symbols in one day, and his success rate had risen to 100%. With his current soul force and control of the Azura laws, Lin Ming believed that if he were to stop drawing up the heavenly fire symbols now and immediately start on the heretical god symbols, his success rate would be above 95%. During these 9 months, Lin Ming had already completed 390 improved heavenly fire symbols and had just a bit more than 100 left to do. He could complete that in a little more than a month. Then 10 months passed. Halfway through the 11th month, Lin Ming completed all improved heavenly fire symbols. All 500 heavenly fire symbols had been perfectly drawn up. Following that, Lin Ming's divine runic arts had risen to another level. With this experience at his back, he started his work on the heretical god symbols. With the warm-up of the heavenly fire symbols, it had become far easier for Lin Ming to draw up the heretical god symbols. From 1 a day at the start, after becoming more familiar with the process, he began to draw up 3 every 2 days. In over 40 days, Lin Ming drew up more than 50 heretical god symbols. With this, the 12th month had passed. An entire year had quietly slipped by. The end of the 12th month also signaled the receiving of the completed divine runic symbols. As many people thought that Lin Ming would complete heretical god symbols in the single digits, when Xiao Maxian took out the jade box and opened it, she actually revealed a thick stack of heretical god symbols within. Zhao Chang was stunned as he saw this. He quickly counted the heretical god symbols and noticed there were 52 of them. With a brief probing of his soul force, he could see that all of these were completed heretical god symbols. How come Lin Ming had handed over 3 and 5 divine runic symbols, but now there were suddenly 52 divine runic symbols? Did Lin Ming finally manage to draw around 1 every 2 days? As this news spread throughout the Divine Runic Masters Guild, Old Su and Old Shui were overjoyed. There was finally some good news about Lin Ming. However, a speed of drawing up 1 every 2 days still wasn't enough to complete 500 of them in the time left. They could only hope that Lin Ming would increase his speed yet again in the next 2 years. Only like this would he have hopes of completing the 500. Old Shui held on to this hope, but he never imagined that after another 3 months, Lin Ming would give them all another heaven-shaking surprise. It had to be known that when Lin Ming drew up the 52 divine runic symbols, he had only used a month and a half to do so. The first half of the 3 months had been spent on drawing up improved heavenly fire symbols. However, during the next 3 months, Lin Ming was spending the entire time span to do so. He invested all of his concentration in it, only thinking of drawing up heretical god symbols. Thus, during these 3 months, Lin Ming drew up a total of 135 heretical god symbols. He had drawn up 3 divine runic symbols every 2 days, no more, no less. When Xiao Maxian handed over these divine runic symbols, Zhao Chang was left dumbfounded for a long time. How come there are so many? To hand over 135 all of a sudden, this was over twice the total amount of all the heretical god symbols he had handed in before. Is it not good to turn in too many? Xiao Maxian asked. She urged Zhao Chang to hurry up and inspect the goods. Zhao Chang shook his head and regained his composure. He swept his sense through the heretical god symbols and saw that there was no problem with any of them. How had Lin Ming drawn all of these? As Zhao Chang was lost in thought, he dazedly passed the 135 heretical god symbols to headquarters. As this news spread, Old Su and Old Shui were ecstatic. As for many other divine runic masters, they were left perplexed. Lin Ming had handed over heretical god symbols a total of 5 times. The first time he turned in 10, the second time 3, the third time 5, and the fourth time was the most normal at 52. But the fifth time, he actually handed in a ridiculous number of 135. Could Lin Ming have been deliberately holding back some divine runic symbols the first year? And then for some reason he decided to hand them over now. Many people had this thought. This was also the most reasonable explanation. Otherwise, to complete 135 heretical god symbols in 3 months, that was simply unbelievable. Up until now, Lin Ming had completed 205 heretical god symbols in 15 months. If this number was averaged out, that would be around 13 to 14 completed every month. This was a perfectly acceptable number. Even so, at this speed, it would still be extremely tight if Lin Ming wanted to complete 500 divine runic symbols in 3 years. It felt as if he were gasping for time. Whether or not he could complete the task would depend on how many divine runic symbols Lin Ming would turn in the next time. Time quickly passed. Soon, 6 months passed during the second year. It was time again for the delivery of divine runic symbols. And this time, when Xiao Maxian took out the divine runic symbols, Zhao Cheng's chin nearly hit the ground. She took out 145 at once. With this, Lin Ming had now delivered 350 heretical god symbols. He was only 150 away from 500. Everyone didn't even have the time to digest this news or to figure out how Lin Ming had managed to draw up 145 heretical god symbols in 3 months. And following this, after the 9th month of the second year passed, Lin Ming directly left seclusion and handed over the remaining 150 divine runic symbols. With this, Lin Ming completely fulfilled his promissory note to Empyrean Minor Violet. As Lin Ming stepped out of his room, his appearance was a bit haggard and exhausted. As Zhao Chang and the other old man saw him, they were both left panic-stricken. In their eyes, this young man in front of them was no different from a monstrous freak. The original deadline was 3 years, but Lin Ming had used 1 year and 9 months to complete it. As for the difficulty of the heretical god symbol, the 2 old fellows had a deep understanding of it. There were over 3,000 tiny runes and innumerable connections and combinations between them. Just looking at the possibilities gave one a headache. Even for a 6th-grade divine runic master, their soul force might not be enough to complete the task. Moreover, the more and more soul force he used up, the higher the chances of failure became. How had Lin Ming accomplished all of this? As this news spread out, the divine runic masters in Divine Rune City were all left startled. In particular, those hoping for Lin Ming to fail and lose all the money he had used to purchase materials were left absolutely flummoxed. However, they still had a great question in their minds. Lin Ming was clearly able to complete 500 heretical god symbols in 1 year and 9 months, so in the first 9 months, why had he only turned in such a small number of divine runic symbols every time? Chapter 1653 Celebration Banquet. Chapter 1653 Celebration Banquet. This time, Lin Ming hadn't handed over many heretical god symbols at the start, instead handing them all in near the end. This was a slap in the face for the divine runic masters who had doubted him. In the early part of the first year, when Lin Ming had only handed in divine runic symbols in the single digits, Many divine runic masters gossiped and said that Lin Ming would definitely be unable to complete the task. There were even some people who said that if Lin Ming could finish his task, they would eat their own divine runic tables like steamed buns. But in the end, Lin Ming had taken a year and 9 months to complete the task. Without a doubt, this left all of his detractors' faces swollen red from shame. In their deep mortification, they began to curse Lin Ming and say that he was putting on an act. If he could clearly complete them early, why would he wait until the final several months to turn them in? If this wasn't putting on a show, what was? But, although these divine runic masters cursed Lin Ming in their heart, they still understood that Lin Ming's ability to draw up divine runic symbols far surpassed their imaginations. Toward someone this young but with such an absurdly high level of talent in the divine runic arts, those people that openly gossiped about him decided to take a new approach to the current situation. They decided to scurry away. If they had offended someone like this, wouldn't it be better to just hide? As these people were mulling over leaving Divine Rune City, the Divine Runic Masters Guild was holding a massive celebration banquet. One reason was to celebrate Lin Ming's completion of his task, and another reason was to propagandize the successes of the Divine Runic Masters Guild so that more Divine Runic Masters would join them, causing Divine Rune City to grow even stronger. Lin Ming originally had no interest in attending this celebration banquet, but after Song Wen repeatedly requested his presence and said that it was for the future of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, Lin Ming decided to take up the offer. He allowed them to do as they wished. Before the celebration banquet began, all sorts of celebrities in the world of Divine Runic Masters began to converge. All of them wanted to experience the magnificent style and elegance of this new legendary Divine Runic Master. Someone like Lin Ming, who had a limitless future in front of them, was simply a spirit treasure in human form. There were countless influences that wanted to win him over, but he had declined all guests during his seclusion. Since these influences didn't have the opportunity to meet him before, they certainly wouldn't miss the chance at this celebration banquet. For a time, all sorts of people surrounded Lin Ming. These celebrities of the inner Azura Road greeted him, wanting to get on good terms with him. This was a scene that Suyao definitely wouldn't miss out on. However, she wasn't the only bright spot on the field. Even though she put on her eternally sexy and captivating clothes, she still couldn't cover up the light of the other girls. In the center of the field, there was no shortage of proud beauties from many different great influences. These women all came in their own styles. Some were cute and lovable, some were pure and ethereal, some were exploding from their clothes, and no matter which beautiful young woman it was, Suya didn't necessarily surpass them. And after Lin Ming arrived, he became the focus of all these young ladies' wiles. Grandmaster Lin Ming, you are far too fierce. I've been studying the divine runic arts for more than 10 years, but I'm still only just a little first-grade divine runic master. But Grandmaster Lin Ming doesn't seem much older than me, yet your divine runic arts are skilled enough to transform classic versions of divine runic symbols. You can establish your own sect and begin your own inheritance. When my grandpa returned from Divine Rune City, he had nothing but endless praise for Grandmaster Lin Ming. A young girl with snow-white skin and shimmering bright eyes breathily said. Her long dark hair fell down her shoulders like an inky waterfall, and as she spoke to Lin Ming her vision was filled with an alluring charm. As she lifted a glass of wine in her hands, her pale white hands contrasted with the deep red wine, seeming especially beautiful. The grandpa that she was mentioning was an Empyrean Supreme Elder. Of course, an Empyrean's granddaughter wasn't anything too great. After all, a general Empyrean had far too many granddaughters. All descendants of Empyreans had to rely on their own abilities, and it was quite good for her to become a first-grade divine runic master in 10 years. But to suddenly be referred to as Grandmaster Lin Ming had a strange expression come over his face. To think that he had inexplicably become a Grandmaster, it was quite bewildering. I am not a Grandmaster, Just refer to me by my name. In my eyes you are a grandmaster. I wonder, if you have any free time, perhaps you could direct my divine runic arts?" The young girl said, her face blushing red. Just as she was about to speak again, an old man with silver hair approached Lin Ming. This old man wore purple robes, and his white hair was frizzy like needles that stuck up from his head. His aura was restrained and his eyes were sharp. Lin Ming could see that he was a master at first glance. Half-step Empyrean. Lin Ming was surprised as he rapidly made this judgment. A half-step Empyrean, no matter where they were, was considered a formidable existence. Even in Divine Rune City, where masters were like clouds, there weren't many half-step Empyreans. "Little friend Lin, haha, I have already been hearing your famous name for quite some time. Since we can meet like this today, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Vice Palace Master of Lionheart Heavenly Palace. The reason I came this time is on behalf of Empyrean Lionheart. The Vice Palace Master of an Empyrean influence." Lin Ming was startled. This sort of status was quite exaggerated. Compared to the Vice President of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, it was only slightly worse. As the old man introduced himself, he quickly caught the attention of many people. He smiled and said, "Little friend Lin, allow an old man to raise a cup to you. Before this I was worried that the Palace Master's 500 improved heavenly fire symbols wouldn't be able to be fulfilled anytime soon, but now it seems I was overthinking matters. Really, even 500 heretical god symbols were completed by little friend Lin in just a year and 9 months. Then, drawing up the heavenly fire symbols shouldn't be a problem at all, ha ha ha." The old man heartily smiled, raising his wine glass to Lin Ming. As for Lin Ming, after a brief moment of surprise he suddenly said, "If the Lionheart Holy Lands want the 500 improved heavenly fire symbols, I have already finished drawing them. If Senior wishes, then I can fulfill the promissory note now." Lin Ming's voice wasn't loud, but most of the martial artists in attendance were already paying attention to him and the silver-haired old man. They were able to clearly hear what they were saying. For a time, the loud and bustling party calmed down. Everyone looked at Lin Ming, stunned, not sure whether or not they could believe their own ears. The silver-haired man was bewildered. The wine glass in his hand also froze in mid-air. You finished? 500 heavenly fire symbols, you've finished drawing them?" The silver-haired old man's throat twitched. He found it difficult to speak. This old man's response confused Lin Ming. Was this so strange? He had originally promised a 3-year deadline, and that was to complete both the heavenly fire symbols and heretical god symbols. If he hadn't finished them, then why would he leave seclusion? Of course, his results were better than what he had imagined. In less than 2 years he had completed the 1,000 divine runic symbols. Lin Ming was highly satisfied with his own speed. He lightly clinked his wine glass with the silver-haired old man's and said with a matter-of-course tone, "I've naturally finished drawing them, otherwise I wouldn't have left seclusion. If I were to fall behind in drawing up the expensive divine runic symbols that a holy land purchased, I would simply have to work overtime, so how would I have the time to drink wine at this banquet?" Lin Ming thought that his own actions were quite normal. But everyone present was left dumbfounded. It took them some time to regain their composure. Not too far away from Lin Ming, old Shui was enjoying his 100,000-year spirit rhino wine, drinking down cup after cup, but as he heard Lin Ming's words, he nearly spat out all the wine in his mouth. In less than 2 years, Lin Ming had completed 500 heretical god symbols, as well as casually completing the 500 improved heavenly fire symbols. When one considered the difficulty and time required to draw up these 2 divine runic symbols, this was simply unbelievable. The silver-haired old man licked his dry lips. "Little friend Lin, since when did you complete the 500 heavenly fire symbols that my holy lands purchased?" He asked this question because he had some slight suspicions that Lin Ming might have completed a portion of the heavenly fire symbols before the auction had begun. However, Lin Ming refuted this. He shook his head and said, "It was last year. I first drew up the heavenly fire symbols, and after I completed them I began to draw up the heretical god symbols. After all, the heretical god symbol is a bit more difficult to draw up, so it would be easier with the experience of drawing up 500 heavenly fire symbols before that. Fortunately, my success rate increased afterward. Starting with something simple and then progressively going harder will naturally save more time. If the Lionheart Holy Lands had requested that I hand over the completed heavenly fire symbols every 3 months, then I would have handed them in then, and there wouldn't have been a need to wait until now." As Lin Ming spoke, everyone suddenly recalled what happened last year. During the first year, Lin Ming had only completed an extraordinarily small number of heretical god symbols, sometimes even handing in single digits of completed ones. But in the second year, Lin Ming's speed of drawing up heretical god symbols rapidly increased. One time, he even handed in 150 of them. Originally, many people thought that Lin Ming had finished most of the heretical god symbols last year and only turned in the majority of them near the end. They assumed that Lin Ming was putting on some sort of show. But they never imagined that Lin Ming simply hadn't been drawing up heretical god symbols at all, but had been focusing on drawing up heavenly fire symbols. As others were worrying over whether or not Lin Ming would be able to complete his task, he hadn't been worrying over this matter at all. Everyone's concern during the first year had simply been unnecessary. Rather, it could be said that when Lin Ming agreed to a 3-year deadline, he had factored additional time into the deadline. In fact, he had been referring to drawing up both divine runic symbols within the deadline. Lin Ming had put extra cushion room in his deadline in order to guarantee an escape route for himself. Many people froze as they realized all of this. For a time, none of them knew what expression to make. They felt that in front of Lin Ming, their thousands or tens of thousands of years of life had all been a waste. "I see, so little friend Lin only needed less than a year to draw up the heretical god symbols," the silver-haired old man mumbled, his mind in jumbles. During the last 3 months Lin Ming had delivered a total of 150 heretical god symbols, all of them complete. He had used the whole 3 months to do this. In other words, he had been drawing up 5 divine runic symbols every 3 days. This degree of speed left many 6th-grade divine runic masters red with shame. "Little friend Lin, do you have those completed heavenly fire symbols with you?" The silver-haired old man was particularly respectful with his tone. Lin Ming nodded and took out a jade box from his spatial ring. As he opened the jade box, a black-red flame slowly fluttered out, as if the jade box contained a mass of burning black flames. An incomparably pure energy surged out. Upon feeling this pure strength, even the silver-haired old man who didn't understand the divine runic arts too well knew that these heavenly fire symbols were all top quality. Seeing was believing. Even though everyone knew that Lin Ming wouldn't lie in this situation, as the 500 heavenly fire symbols appeared before them, this still left a considerable impact on their minds. Chapter 1654 Soul Recovery Pill. Chapter 1654 Soul Recovery Pill. When Lin Ming took out the improved heavenly fire symbols in front of all the heroic elites at the celebration banquet, this caused them all to re-evaluate him with a different light in their eyes. Just when they thought Lin Ming was already strong, he always managed to show that he was even stronger than they imagined, leaving them all speechless. This celebration banquet continued deep into the night before it ended. With this, Lin Ming fulfilled his promissory notes of 1,000 divine runic symbols. As soon as the banquet ended, this news had already spread out wide into the city. As the many circles of divine runic masters learned of this, it was like a large boulder crashing into the world of divine runic arts, sending shock waves rippling outwards. Of course, Lin Ming didn't bother with this. As soon as he returned from the banquet, he locked himself back into his divine runic room. He had many other tasks to complete. Now that he had fulfilled the orders of improved heavenly fire symbols and heretical god symbols, he could begin to handle his own business. The first matter was to refine a soul recovery pill. This pill was to be made for Empyrean Divine Mist, whose soul force was failing. If he were the Lin Ming of the past then, he might not have had the confidence to create the soul recovery pill. But for the last 2 years he had been constantly drawing up improved heavenly fire symbols and heretical god symbols day and night. His skill in balancing intricate energy patterns as well as understanding the various changes in the Azura laws had reached a new level. Now he was confident he had at least a 70% chance to successfully create the soul recovery pill. Creating a soul recovery pill consumed a massive amount of soul force. Moreover, there was an extremely strict environmental demand. The slightest fluctuation of outside energy could be catastrophic. After clearing up all of the waste materials in the divine runic room and cleaning it until it was shining, Lin Ming arranged a simple soul-gathering array. Sitting in the center of this soul-gathering array, Lin Ming began this massive project. He estimated he would need at least 10 days to refine this nearly transcendent divine pill into one that could have a significant effect on Espirita's Empyrean. Windbreak stone, resurrection grass, god crow gallbladder. All sorts of materials were spread in front of him. Lin Ming opened the heretical god force. His right hand whistled as a wisp of heavenly tribulation fire burst to life. At the same time, Lin Ming stretched out his left hand. He revolved the bloodline in his body, and a tiny wisp of life essence left in his body from Xiao Maxian burst out, forming a black nirvanic flame that rose from his left palm. In essence, nirvana was a heavenly tribulation that a phoenix had to undergo. If they failed in their nirvana, even a phoenix would perish. These two different flames shared a similar origin. They were both flames that were condensed from the heavenly Tao laws, and their grades were almost the same. The jet-black flames twisted together with the blazing red flames, slowly spinning as they evolved into a strange array diagram in the array. The phantom of the heretical god tree appeared behind Lin Ming, and perched on this heretical god tree was a dark phoenix. In these scorching flames, Lin Ming revolved his comprehensions of alchemy to the limit. All sorts of materials were fed to the flames where they dissolved into liquids. From the start, Lin Ming didn't take this process lightly, nor did he dare to slack off. The soul force within his body gushed out like a wave, rushing into the furnace in front of him. Runes appeared in his hand, shining with a black light. Then, they fused into the furnace. Lin Ming kept absolute focus for 5 days and 5 nights. Because of the sweat that poured from his body being evaporated, a thin layer of salt appeared over his skin like frost. He maintained a high-intensity consumption of soul force until even he approached his limit. But at this time, the nirvanic flames and heavenly tribulation flames in his hands suddenly extinguished themselves. From the furnace, a mystic pill appeared, filled with a bewildering power. This pill was jet black. All rays of light that neared this pill were dragged into it and cleanly absorbed. This was a semi-complete soul recovery pill. With Lin Ming's current ability, he still lacked the skills to complete the soul recovery pill in 1 session. Following this, Lin Ming rested for 2 days. Then, he used 3 days to produce the best medicinal divine runic symbol that he could and placed it atop the soul recovery pill. After finishing all of this, Lin Ming slumped back onto a stone chair, utterly exhausted. After a full 10 days, this soul recovery pill could be considered more or less complete. The pitch-black soul recovery pill was placed in a jade box. Its surface was smoother than jade, and as one looked into its shiny depths, it made one feel as if their soul was falling into it. This was a pill with the demonic charm of a soul. If a person with an unsteady will and mind were to look at it, they could even fall into illusion. But even so, Lin Ming wasn't satisfied with this pill's effects. There were many places that had yet to achieve perfection, but this was also the best he could do within the constraints of his abilities. After all, it wasn't easy to produce a pill that an Empyrean could use. However, Lin Ming couldn't wait. He had already been gone from Tragic Death Valley for nearly 30 years. According to the 10:1 time flow that occurred within Tragic Death Valley, nearly 300 years had passed there. Empyrean divine mist must have inevitably weakened during this time. In a sense, it was fortunate that Empyrean divine mist had weakened this much because in his state even an imperfect soul recovery pill would have a wondrous effect on him. Lin Ming didn't leave his room yet. Instead, he stayed in the divine runic room for another 1 to 2 months, producing another 50 heavenly fire symbols and 50 heretical god symbols. He took these divine runic symbols and went looking for Suya. Suya could be considered as having helped him. Moreover, Lin Ming had promised that he would help Suya. Lin Ming wasn't someone that liked owing anyone favors. Once he left the Divine Runic Masters Guild, there were many other matters he would have to complete. Not only did he have to return to Tragic Death Valley, but he had to find a place to refine the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill and break through the second Dao Palace in the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. After all of that was completed, there was still the final trial. But before doing all of this, Lin Ming wished to take care of unfinished business. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian found Suya and handed the divine runic symbols to her. Suya was astonished, but she also had a faint feeling in her heart. "Sir Lin, are you planning on going on a long adventure?" Lin Ming nodded, not hiding anything from Suya. Suya sighed. "You are a dragon amongst humans. The Divine Runic Masters Guild isn't a place that can hold someone like you for long. But as for me, I must stay here. This war, if the Extreme Star Holy Lands win, then I will still stay at the Extreme Star Holy Lands until my old age in the future. The most I'll be able to become is the Internal Affairs Envoy. And if we lose, then there is nothing to say. But no matter what happens and where our fates bring us, I'm afraid that our roads won't cross much." Suya didn't know why she had such a feeling. But this feeling was quite accurate. Lin Ming remained silent. Suya was right. The most he would stay in the Azura Road was another 20 or so years. 20 years from now, after the final trial was complete, he would leave the Azura Road and return to the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm was Lin Ming's homeland. Lin Ming was well aware that the great calamity of humanity was bound to be tragic and fierce. Even if he was nothing but a little tree in this great calamity, unable to do anything at all, Lin Ming still had to return. Because the human race was Lin Ming's roots. "I understand. Please, take care." Suya took a deep breath, and in this moment she seemed far thinner and paler. In truth, she and Lin Ming only had a cooperative relationship. At best, they could be considered casual friends. With such a light and pale relationship, she didn't have any qualifications to speak out words to ask him to stay. But as she thought about parting here, and perhaps to never meet again, Suya couldn't help but feel an inexplicable loss in her heart. She wanted to say something, but she eventually only looked at Xiao Maxian with envy in her eyes. Xiao Maxian paused. She suddenly felt that Suya, this Suya that she had loathed in the past, suddenly wasn't so annoying. She bit her lips and hesitantly said, "Miss Suya, is there anything you wish to say that isn't convenient? Perhaps it would be better if I left first?" Seeing Xiao Maxian's response, Suya was stunned. Then, she chuckled, her smile bright and friendly. "It's nothing special. I wish that you and Lin Ming can grow old together until your hair turns white. I wish that you two remain safe and happy, and I wish that your home will be filled with children and grandchildren, all of them dragons and phoenixes." Suya had finally said a blessing mostly used by mortals. As for the world of martial artists, although there were blessings and praises, They rarely ever mentioned growing old or having many descendants. This was because martial artists lived long lives, and to them descendants were not an extension of their lives. There was also no need to bring honor to their ancestors. When blessings were given, it was usually to wish for others to have breakthroughs in their boundaries and for their strength to increase. As Suya suddenly spoke out this strange mortal blessing, Xiao Maxian blushed red. She didn't know what to say for some time. However, she immediately thought of something else and imperceptibly sighed. Between her and Lin Ming, it was impossible to have a home filled with children and grandchildren. This was because the more powerful a race was, the more difficult it was to bear children. God beasts were the supreme example of this. Even when two god beasts of the same race came together, they might not be able to produce a child. As for Xiao Maxian, she was a half-phoenix. Her birth was a miracle of the universe, something that might not occur even within 1 billion years in the divine realm. With Xiao Maxian, her god-beast bloodline was already far paler than that of a true god-beast. But with Lin Ming, it wouldn't be easy to have children. Although having children wouldn't be as difficult as Xiao Maxian's own birth, it wouldn't be strange if she never became pregnant in hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. In the worst-case situation, she would never have children of her own. Thinking of this, Xiao Maxian was inexplicably moved. She couldn't help but fear such a future. She wanted to have a child that belonged to her and Lin Ming. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian's minds were connected, and he could faintly guess what she was thinking. He gently gripped her hand. That night, Lin Ming bid his farewells to Suya. He also went searching for old Su and old Shui and said his goodbyes to them too. Besides that, he didn't alert anyone else. After all, Lin Ming was far too valuable and had far too much wealth on him. Even if he had a supposed great master behind him serving as a deterrent, he couldn't guarantee that some people wouldn't decide to take the risk to kidnap him. He first changed his appearance with the divine dream law. Then, Xiao Maxian hid away in Primordius' heavenly palace. With this, he quietly left through a secret transmission network within the Divine Runic Masters Guild. He blended into the crowds of people and disappeared into the endless night. The broad and limitless inner Azura road lay before him. The vast starry skies illuminated the great wilderness. In this world, there were countless hidden divine treasure troves. Innumerable heroes journeyed through this world, finding their own fortunes, many of them dying in the process. Lin Ming disguised Primordius' heavenly palace as a spirit ship. Then, like a meteor, he cut through the skies. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.